Hello. We're back, guys.
Who's we?
And I got this little shithead with me.
First things first, I am not little.
You're little on this screen.
Oh, fair enough. But also, I can't believe you said that to me. I'm hurt.
What did Donut do to deserve this?
Look, okay, this Ape person called me yesterday, told me, hey, the discourse machine is broken. I need you to help fix it. So I show up. It's a rush order too, by the way. I fix the machine. I help with some orders, and now I'm immediately being threatened by both Emmy and Abe. This is the worst.
Well, I didn't threaten you.
Yet.
It's mostly just Emmy.
Yet.
All right, goodbye, Emmy.
I have to look behind my shoulder a lot. I don't know when I'm gonna get jumped by a surprise Emmy.
I think you're gonna be okay. Emmy has to travel quite a bit before he gets into Canada.
That is true. But it is also not cold anymore. The winter won't protect me.
Mm-hmm. We haven't even started the tier list yet.
We have it. We're starting with the funny one.
Emmy, let me know if you need me to take care of any donut-related bullying since I'm closer. Emmy has a sleeper agent.
A fellow Canadian is coming for me. I can't believe it.
All right. We're going to be doing Fire Emblem tier list today, and I'm joined by our good friend Donut to provide some support. Hi, Donut.
I'm Donut. I'm here to provide emotional support, or as we in the business call it, I'm here to manipulate Abe's opinions.
Which will probably be easy to do because as we go through a lot of these lists, like I haven't played a good portion of them. Probably like a third of the games I have not played.
I mean, a third is a lot more than a lot of other fans of this franchise. Let's be real.
That is true. But I can't provide a comprehensive tier list if that's what people are looking for.
Well, to be fair, this isn't a fighting game. It's not like we're going to be like, if you play this game, you'll win more tournaments. You know what I mean?
Fair enough. Okay. According to Twitter, Ave is an FE LARPer. No way. What do you mean according to Twitter? What's the criteria? What is
when
this?
Have you ever been accused of being an FE LARPer on Twitter?
I don't even know what that means. I don't even post on Twitter anymore.
Have you been accused of being an FE LARPer on Blue Sky?
No.
I didn't think so. Well, you know what? It's okay. First time for everything, right? This is just a prediction for something 5 years in the future.
Oh my god. I don't think I'm ever... There's no reason to call me out. If you haven't played all FE games, you're clearly a LARPer. Oh my god.
Oh, Emmy, you finished your FE1 playthrough? Oh my gosh. How was it? Did you get to see the funny line? Did you get to see you can't win against Garnet? That was my favorite part. Speaking of FE1, should we start with the Binding Shield?
We gotta talk about this, what the tier list is first.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah, Darius turned into a sail.
Wait, who's Darius?
I don't know. So the first tier list we're doing today is Donut's idea of, rather than doing a Fire Emblem tier list, we're going to be doing the Fire Emblem tier list, or also known as the literal Fire Emblem tier list. Our options today down below is not the Fire Emblem games, but the Fire Emblem in each respective game if it has one.
Yep.
So let me pull up my reference real quick.
Oh, I think he was talking about Daros.
Oh, Daros. Okay. So starting from left to right, we have, if you guys can see my mouse, we have the Binding Shield, which is located in both, is it Arcania or
I think it's Arcanea.
Arcanea or Arcania?
I mean, unless you want to be, if you want to be that guy, you could also say Akanea because that's a Japanese name.
Oh, is it?
But I think it's Arcanea. I think
Arcanea. Okay,
someone says it in Heroes, I think.
fair.
Either way, this is in FE1.
Relax, Evie. Chill out, please. Sorry.
What happened? Like, what have I done to deserve?
Like, just 2 steps back. We haven't even started yet. Let's take 2 steps back.
This verbal assault.
I know.
It's far worse. This is I'm watching it in real time and not grinding like homework. Was it?
Yes. What were you saying?
Shield. This Binding Shield is in FE 1, 3, 11, and 12. I should just say their names. Both Shadow Dragons, and then both Mysteries of the Emblem.
And they both serve like important like roles in both of those, all 4 of those games, right? Okay. It's not like in FE2 in Shadows of Valentia where like, yeah, it probably existed, but
I mean, the Binding Shield does exist in those games.
Yes.
But like, I didn't see no Fire Emblem when I played through Shadows of Valentia. I don't know what to tell you.
Exactly. And then our second one is the Royal Crest of House Veltomer.
Honestly, considering that I never realized that anything that there's a TH in Veltomer, and therefore it could absolutely be Velthomer, I'm a little worried that I'm pronouncing it wrong my entire life, but I'm gonna say Veltomer anyway. Yeah.
Whatever, we can say Veltomer.
But yeah, that's just the crest of House Veltomer in FE4 and 5.
Okay.
That's it. That's literally it.
All right. So we'll start by just like going through the list for people who are not aware, and then as we start to actually put them on the tier list, I will definitely be asking Donut to supply me with a lot of context, especially for the ones that I either don't remember or have never used or
I'm very excited to explain the FE4 one.
Okay, so next up, we are jumping another couple of titles to the FE6, FE7 Fire Emblem, also known as the Key to the Shrine of Seals.
Yeah.
Is that third image from Cypher? Yes.
That image is from Cypher. I very conveniently found an image of Guinevere holding what I think is the Fire Emblem, or
Yes.
what I really hope is.
It does.
Right?
Yes, that's pretty accurate. There's also there was an FE6 manga, and so people have used that as a reference.
Yeah, apparently the manga's version of that Fire Emblem looks completely different from the way it's described in game.
Mm-hmm.
That thing that Guinevere is holding is much closer to what it's described as, so it's like, that can't be a coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least I hope it wasn't.
Also a piece from the Binding Blade, don't forget that. Which piece of the Binding Blade is the Fire Emblem?
I also don't remember that.
Next up, we have the Granados Sacred Stone.
Yep. There's literally no picture of it, so I just had to grab the image of Leon holding Grado's Sacred Stone with the knife.
And breaking it in half, I think.
With a knife, mind you.
Mm-hmm. Next is Leiron's medallion, which is holding what's her name? The goddess of chaos. Yune, yes, the goddess of chaos. We have the shield again, the Binding Shield again.
The Binding Shield the second time. Yep.
Yeah. Followed by the Omega Yato. So maybe I'll get this question answered later, but is the Fire Emblem only the Omega Yato and not just the individual like Birthright and Conquest Yatos?
I think it might be. I don't remember, right? But the Omega Yato is the one in Smash. Also, it's the coolest one, so I threw in the Omega Yato.
Only when it is the Omega Yato. Okay. Is it kind of like how the binding shield is not the Fire Emblem until all the orbs are in it? Or even if there's no orbs, it's still the Fire Emblem?
I thought the binding shield was always the Fire Emblem.
The binding shield without the orbs is still the Fire Emblem.
Oh, only in Revelation is it called the Fire Emblem. Oh, okay.
And then we have shit, what do we call this again?
Opera of Light?
The Opera of Lights, which is a song. It is a song
Yeah.
that is based off of the original Fire Emblem theme. It is similar to the Engaged opening theme. It is the Fire Emblem theme with lyrics, and it is called the Opera of Light. And the way it is used in Tokyo Mirage sessions is the characters sing the Opera of Light.
Why did you have to show me this actual song? Now my opinion of this Fire Emblem is much lower than it should be.
We needed context. We needed to provide context.
You're gonna be all the context. I still haven't played Tokyo Mirage sessions yet.
Pokemon Hika.
Bye, Hika.
Okay. And then we have
The Shield of Flames. I think
not the binding shield again, but the Shield of Flames from FE Warriors. It's a different shield. Still has the 5 orbs. It is still, a shield. What's probably most familiar to us now is the Crest of Flames, also known as the Fire Emblem, which is what's, coursing through Byleth and Sothis' blood, I guess.
And Edelgard, don't forget.
And Edelgard. Not naturally, but yeah.
I mean, it wasn't coursing through Byleth naturally either, was it?
That's fair. And then finally, we have the 13th emblem.
The emblem of connection. Or is it the emblem of the connector? I forget.
I don't remember. Emmy will have to tell us. Emmy's playing it right. Emmy sat through that scene earlier today.
You might want to take that off of D tier.
Oh, sorry. Did I put that there by accident?
Ave, what are you implying?
So now that everyone is familiar with which each of these are, let's start from the beginning. So, so the shield of the binding shield, right? Yep. I do not know this version. I only know the Elise version. I have not played FE1, and I've only played a very minimal amount of Shadow Dragon.
All right, so let's start with the funny one. Right?
Okay.
The binding shield in FE1 and FE11, if I am not mistaken, because it's been a while, is not helpful. It opens chests.
Yes, it's a lockpick. It is. I remember it is a lockpick.
It is Duality,
welcome in. We're starting with a funny tier list today. This was Donut's idea to do not a Fire Emblem game tier list, but a Fire Emblem tier list, as in a tier list of the Fire Emblem as it is depicted in each of the games.
Yep. And we are starting with the first one, the Binding Shield.
Yes.
Or the can opener.
The can opener.
Now, I would like to put it in C tier, and I would like to rename C tier to has some uses.
Has some usage.
Right? Or actually, no, because I didn't separate the Binding Shield from FE3, right?
Yes.
The Binding Shield in FE3 takes the lockpick and makes it absolutely necessary.
Sorry, say it again?
It takes the nice to have lockpick and makes it absolutely necessary. You need the Binding Shield to beat the game and get its proper ending.
In FE1 and Shadow Dragon.
In FE3 and Mystery and New Mystery of the Emblem.
Okay.
Or the second half of FE3.
Yeah.
You need the gemstones in order to make it actually do the thing that it does. and it's way stronger, it just deletes all the dragons. Well, it reseals them, but in gameplay, it deletes all the dragons.
Like you use it as a consumable and all the dragons on the map disappear, or
I think in FE3 it might just happen automatically.
so more of a cutscene thing.
No, like I think the last chapter of FE3.
Yes.
Please do not treat me as a reliable source here. I could be misremembering. Has the binding shield just straight up remove all of the automatically spawning dragons in that map.
Okay. And you said that that's only possible when you have all 5 stones embedded in. And is it optional to have all 5 stones? Like, can you not have all 5 stones?
Yeah, you can get if you don't get all 5 of the stones on your own, you get the bad ending where you don't stop Medius.
Okay.
I think for any Tiki enjoyers, I think the binding shield being completed allows Tiki to just be about and not have to be sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
So I probably should have added 2 separate binding shields. Well, a third binding shield to this list.
Which is
the one with the gemstones, but there isn't. That's the only image.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And that one's from FE3. So depending on the game, the binding shield goes from absolutely necessary to pretty nice.
Let me add one just below it. So if we have one that's if we have a tier that has some practical use, I guess it makes sense to have a tier that has some thematic use. Make a tier that says we forgot to add the third binding shield. But we can't put anything in it
by adding the Elysian one anyway. You know what I mean? That's all the same item. At the bottom, we need to have completely useless. You know, just in case.
Let's put it has no use.
You're being very nice about it, but you're gonna see that my phrasing is accurate. I think we should probably put it in an A tier since it's, you know, necessary to get the true ending in FE3. Whatever A might be called, I have no idea.
I mean, that's fair. I don't know, like requirement or I don't know, like
how about very important?
Yeah, sure. Let's just keep it vague. Very important.
And then at the top, we should have just absolutely necessary because there are Fire Emblems that are in fact absolutely necessary.
How is but then how is absolutely necessary different from thematic use?
It isn't. I guess we can worry about that later, huh?
Yeah.
I'll come up with a better name anyway.
Fair enough.
So I feel like we also use separate version for the FE6 and 7 gem because story-wise it's important in 6 whereas in 7 it makes you play the battle before dawn.
We talked about this last night.
We talked about this. Don't worry.
We had to look up. We had to pull up the wikis again to be like, what was it used for in FE7 again? Oh, absolutely. Oh, whatever. We'll get to that.
Yeah. For all intents and purposes, we're probably just going to talk about it in story with gameplay having, you know, a nice little bump if necessary. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So were we saying that? Okay. So I guess one question for clarification is that in FE1, do the stones exist in FE1?
No.
The stones do not exist in FE1. And
just the star sphere, and the rest are not mentioned. And
so the only use of it in FE1 is, you know, an infinite use lockpick, right?
Yep.
And I guess the implication there is that like it allows Marv to open chests. Does it allow anyone, whoever's carrying it, to open chests?
I don't think you can take it off of Marth.
Okay.
But technically, yes.
So we're saying the binding shield in FE1 without the stones has some practical use, but then in FE3 when you actually put the stones in it, it's very important in order to get the good ending. Okay, that's fair. I can
All
I can
right,
go
so,
along with that.
So, you ready to talk about the Crest of Veltalmer?
Yes, this one I have zero context about whatsoever.
All right, Abe, I need you to hold on to your horses for this one, okay?
Oh boy. In the horse
It's a
game?
picture. It's a picture. It does nothing.
What do you mean it's a picture? Like it's a
It's a
painting?
picture. It represents House Veltalmer, and that's it. It's an image,
Like a painting.
pretty much.
Like is it like on their banner? Like is it in the house? Or is it like in a cutscene and then never shows up ever again?
It gets mentioned once in the end of the game, right?
Uh-huh.
Where whoever is Azel's kid will be like, the Crest of Veltalmer used to represent justice and integrity. I'm going to be inheriting House Veltalmer, and it never gets mentioned again. It's a picture. It has no purpose. It's literally useless. It doesn't matter if it's the Fire Emblem or otherwise. It is just it's just House Veltalmer's profile picture.
I feel like it's even less than useless in that like it has zero presence at all.
I mean, wouldn't less than useless imply that it is actively detrimental?
Is there any mention of this being the Fire Emblem at any point in the game besides the very end
Nope.
of FE4, or is it
Nope.
FE5?
It's both FE4 and FE5. They share a setting.
Okay.
And it's only mentioned, to the extent of my knowledge, at the end of FE4 and nowhere else.
Because I mean, I guess when I had heard has no use, it's like this is probably where I would put like the key for FE7, where like it was a thing that was mentioned in the game, but never mind. We don't need to overcomplicate it. I'm fine with putting this as has no use.
Look, we could put the key above the picture and has no use, or in whatever we name say, since it does something. You know what I mean? It only does something in the story, right?
Yes.
But the one in FE4 literally does nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't even need to be called the Fire Emblem. You know what I mean?
Yes. They had to sneak it in there at some point because it's still a Fire Emblem game.
Apparently so.
Some would argue it's barely a Fire Emblem game.
It's not even on fire.
Okay.
Word for the fact that Crest Veltalmer has Valflame, right?
Yes.
There would be no association with fire in that house.
So here's how we tier it, knowing nothing about the items beyond what you've talked about. Well, truly well integrated, has practical use, has thematic use, has no use. So do soldiers rally under that banner for you, or full on it's nothing burger?
The closest thing to soldiers rallying behind that banner is when they decide to send everyone to hell in chapter 5, but they don't do that under the Fire Emblem. They do it because Arvis told them to. So like, no, you don't even know about this crest existing until it is mentioned at the end of Endgame. It is quite literally the least useful Fire Emblem because it has no use.
It may as well have not existed at all.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, moving on. So as a quick refresher for duality, in FE6 and FE7, the Fire Emblem is also known as, or rather referred to as, the key to the Shrine of Seals. And its use is, as Emmy has alluded to, its use in FE6, I would say, is very important, but its use in FE7 is, I would say, hovers around some thematic use or even less. And the context for that is, yes, in FE6 it unlocks the Binding Blade, which is necessary for Roy to, complete the game. And FE7, the only mention of the Fire Emblem in FE7 is, you said it was, is her name? No, not Guinevere, right? Guinevere's mom, right? Guinevere was the, I don't remember what her name was.
It was Helena, right?
Helen, yeah, or Helena. Helena asks you, or asks Eliwood and Hector to bring back to her the key to the Shrine of Seals, because it is necessary for, I think, like the coronation of what's his name, Zephiel, right? Coming of age ceremony, and it was like stolen or something. And in exchange for returning it, she'll tell you where the Shrine of Seals is. And I don't remember why you had to get to the Shrine of Seals.
Yeah.
But so in FE7, essentially you get asked a fetch quest. You go and find the Fire Emblem in FE7. You return it to Helena, and she tells you go to the Shrine of Seals next. It's just to continue the plot, and then it's never used again in the entirety of FE7.
Yeah. In FE6, Guinevere steals the what was it? I'm gonna call it the Fire Emblem, even though we've got like 4 more of these. She steals the Fire Emblem from Byrne when she goes into hiding, or when she runs away, right?
Yes.
And keeps it with her until you reach the Shrine of Seals in FE6 to unseal the Binding Blade.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, since it's used in Zephiel's coming of age ceremony, I assume it's also being used in Guinevere's coronation. So, you see, right?
Yes.
Because it's the same item, right? And unlike in FE3, right, where having something else makes the item have a completely different, more important function, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think this thing consistently stays pretty, very important plot, very important, just very important.
Yeah.
You need it to get the Binding Blade. Ignoring FE7, you just need it.
And you could say, and this is going to come back later, you could say that the Binding Blade is necessary for Roy to complete his quest.
Yeah, it becomes very necessary to get the best ending, right? But otherwise, it's just good sword. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Even in the worst ending, it's just good sword.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. This is a situation where Roy cannot complete his quest without the Binding Blade, right?
Oh, Duality, the Binding Blade is not optional. You always get it. Whenever you can't lose the Fire Emblem, right? But was it? You don't get to use the Binding Blade for its intended purpose unless you do all of the guiding chapters in FE6. And then don't break any of the legendary weapons before you beat what would be the last map for the bad ending.
Mm-hmm. Damn, you can't break a weapon either.
Pardon?
You can't break any of the legendary weapons either.
Nope, and they're built like noodles.
Is there at least a hammer knee staff?
I don't remember. I don't think I ever used one, so.
All right.
Fair enough. I don't know why. Abe, I don't know why the game with the most practical legendary weapons in GBAFE is Sacred Stones.
I don't remember the durability of the weapons in Sacred Stones, but I do remember them being relatively high.
Yeah, I mean, when you're competing with 20, relatively high is a really easy bar to make.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why the legendary weapons aren't just unbreakable. It doesn't ruin the game's balance, and the weapons require an S rank anyway, which you can't get before promotion.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well.
Fang, thank you for the community hydrate. Everyone please take a sip of water.
Oh, Duality, the FE7 legendary weapons, the ones you can use in that game anyway, have fine durability, but you can only use them in the last map, and they all suck if you're not using Aureola, Armads, and Forblaze.
Yep, sounds about right. Durandal sucks, and what's Lynn's weapon? Technically not. Sulcati is too heavy for her.
And it's not even a legendary weapon.
And it's not even a legendary weapon, so it doesn't have effectiveness against the final dragon, right? Or not dragon, but whatever the monster, the final demon monster is, right?
It is just a. We're talking about the dragon in FE7, right?
Yes. Okay, it is a dragon.
Yeah, just dragon. It's just dragon.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I'm mixing it up with the Sacred Stones. Sacred Stones, you fight some sort of like monster demon, not a dragon. Okay.
Like the Demon King. speaking of the Demon King, let's talk about Sacred Stone.
Yeah, we can talk about Sacred Stones next.
So,
Indescript Fire Dragon.
I just had an epiphany.
Yes.
We need a tier below the Crest of Eltamer. The Dark Stone
Is it possible?
Actively detrimental. The Dark Stone is actively harmful.
But let's talk it out. Let's provide some context. Let's think about this.
Okay.
So yeah, I need a refresher on the Grotto Stone.
In the before times, right? The Sacred Stones were used to fight the Demon King, right?
Yes.
The Demon King's soul was imprisoned within the Dark Stone, right? Which
Specifically
is why it is the Fire
Grotto's
Emblem.
Sacred Stone, right? And
Yeah,
that's why it's the Fire Emblem.
Yeah, specifically Grato's Stone. And
Okay.
the result is the plot of Sacred Stones. Leon tries to mess with it in order to enhance its magic to prevent Grato from going through a really bad earthquake,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
And in the process gets possessed by the Demon King.
Yes.
Unless we are talking exclusively about the lore or the history of what's that place called again? Magvel, right? The Dark Stone has done nothing but harm all of its characters and be the thing that causes the problems in its story.
Okay. So before I bring up my point, Fang. So we're doing a a bit of a funny tier list to start. So instead of a Fire Emblem tier list, as in the game Fire Emblem, we're doing a Fire Emblem tier list, as in the Fire Emblem with respect to each of the games, or as it is represented in each of the games.
Yep.
And so, for example, in FE1 and FE3, you have the Binding Shield. That is the Fire Emblem in those games. And then in FE4, you have a banner. A house banner is the Fire Emblem in that game. And so Donut has convinced me that it has zero use whatsoever. And then moving on to FE6 and FE7, the Fire Emblem refers to essentially a key to the Shrine of Seals. And so it has some, or not some, but it's very important to the story in that game, right? And so we're not tiering the games themselves, but the Fire Emblems within the game. Like how in Fates it's a flaming chainsword. Yes, exactly. We're gonna get to that.
Exactly. We'll get to that. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay. So then back to Sacred Stones, the grotto, specifically the grotto or Grado Sacred Stone that is housing the Dark Lord. Your argument is that it should be less than has no use because it is detrimental.
Yep.
I would
actively harm.
I would argue that this actually has some thematic use, because without it, we wouldn't have Sacred Stones.
I mean, we got 5 others. Or 4 others, right?
No, I mean, we wouldn't have the game Sacred Stones, Fire Emblem Sacred Stones. There would be no conflict. So I'm not saying. So I would say like it has a thematic purpose to exist in in Sacred Stones. But like whether it's positive or negative is not necessarily the criteria. But like basing it on the fact that like it serves a purpose, whether it is negative or not, in order to drive the plot.
Fair enough. You know what? I can accept these terms.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Since it's not like we're saying like it's like a scale of positive to negative like outcome or purpose, but just like how especially when we consider some of these other ones moving forward, like the Fire Emblem itself, did it have some sort of significance, and what was the type of significance to it?
I see. All right.
Because I feel like we're gonna have a very similar discussion about Leiron's medallion, which is up next. Because it's basically
is a double-edged sword. We'll get to that, right?
It's next.
Yeah.
But like it's the purpose of Leiron's medallion is almost exactly the same as Grotto's. Or at least it's very similar to the Kratos. Right? Yes. Yeah. So
I will say this: if we're talking about how it affects the plot of the game,
yes,
right?
Yes.
I think it should go in very important.
The Leiron's medallion or the Kratos stone?
The Dark Stone.
The Dark Stone.
Yeah, since we're not talking about it practically, right? Then plot-wise, it's very important. You know what I mean? Both before and after the events of the game. well, both before the events of the game and during it.
I mean, I guess that's a good point, because I mean, since we're using like almost, or at least since we're trying to adhere to a linear scale, I feel like very important the implication here is that it has some thematic use and some practical use, and that's why we put.
Fair enough.
But then if that's how we're scaling it, then like the key to the shrine doesn't serve a practical use.
Interesting.
I mean, I think it's more just like our tiers are inconsistent.
A little, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, then here's a question: how much do you want to weight gameplay compared to story for these Fire Emblems?
No, of course we didn't think this through. It was supposed to be a meme. It was a joke.
I don't think anyone's waking up in the morning and going, "Huh, you know, the Crest of Flames is it completely reshaping the plot of 3 houses?"
Don't throw a dumb sticker on me. It's supposed to be stupid.
That's the goal. We gotta get this Emmy guy.
Oh my god. All right.
We gotta take this Emmy guy out once and for all.
Let's move on. Let's at least move on, and we can rearrange things at the end. Let's go back to Leiron's medallion.
Likely.
So, additional context here for those who are not familiar with Leiron's medallion. It currently houses what is colloquially known as the God of Chaos, and it is present in both POR and in Radiant Dawn. But while it exists in POR, it doesn't really do anything. As far as I remember, it doesn't really serve a purpose.
POR fucks you over. Since when Ashnard gets it, if you're playing in hard mode, you have to fight him again, but stronger. Because the medallion made him stronger.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, you never played on hard mode?
No, I definitely did. I just thought that was the normal.
Oh no, that's hard mode exclusive.
Okay. Similar thing to FE7 key to the seal. I think it is. I mean, based off of what Donut is saying, it's like a slight step. I mean, yeah. I mean, I could also say it does do we count extra stuff like that. Is that more of a game mechanic rather? So I wouldn't say it's important to the. I would say that it's not really a plot relevant thing. The fact that you have to fight Ashnard again, right?
The harder Ashnard.
Yeah. Donut.
But let me think here. But like when it comes to like the rest of the game story, right?
Yes.
It's not that important.
Like it exists.
I mean, there is the lore with Ike's dad, but otherwise it just exists and is dangerous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like we are told this thing is dangerous, but we don't really know why until Radiant Dawn.
Yeah. In Radiant Dawn, this thing becomes quite helpful. Granted, this only applies under one condition.
Mm-hmm.
Does it having Yune inside of it mean that everything that Yune does is qualifies as something that the Fire Emblem did?
Well, the medallion was the vessel for Yune, right? Or would you say the bird is the vessel for Yune?
I forget. I just know that Yune was stuck in the medallion, right? And then she's let out when the Galdorf releases song.
Yeah, but
from that point onwards, the medallion is useless.
That is confusing, huh? Because then I thought the bird was Yune the entire time. So like, did Yune exist within was Yune asleep in the medallion, but also the bird at the same time?
Apparently so. I forget.
Yeah. Okay. Would the outcome be the same if the medallion were not a thing? The outcome of what?
Do you mean like, would the outcome of the story's plot be the same if Yune were never sealed inside the medallion, or if the medallion was a different item? Because if Yune were never sealed, then, well, everyone in Radiant Dawn and Path of Radiance would be screwed from the outset, because Eshera would have just kept everyone as statues. You know what I mean?
Except for devout followers, yes.
Oh, she was going for everybody. She just didn't. She just unfroze her followers to use them to fight against Yune.
Okay.
And then, technically speaking, yeah, if the medallion wasn't the thing used to seal Yune, then the medallion would have no purpose. But then whatever was used to seal her would be the fire emblem, since the flames come from Yune.
Mm-hmm. So in a
and
sense,
also all of its effects.
So I guess another way to think about it is, does the medallion itself serve a purpose outside of just housing Yune?
If that's the case, it's a certified no.
But Yune is not the fire emblem, the medallion is.
But Yune is what makes the fire emblem the fire emblem. We put ourselves in a really weird rocky place.
It definitely at least serves a thematic use. Doesn't
at
it
the very least.
Doesn't it make you mad if you touch it? Is that Yune's doing? Mad as in crazy?
Yeah.
Or mad as in angry?
If you're not very order aligned and you touch the medallion, you go crazy.
I see.
That's what happened to Ike's dad. That's what happened to Ashnard.
Oh, that's right.
I think it could have happened to someone else, but I don't remember. I think it is just that we know of. It's just Ike's dad and Ashnard.
Mm-hmm.
But like, in simple terms, Yune didn't do that on purpose. It's just that you go crazy when you touch the literal embodiment of chaos, you know?
Yes.
It does things to you.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to argue that it has some practical use, since Ashnard did use it to get stronger, and releasing Yune did prevent everyone from just straight up dying in Radiant Dawn.
Ashnard used it to get stronger only in hard mode.
Only in hard mode.
Okay.
And then was it in Radiant Dawn, if they didn't release Yune, they would have died.
Yes. My thought for practical use is, does it serve a purpose in game from like a like the lock picking thing, right?
I see.
That's what I had in mind for practical use. Whereas thematic use is just like it's story related. So I would say like Yune coming out of it is more story related rather than like you using it as a consumable.
That's fair. Should we move the key then? The key down, because it is just a key, right? And story wise too, you don't unlock the Shrine of Seals yourself in gameplay.
Yeah. It's very important thematic use though.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, like Laurent's medallion isn't.
Fair enough. I mean? Gameplay wise though, it does give you the binding blade. I mean, you can make the same argument that Laurent's medallion gives you the anti-mantle. Like,
yeah,
like Yune's blessing.
Anti-mantle weapons, Ike and Micaiah's promotions, you know what I mean? But
it's not like, it's not like you consume this Fire Emblem to promote Ike. Like, I would say that has a practical use.
Yeah, unlike the binding blade, where you can use it as a door key or a chest key, and it also is the omnidirectional dragon nuke. So
yeah, so I would say that's like kind of like again like a tier of its own. I'm fine with this if we can just move on.
I agree.
But we could also just change the wording on this about like, because I definitely think like clearly these two are more important to the story than Grata's stone is, in a sense.
We'll figure it out later, right?
Yeah. So moving on to Awakening's binding shield, which is the same binding shield as FE1, but with no practical use
at all. It is a plot device.
How is the Fire Emblem used in Awakening?
Technically speaking, right, it is the middle ground between the key and the
key to
the medallion and the dark zone, the key to the Shrine of Seals.
Sorry,
because
there's another Shrine of Seals in Awakening.
I meant like it's the middle ground for this tier because it's both harmful and helpful. Since the binding shield is necessary for the Awakening that brought back Grima, right? but it is also being used for the awakening that gave you Exalted Falchion.
Hmm.
And then it's pretty nice looking when you promote Chrome.
Okay. So yeah, I would say it's similar to the Shrine of Seals then.
Pretty much.
Yeah. You can do the awakening, which upgrades Crom's Falchion. Yeah. But I feel like the Exalted Falchion is much less impressive than the Binding Blade.
That is true, right?
It also makes you do the evolve arc so D tier.
Emmy, I think your Fire Emblem trauma may or might not be related to the power of these items. Let me think here. To be fair, right?
Mm-hmm.
I remember I got caught off guard when I found out that the Exalted Falchion is just Falchion. I thought that they made the original Falchion from FE1 stronger. No, they just made it as strong as the Falchion from FE1.
Oh.
That's weird, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think I kind of agree, right? Also, Emmy, again, I don't think your awakening trauma has anything to do with how strong the Binding Shield is.
Would you say it's more significant or less significant than Leiron's medallion?
Well, you don't need to do the awakening to kill Grima. So I think it's less important. You could just use Robin. Which they don't know until they visit Naga.
Yes.
But compared to Yune being absolutely necessary for Ashera to not kill you,
yes,
and for you to have a chance at fighting her at all, right? I think the medallion is more useful.
I always get hung up with the medallion though, because I feel like the medallion is less important than Yune herself is.
But then again,
because like once Yune is out of the medallion serves zero purpose.
This is true.
Right, because it's Yune who is, you know, keeping everyone unfrozen. It's Yune who's blessing your weapons, and it's Yune who's, you know, reasoning with Ashura at the end. The medallion just
add Yune to the list.
I think the tragedy is not making Yune the Fire Emblem.
I agree. How was it? But like, how was it? How are people telling us gonna know that like Yune? Like they named it because the medallion emitted blue flames.
Yes.
And they were like, man, this Yune girl is awesome.
So I almost feel like I feel like the significance of the medallion just completely washes away once Yune is out of it. And we've already established that it has zero purpose in all of Pure.
Hey, it made Ashnard stronger in hard mode exclusively.
Okay.
We take what we can get.
So, I think it's fine like this for now. Omega Yato.
Omega Yato.
Definitely at least practical use.
Omega Yato?
I mean, according to what Emmy said, it's not called the Fire Emblem until Revelations.
This actually hurts the Yato as a weapon. Not much, right? Hold on, I am in fact checking.
All right, Emmy, go for it. While Donut's fact checking something. I think it at least is in practical use because it is a weapon. You use it.
You do use it. But if we're only talking about the Omega Yato, then you only use it for one map, or is it two?
I don't remember. It's been forever since I played Revelations.
Emmy is right. It's the Fire Emblem only in Revelation. Also, Emmy has a crash out. I'll wait for the crash out. But so if I'm not mistaken, right? Mm-hmm. All of the weapons enhance the Yato at once in Revelation, right after Korin gets like one shot by Anankos.
Mm-hmm.
And was it? And then Emmy's right. Gameplay wise, the Omega Yato has no specific purpose. You can kill
Anankos without it.
You can kill Anankos with anything, right? It's just that Anankos is super strong.
Okay, so it's not like the Ragnell and Radiant Dawn, and it's not like Awakening's ending, where you either use Defalchion to seal Grima or kill Grima. Right.
Yeah. Funny thing about Ashera and Ragnell, technically, you didn't need, lore-wise, you didn't actually need to kill her specifically with Ike. The reason it worked is because Uni decided to just, like, I guess, bless the ever-living hell out of Ragnell when Ike finished her off. That's what the cutscene's for anyway, right?
I mean, if the blade itself is the FE, doesn't that mean you use it all the time? The argument here, Fang, is that the sword is not the Fire Emblem until it is the Omega Yato.
Yeah.
Before that, it's just the Yato.
It's just the Yato. I'm remembering the scene where the destroyed statue of Makoto, is it Makoto? Whatever, the destroyed statue in Hoshido just has the Yato inside of it, and the Yato immediately goes, Korin, and then zips over to them. That's how they get Yato.
So the argument here is that, like, technically it is a sword. Technically you can use it, but its significance as a practical Fire Emblem is very, very, very low.
All right, so I have not played Revelation. So I don't know how good Yato is. I know Yato is not Omega Yato, right?
Yeah.
I know that Omega Yato gives all of the stat boosts from both versions of the final Yatos in Birthright and Conquest, right? But it also isn't 1-2 range, which is one important thing to make. You know,
I don't believe it's 1-2 range. I believe it is
It's
a
not.
one range. It's essentially a one range katana, I believe.
It's a one-range katana with a big old stat boost, which means that Xander Ryuma's weapons remain better despite the fact that they don't get the same stat boost.
Exactly. Yes.
So, like,
but that's more of a weapons
their
tier
availability is
list.
awful.
That's more of a weapons tier list. By technicality, it does have practical use. Whether or not you use it for its intended purpose or not, because it's probably not a good weapon, it still has practical use because it is a weapon you can use.
Yeah, but you see, the problem is that story-wise, you can't really talk much about this thing. It shows up at the end of Fates.
Yes.
It's pretty good.
Yes.
On that note, I guess it beats all of the other Fire Emblems because you can use it, except for the Binding Shield. Because again, right?
I mean,
good
so
sword does not be AoE Dragon
so while has some practical use is technically above had some thematic use, I wouldn't necessarily say that, like, has practical use is more significant than has thematic use. It's just ordered that way because I can't put them side by side. But I think what people are saying is that while it has practical use, it has almost zero thematic use.
Pretty much.
Because it shows up super late and it's technically not necessary to defeat an Ankos.
It does. I forget, how does Korin not die when a Nankos one-shots them? Like, that scene happens in every route that I know of besides Revelation, right? Where you talk to the siblings that are dead. You're like, man, doesn't it suck that we're dead? And then you're like, we still like you, Korin. And then you get revived, and then the Yato gets enhanced. But in Revelation, nobody's dead. So does that scene still happen?
I have no idea. I can't remember it all.
Oh, well, whatever. Problem for later. Because I was about to make the argument that maybe the Yato revived Korin, right? But
they were on the verge of death and about to give up.
Are you telling me that the entire scene was mental?
Is it like the Alir death scene too?
Korin got tilted. I can't believe it. I guess I'll find out when I play Revelation.
And friendship is magic. You're just describing like every other Fire Emblem game.
How many Fire Emblem games don't have bonding as a main theme?
Thanks to all the...
All right. Now we have to talk about the song. Ave, I cannot provide any information for this.
Okay. So I think some additional context here from what I can remember is that the big bad in in FE1 Medius? What's the name?
Medius?
What's the name of the dragon in FE1?
Oh, it's Medius.
Okay. So Medius is also the big bad in TMS Fireball.
I see.
Yeah. So Tiki is in TMS. Marth is obviously in TMS. Actually, is Marth in TMS?
I think Itiki has a Marth form.
No, he has Crom. He has Crom.
Did you not get a Marth form? I thought he did.
Shit, now I don't remember. I feel like it's Crom, not Marth. I don't believe Marth is in TMS, but Tiki is.
Well, I remember Tiki, yeah.
Yeah. But I don't remember the whole context into the Kain, Abel, and Sheeta are the Shadow Dragon reps. Abel is not in the game. Kain is. Navarre is the Shadow Dragon rep. Kain.
Rep Abel, I guess.
Yeah, I believe it is Kain, Sheeta, and Navarre are the Shadow Dragon reps, and the Awakening reps were Crom, Barja, and shit, what's his fucking name again? We were talking about him yesterday. Huh? Virian, yes.
Oh, and then Mamori has Drog, doesn't she? Because I had her in Heroes.
Yes, Drog is there too. So I feel like there's one more then. Because I thought it was 4 and 4.
Beats me.
Shit, I don't remember. I'm drawing a blank, but yes. Where was I getting with this?
We still do have to talk about the song.
Yeah, so right? The song. I mean, from what I remember, the song has thematic purpose. Like they fucking have to sing it in order to seal away Midius. But I don't believe it has any practical use. So
it doesn't buff your it doesn't buff your party.
No, I don't think it's something you learn either. So it's not like a skill or a spell, because it's, TMS is technically like an SMT game. That's why it's called TMS. It's just backwards SMT. You knew that though, right?
No, I didn't.
You didn't know that? You didn't know that that's why it's called TMS?
I wasn't thinking about that.
It's called TMS because backwards it's SMT.
Am I supposed to be like, yes. If I just take Shin Megami Tensei and put it backwards, then I get Tokyo Mirage Sessions. Yeah. I wasn't thinking about that. Hey, I haven't played this game before.
You don't have to play the game to know the context behind why it was fucking named TMS FE.
I just didn't. I wasn't ruminating on that.
That is the only reason why. Otherwise, Tokyo Mirage Session makes zero sense.
I bet it does. I bet it doesn't, but I haven't played the game.
So, it's Tokyo, as in it takes place in Tokyo. Mirage is the name of the JoJo stands, right? They're all called Mirages. In Session, because it's like, a music session. So it's just like very loosely related words put together to make TMS. But of course they started with SMT and was like, okay, how can we make SMT, part of the title?
Oh my gosh. All right, Abe.
Congrats for blowing your mind. Anyways, it has a thematic use. I don't remember if it has any practical use. It's just needed, like you search for it in the story. So it has at the very least it has a thematic use.
All right, Abe. Let me ask you the $1 million question.
Go for it.
How familiar are you with Fire Emblem Warriors?
I've beaten it, but I don't remember a single thing from that game. I played it when it came out. I own the special edition copy of Fire Emblem Warriors. I must have beaten it. I just don't remember a single thing about it, except for crazy. There's the blonde heroines and like their best friend.
What's his name? Darius?
I think Darius like betrays you, or like he gets possessed and betrays you. That's the only thing I remember for it. I don't remember what the name of the last boss is before like Venom kept talking about it.
I only knew his name was Velazark when Venom told me.
Exactly. It was like Velazark. That sounds like an elder dragon from Monster Hunter.
I hate the fact that you're right.
Because it's Velhazak instead of Velazark, right?
Valhazak, yeah.
Yeah,
well, no one likes Valhazak though.
I don't either, but that's why when he said it, I was like, "Do you mean the stinky dragon from Worlds?"
Stinky dragon. I'm keeping that one. I'm keeping that one. Oh my god! I've been hit with the stinky.
Side note, I like how C tier is just there unchanged. It's there unchanged because you haven't figured out what to rename it. I just figured it would probably make sense to have something underneath practical use and some thematic use. I mean, that's where we could probably put one that is like barely has practical use or thematic use.
We'll get there. Trust me. Okay. So, I think it'd be safe to assume that goes in some thematic use because I know it's necessary to fight the bad guy, and that's it, right?
But I think that's just because of both of our ignorance here. Because if we're gonna be utilizing this brand new tier that I just threw out there for no reason, I actually need to fix this. Probably just add a new one where it's just like barely used.
I'm looking it up right now, and it seems to have no in-game use.
Which one?
It is in fact the Shield of Flames.
Oh, right. Yep. Why doesn't this work?
Oh, the struggle of using tier maker.
I know. Like, I don't even know why it's justifying to the left. Where, like, none of the other ones have it.
To be quirky, right? You know, as a trait.
Oh my. Okay, that one's fine.
We could have raided every monster, and I could have screamed and yelled about how much I love Valstrax.
Velhazak catching strays for no reason.
I have no idea what that feels like. Nope. Catching strays for no reason? Nope. Not
okay. All right. We created this new tier because clearly the C tier was bothering Emmy, so I've replaced barely has use. So anything that is like either of these by technicality but really not significant, we can just stick here. But you said that it barely has use or has no use.
I think it's got thematic use. It's just as important as the Awakening. Was it Binding Shield? Even if, you know, I imagine most people on this planet like the Awakening Binding Shield more because they played Awakening. You know what I mean? All right, Dave.
Yes.
Would you like to introduce everyone to the Crest of Flames?
The Crest of Flames.
Fire Emblem?
The Fire Emblem, also known as the Crest of Flames. Also known as the Fire Insignia or the Hot Sign.
The Hot Sign. So, tell me, plot-wise, how important do you think this thing is?
Okay, like, maybe... So, I have to go based off of my Golden Deer run, right?
Mm-hmm.
And based off my impression of the Golden Deer run, like, I would say this barely has use.
You're right.
Because, like, I went through the entirety of that game without using the Sword of the Creator more than, like, 2 times. And, sure, you could say it has some thematic use. I'd give it a 1 point. You rally the church under its banner, but did you need to have the Crest of Flames in order to rally people underneath the Crest of Flames?
I agree, because otherwise the Crest of Eltomer would have to be moved up, right?
Yeah.
And also,
Crest Proc definitely saved you at least once, but so does Divine Pulse. So even if the Crest Proc didn't save me, Divine Pulse would.
You know what? You could make the argument. I mean, you can, but it's not true. You could make the argument that Divine Pulse means the Crest of Flames is more useful, but that's
Well,
so
but
not
no,
the crest.
because you don't have Divine Pulse because of the Crest of Flames. Edelgard doesn't have access to Divine Pulse.
Yep, you get it because of Sophis. Now you see, I have taken a quick sec to look at the Crest of Flames effect, and it's the most useful crest. Which is a whole lot of nothing. Let's be so real. This thing is not helping you in game.
I mean,
it's the most useful crest.
we
because
literally
it has its
turned
effect proc.
we literally turned Raphael, who was not designed to be a mage, who was crestless, turned him into a mage, and he still defeated the last boss of the game.
Yep.
Heals you a bit and small
Story-wise,
chance to
it's
negate
supposed to be
counterattacks.
Byleth, but like, who cares?
What's that?
Story-wise, it's supposed to be Byleth, but who cares? It was Byleth and Claude after Claude said how much friendship mattered, and then let himself get almost killed by Nemesis.
Yeah.
He should have died, but Nemesis decided to use his fist that day.
Like, I would say if I didn't just create barely has use, by technicality it has practical use because it gives you the weak soul and the cancel counter
if it procs like every 17 years.
But like it's not necessarily something you count on, I guess.
Nope, not even remotely.
It's just like, oh hey, it that worked, I guess. Most of the time,
I don't have to heal this turn, maybe.
But even then, like most of the time, when the crest of Flames procs, it's like they were already dying, and you only heal half as much as the HP they have remaining. So if it's like if it's on the second hit, then like great, you healed 3 HP because they had 6 HP left.
And then oftentimes in Three Houses, it's kind of a game of extremes. Either they need healing now, or they don't need it at all. You know what I mean? So healing like 5 HP tops isn't going to make a difference.
Thinking about it, Byleth's Creststone would have been the better fee.
I mean, yeah, but Rhea kept that hidden. And also, technically the Creststone is the Fire Emblem too. It's just that, it's not called that.
Mm.
You could make the argument that Three Houses doesn't have a Fire Emblem at all, just because the Crest of Flames is a pun.
Sorry?
You could make the argument that Three Houses has no Fire Emblem because it's called the Crest of Flames, not the Fire Emblem. Compared to every other game where it is called the Fire Emblem.
No,
You want to disagree.
but
I'm right, aren't I?
I know. You're right. You're technically right. But Crest of Flames is just a synonym. So what we discovered is there's nothing that has practical use where the use is actually practical. Well, yeah, except for Infinite Lockpick.
Yeah. Well, Infinite Lockpick and Anti-Dragon Nuke. Why are we ignoring that? Remove all dragon seems pretty good to me, right?
That is fair, yes. So duality, the anti-dragon nuke is the binding shield when it has all the stones, but that's exclusive to FE3 and mystery. In other words, languages, it's literally called the FE, so zip it down it.
It's always me. Emmys, please stop. If you don't stop, I will cry.
Okay. And then let's move to the final and the 13th. Technically, it's not the 13th; it's the 11th. But let's call it the 13th emblem, also known as the Fire Emblem.
All right, so we gotta address the elephants in the room.
Yes.
The only reason Alir is the 13th emblem is because Alir got themselves killed.
Okay.
Plot-wise, this is completely unnecessary.
Okay. Keep going.
So I think it boils down to gameplay. How useful is this version of Alir?
So you're saying it doesn't have thematic use because it only exists because because Alir dies.
It exists to bring Alir back to life,
Mhm.
which the emblems didn't even want to use their miracle on Alir until they were like, oh shit, right?
Could the emblems use the miracle on anyone, or is it something special about Alir that the miracle only works on Alir?
They mentioned using it on Lumera, right? Right before
Okay.
Alir died, right? But I think Ike was like, no, I don't wanna. And I don't understand why he said that. I remember being like, why the fuck not? You know what I mean? And it's like, if they didn't bring back Alir specifically, right?
Mhm.
Everyone would have been fucked. Alir is the only person who can awaken emblems normally, right? Or like not the Fell Dragon way. You know what I mean?
Yes, yes.
But Alir
After
does not need to
Lumera
be
died,
the fire
yes.
emblem to do that. You know what I mean?
Sorry?
But Alir does not need to be the fire emblem to do that.
Yes.
The fire emblem could be anybody. And it
Okay.
also wasn't necessary to beat Sombron.
It was not necessary to beat Sombron, I agree.
Story-wise, I rest my case on the fact that this was an oh fuck, we need to fix this immediate problem that could have been prevented.
You
This is an
forgot
oh
to
fuck
write in the fire emblem. What do we do, guys?
I don't mean like that. I meant like in the story. This isn't oh fuck. We won't beat Sombron if we don't have a leader. I guess you have to make them the fire emblem now.
Oh my god, yeah, and you don't need the fire emblem to defeat Sombron, just like you don't need the Omega Yato to defeat Anankos.
Yep.
But how about the power of friendship? The power of friendship is unfortunately not the fire emblem. If it was,
That is true.
we would say it's absolutely necessary.
It would be the best thing in the entire series. Unfortunately, there's no fire emblem that's ever called Bonds, the fire emblem. So
Onto Engage Plus. How good is that? What is Engage Plus?
do you mean like actually using Emblem Alir? Because I was about to say, how good is that?
That's the thing that being the fire emblem allows you to do, yes. Engage Plus is broken but not needed. I would even argue that Engage Plus is not broken. I think it's like cool in like flashy animations, but even in my maddening run, I never found it to be like, oh, I absolutely need to use this.
I agree. When I was playing Engage in hard mode, so take this with a grain of salt, right?
Mhm.
But I found Alir far more useful engaging with Lucina and being the way for me to make a 3-unit wide dodge tank wall. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Engaging with Alir, right?
Yes.
Was less helpful than turning Alir into my
If you engage
my
with
brick wall.
Alir, does that remove Alir as a unit?
It doesn't. Both the character Alir engaged with and Alir get the effects of the emblem ring.
Okay.
It's just that like you can't. It still drains your engage meter, so,
Mhm.
and you can't engage with any rings that the two characters may have.
Mhm.
So I just found myself being like, I'll just engage with Lucina and whoever I was using on that character instead. That was more helpful.
Yeah, I mean, like, I remember in my playthrough, it was either with like Ivy or Panette, but in either case, like, Panette served a bigger purpose, being engaged with Ike rather than being engaged with Alir. Sounds like the Omega Yato situation. Yeah, that's what I'm leaning
much.
towards too. It does seem like it's an Omega Yato situation.
Yeah, it just seems like
Probably
all of the,
better than the Omega Yato, because there is some argument to be made that it is strong. Like if you used it, it's not necessarily like you're gimping yourself.
yeah.
It's probably just like there's better options. And then I guess in a similar vein, like the Omega Yato, you could just as easily just like keep it in your inventory purely for the stats and use a different weapon.
Yeah.
And then of course Crest of Flames is useless.
Have the, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go. Yeah, I was done.
I was gonna say Emblem Leader does have the advantage of passing on their benefits to another player, another
Yes.
character, right?
Mhm,
Even if you don't want to do it.
I mean, if we're gassing this up, should we move it to have some practical use then? How many
not quite
chapters do you get
sure,
to use this, by the way?
When does Alir die?
Shailene, welcome in.
Chapter like 18?
Also, someone else showed up here, right? King? I missed that part of chat.
I
King
think someone
John,
named
welcome
King John.
in.
I'm looking up Emblem Alir and I don't get zipped right over to What chapter is this?
There's a technicality here.
Chapter
At
22.
least 5 maps.
Chapter 22.
And how many chapters
the
to get to
game has-
use the Omega Yato?
Like 2.
Okay.
It's just the fights with the Nunkos, and then whatever paralogs you have left.
Omega Yato.
With Emblem Alir, you get the chapter right after they die, and then like there's a chapter with Lumera, and then there's the final map, and I'm forgetting whatever is in between those, and then whatever paralogs they're in.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well. Oh yeah, I forgot. One of the maps is one of the maps in question is the one with the like 10-minute long cutscene of Gris and Zephyr coping and seething as they die. But like that's not that has nothing to do with Emblem Alir. I think that's pretty alright, the tier list. Do you think we should modify and rename some parts? It doesn't seem like nothing is absolutely necessary.
Yeah, it really does feel that way. Thanks for stopping by, Shailene. Yeah, I mean, do we need to bump up the binding shield to absolutely necessary, or do we need to just change what these tiers are?
If we interpret the binding shield under the logic of an FE3, you need it for the best ending. It becomes absolutely necessary.
But only for the best ending. It's not like scripted into every ending.
Yeah, you don't need to complete it to beat the game. Granted, I don't think that ending is a particularly good one. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you could make the argument that if Alir dies again, everyone is screwed. You know what I mean?
Everyone is screwed because you wouldn't be able to awaken emblems anymore.
Pretty much. There is a bad ending in Engage, right? If you get a game over.
Is there?
Yeah, there is.
Oh.
And Alir's a game over condition, so you can make that argument.
Also, Alir dies, no more Somniel.
Yeah. The only problem being that, like, again, that's Alir, not not the act of being the 13th emblem.
Yeah. And you do need to go to the final map. But Alir is a lose condition without being the Fire Emblem.
You know, I said it earlier and I'll say it again. You could definitely make an argument for Alir being at the very bottom and the very top. That is very funny.
Oh, man. Oh, but... Okay, so... Are we separating Alir from the ability to turn into the Fire Emblem? Because we made the argument that anyone can be the Fire Emblem.
Well, it's true though. Anyone can be the Fire Emblem.
Oh my
it's just that the
God.
Emblems decided they really didn't like Lumera. Or not even all of them, just Ike.
God damn it, Ike. Why?
Oh, Abe, we're definitely... You know what, Abe? Let's come back to this later. I think I want to do the other funny tier list next, because I think I want to put Ike on blast for that.
Okay. All right. Well, let's wrap up this one first. I think we are based off of our current knowledge. It doesn't seem like any of these emblems are absolutely necessary, but some are, particularly one or two of them is very important, or rather, the same one at different instances is very important. I kind of appreciate that it is like almost like a Gaussian curve. It's very not a very loosely described as a Gaussian curve, where you have ones that are like clearly overwritten to be very important, and then you have on the other end just like completely balanced, like this is useless. This is no way a bell curve. This is too spiky.
I agree. That's a spike.
Listen,
That's
let's
gonna
just
kill
let's
somebody.
take like 10 steps back, and it probably looks like a bell curve.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna be emotionally content with the Crest of Eltomer being bottom one, though. It's a picture. It's an image. Literally, you're in the so I was like, yeah, that's the Fire Emblem. It's like, what makes it the Fire Emblem? The guys that wanted this are fiery.
Okay, so we do have a couple more tier lists that we do want to go into. I think we spent enough time on a silly idea like this.
Mhm.
Clearly it's not perfect, but I think what this is telling us is that like you could definitely make the Fire Emblem far more important, but Insys is too much of a coward to do so, or they're just bad at writing stories, which is also feasible.
I think the stories work without the Fire Emblem being absolutely necessary.
Yeah,
At least in gameplay.
I almost feel like you could have like a Bleach moment where the title of the game could be called Fire Emblem, but it doesn't necessarily have to ever include a Fire Emblem in the game.
True.
I mean, we already have
already
Shadows of
love it.
Valentia, where you have a Fire Emblem game that has 0 Fire Emblems in it.
We gotta sue that game. That has no that's false advertising.
So,
Do you disagree?
that we need to sue them?
Yeah, like how am I gonna play a Fire Emblem without any Fire Emblem? They should have at least called it Falchion. You know what I
The
mean?
Falchion?
Just Falchion.
Just Falchion. Are you telling me that people in Bleach don't have access to Bleach for cleaning? Ads, why? Yeah, I need to roll some ads, so before we move on to the next tier list, we can take a quick break.
Okay.
Crest of Flame 3 houses.
Yeah, exactly. Think about it.
Alright, we'll be back. No worries. Hello. We're back.
We're back. Hello.
Hello. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and move on to an actual Fire Emblem game tier list.
Except for Shadows, but don't tell anyone that.
Oh yeah, this only goes up to 2025. When did Shadows come out?
Like 2025? I don't remember.
Anyways, Shadows is not on the list.
We don't need Shadows.
We have minor opinions on FE7 and 8, and also Hopes if that's on there. Hopes is on this list.
Yeah, 3 Hopes is on this list.
We got.
I didn't make this tier list.
Yeah,
so.
this one. Donut didn't make this tier list. Donut did make the last one. At like 2 a.m. too.
I apparently do my best work when it's really late at night.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know where you're seeing all these letter tiers. These letter tiers don't exist.
Emmy is not here to discuss his feelings about Fire Emblem games. He is here to kill innocence.
If you want to follow along or make your own tier list, here's a link to the one we're using. So we have in order FE1, FE2. I'm just gonna be calling them numbers. FE3, FE4, FE5, 6, 7, 8. Path of Radiance, Radiant Dawn, Shadow Dragon, New Mystery of the Emblem, Awakening, Birthright, and Conquest, and Revelations. Back to TMS FE. Warriors, the first one. Actually, no, we skipped Heroes.
Oh, Heroes is there.
Heroes is there. Echoes again. 3 Houses, 3 Hopes, Engage, and so on. I'm here to slander Donut and probs seem annoying to some. So this one we did put a little bit more thought into as far as the tiers go. It's still not perfect. It's probably going to be flawed here and there, but going from top to bottom, we have Meant Something to Me, a great game, flawed but enjoyable, not for me, and then kind of just throwaway tiers for titles that I have not played enough to have a significant opinion on, or ones that I've never played. And so I guess if we can start from the ones that I've never played, that kind of filters out a lot of the Fire Emblem games. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And then 6 is in not enough to have an opinion, right?
Yes, but before we get there, I'm gonna put New Mystery here. Is there anything else?
You played Shadow Dragon?
I did play. I probably played like 2 chapters of Shadow Dragon.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, by technicality, I have played FE6. My first time playing FE6 was in Iron Man hard mode, and that made me stop playing it. So at some point, I need to come back to this. No unredeemable garbage tier. You guys lack hatred in your hearts. To be fair, I'm the one who made the tiers here. I'm sure Donut, if he wanted to, could put unredeemable garbage tier.
I feel like I'm less likely to put unredeemable garbage than you
I
are.
I know. Let's see. And then I'll put Shadow Dragons here for not played enough to have an opinion. Let's see. And then I think I would put Warriors here too. But maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. So I have not played Fire Emblem 1. I've not played 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. Or New Mystery. So basically I haven't played any of the Fire Emblem games that have not had a practical Western release. I know FE1 did technically have a Western release, but that is locked behind a paywall that is a Nintendo subscription, right?
I think you just have to buy that game straight up for $10. I don't think you can actually like they didn't release that version of the game on NES, I think, which is worse.
Zoar, thank you for the community hydrate, and please take a sip of water.
Oh, by the way, don't worry, Fangs. We're not going to shoot Fates in the face. Don't worry.
Okay. Welcome in, Zoar.
All right, let's begin. Let's begin the job interview, Ave.
Yeah, I was just thinking about you just need a Switch 2 with a Nintendo subscription in Japan to play basically all of them.
Yep.
That's totally accessible.
All of Japanese.
Okay. So we are coincidentally starting with my very first ever Fire Emblem, which is Fire Emblem 7. And I think that kind of just by default puts it at meant something to me, because this is like everyone remembers their very first Fire Emblem.
And you never forget your first. That is
you never really forget your first. White bread Effie. Like, there's context here, Emmy, because depending, like, it is by definition white bread Effie, but if you put it in the perspective of white bread was the only bread that ever existed, then it's gonna be fucking good. The white bread be good.
I'll be the first person to say it, okay?
Right? Like,
As
like when I played like FE7, there was no other FE.
That is true.
So more breads exist. No other breads existed when I played FE7. That's the point I was trying to make. So,
I'm gonna admit, I expected to be I expected to oppose you more than I am right now, right? But I'm gonna be the first person to say it. Have you considered that white bread just tastes good?
Yeah.
Like,
white
just
bread,
because it's common does not make it bad.
Yeah.
On top of that, right? I consider the following. FE7 is only considered generic FE because it spent a lot of time being presented as the gold standard for the franchise. This game is not bland. It's just what everyone kept glazing for several years. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I can tell you right now that you pick an FE that has games that copy it a bunch, right? Or have similar mechanics to it a bunch, and you're gonna find white bread FE, no problem. You know what I mean? If, let's say, you only played Awakening and then all three of the versions of Fates, you're gonna consider Awakening the white bread. You know what I mean?
Yes.
If you literally only played Three Houses, that's gonna be a lot of us. That's probably a lot of us right now, right?
Yes.
It's gonna be your version of white bread FE. You know what I mean? Well, the only white bread FE in existence, all things considered, is FE1, and I don't think any of us want to talk about that.
No.
So I'm not saying this saying bad. It's just that there's better. Okay, yeah, FE7 is not my favorite either, but like
Yeah, I mean, in retrospect, it's like when I first played this, it was, the thing that got me into the series. And so I mean, I guess what I should have done first before we even started all this is kind of just explain the different tiers. And so the context behind meant something to me is it's more in reference to a post I once saw a couple weeks ago, and I don't remember the exact context, whether it's like Fire Emblem specifically or really any kind of fandom. And the post was arguing that, like, rather than asking someone what is their favorite FE or what they consider to be the best FE, and then creating this sort of situation where you're going to get opinions or opposition to what you're whatever FE game you end up saying is either your favorite or what you consider to be the best. Another way a better way to ask that question is, which Fire Emblem game meant something to you? And the the implication here is that, you know, you're asking someone not necessarily what they think is the best FE game is in their opinion, but like ask them, like, it could be an FE game that you don't consider to be particularly good, or a game that, you know, isn't what is the best in the series, but one that you had a particularly memorable experience with, whether it's positive or negative or endearing or whatever. And using that as the criteria, you're essentially able to tell a deeper story than just, you know, Three Houses is the best FE game ever because here's some sales statistics, right? And like, sure, someone could make that argument, but then do you really get anything out of value from, you know, being shown a statistic? Not really.
I'm sure sales statistics would be fantastic for saying every game that predates Awakening was awful.
Mm-hmm.
That's where my train of thought stopped. I don't know what else to say.
Okay, so with that context in mind, anything that ends up in the meant something to me tier doesn't necessarily mean that, oh, I think this is the best Fire Emblem and everyone should play it. It's more my experience with this particular Fire Emblem left a lasting impression on me, and here's why, or here's the context for it. And so with, you know, FE7 Blazing Sword, it was the very first Fire Emblem I ever played. It was the only Fire Emblem that ever existed. So the whole white bread argument, you know, falls apart because there's nothing else to compare it to. It was just a game that, you know, was the only one of its kind in North America, and it was good. It was pleasant, you know. It was just its own package, and there was nothing to compare. There was no other Fire Emblems to compare it against. And so
speaking of comparing, sorry. I was gonna say,
and then you know, specific to my experience with this game was just, you know, just playing it over and over and over and over again. You know, I brought it up plenty of times before, where being like the youngest of three siblings, right? It was, you know, quote unquote, it was never my turn on the Xbox, right? Or never my turn on the PlayStation, or never my turn on the GameCube 64 or whatever. And so I was constantly relegated to the portables, because the portables is just like, my brothers never really cared about it. You know, they got it, but then they outgrew them. And so the portables, the Game Boys, the Game Boy Advances, the PSPs, the even the Vita at some point, you know, those were hand-me-downs to me because I was young to the point where I never could afford a console. I think my very first console that I paid with my own money was the Nintendo Switch when I was in college. So prior to that, it was always, you know, my brother's console, and whenever, you know, they would be using it, so I'd never be able to. And so the GBA FEs is something that I spent a lot of my, you know, what's the word? Like most of my childhood actually playing and being engaged with. And so not just FE in general, but also just like the handhelds and the Game Boy environments is what I have a sort of closer
Time for you to get some shut-eye.
interaction with, affinity for, something like that.
yeah, the word for that is lost on me.
Yeah. Graham, thank you so much for the raid.
I can't believe it. We're being raided while we're talking about Fire Emblem.
I know.
We gotta be careful. Should I reserve my opinions on FE7 for later?
Let me see if I have anything else to say about FE7, but you don't have to reserve for later. Because this isn't a thing where like you're going to change my mind about what my experience with FE, but I'm curious to know like what your thoughts, like what your own experience was. So
okay, fair enough.
And then moving on to just like the game itself, obviously it's not perfect in a lot of ways. I thought it was like all around fine. I think it's, I can't remember the last time I played FE7 was when I did my hard mode Hector run.
How long ago was that?
That was, I think, 2022 or 2023. So
That was a while ago. Oh my God.
long before I met most of you guys. Yeah. I think I still have that playlist on YouTube actually. So if anyone wants to relive the experience of me doing Hector hard mode, it's on YouTube.
It's a backseat Abe from 3 years ago. My favorite.
And I remember like not liking status stabs ever.
Who does? That makes me so real.
Yeah, but I mean, I think overall, like, desert maps still suck. There's maps where like it's like an indoor casa map and it's just a giant spiral, and so it takes like an eternity to get through. So like there were some maps that I was just like really soured toward. But it's also hard to kind of like judge your experience with the game based off of the hardest difficulty, but also a challenge run where I'm inflicting self imposed rules, right? So I'm also trying not to be too harsh on it, because it's like, you know, I had a, like, assuming I had a miserable time with Hector hard mode, that's because I put self-imposed rules on me, not because the game is poorly designed. It's just that status stabs are really bad and they can really screw with you.
The agony of status stabs.
But yeah, I don't really have any other stories to share about FE7 besides that.
Was it If I May, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, go ahead.
FE7 is one of the Fire Emblem games I played during my big old Fire Emblem marathon, where I tried to play the games backwards, right?
Okay.
Backwards in order of release, with some exceptions, right? FE7 is one such exception, actually. I played this game before FE6, since I knew it was a prequel.
Mm-hmm.
I like FE7. Shocking donut opinion. You're gonna hear I like blank a lot, right?
Yes.
But was it, considering that I was a far more active lurker in the FE community when I was marathoning FE games, right?
Okay.
I'm very intimate with how much people were talking about this game as the gold standard for the franchise, right?
Lurker where? Where were you lurking?
YouTube and Twitter.
YouTube and Twitter. Okay. Not the Reddit, or not like
Not
forums
Reddit.
either. Okay.
Not Reddit or forums, right?
Gotcha.
Which makes a lot of sense. A lot of FE tubers at that point in time grew up with FE7. You know what I mean?
Yes, and most of that interactions with other FE players was not on Twitter or YouTube. It was across like forums. I remember the forums growing up.
Oh my gosh, I would love to hear stories about the forums, right?
I mean, it's not that interesting. It's the same stuff you could probably like still Google today on what do they call them again? It's not important.
No figures. So besides Senri, right? And Senri was the kind of FE fan you'd expect for someone my age. Like, started with Awakening, right? Loves supports, plays the games on a lower difficulty for the supports, right?
Yes.
And I remember when I was, I guess that was like what, 4 years ago, at least.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember, right?
Mm-hmm.
I remember being molding, because I was like, there doesn't seem to be a person who only who cares about both together, just one or the other, right?
Yes.
But that's a different bag of beans for something else, right?
Yeah.
My experience with FE7 was as simple as it can get. I liked the game. I didn't think this game was uniquely better than the rest. You know what I mean?
I agree.
I have gained new wisdom recently, right? And I will say that even if you can admit that there are things about the game you don't like, you should never be ashamed to just say I fucking love this game. You know what I mean?
Yes, agreed.
It is a little tiring hearing someone be like, I like this game, but actually it's critically flawed, and actually it's kind of bad, but I love this game, you know? It's like, no, if you like the game, just say you do.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
For sure.
That being said, though, about FE7's gameplay, I don't know what to say. It's GBA FE. It's as simple as it gets, right?
Yeah,
It is
and there's
a little easy, but that's expected. I was playing on Ellie with normal.
Is it a little easy because you've played other FEs?
No, this is my first GBA FE.
But you
so I
said
had
you
the
played
hardest
it.
time getting used to it.
But you played. Was this your first ever FE?
FE7?
Yes.
Technically, it was my second.
Okay, so you have played other FEs before getting into Fire
Yeah.
Emblem 7. Okay.
If I want to be extra, the play order up to FE7 was Awakening, some of FE7, Three Houses, Shadows of Valentia, or no, Three Houses, specifically Birthright, then Shadows of Valentia, then some of Shadow Dragon, then FE7. Weird ass play order, I know. But what was it? By the time I played FE7 properly the second time, right? I had enough experience for the game to be a little easy. Just that when I played it for the first time, I had like no attention span. I did not
Okay.
like being made to wait.
Okay.
But yeah, I think FE7 is a little easy. That's not a bad thing, right?
Yes, I agree.
Like not at all.
Yeah.
I guess most of my misgivings to FE7 is actually because of its story, right? Most of it because I'm a much bigger fan of FE6 now than I was when I, played FE7 for the first time. Who'd have thought, right? That being said, though, I remember telling this to Kage. If there was an FE game that I loved using the weapons in, the legendary weapons in, it was FE7, ignoring the fact that they suck. Like ignoring that part, right? I can tell you right now that the highlight of my FE7 playthrough was using Armads on Hector, specifically Hector, because it wasn't good on Eliwood and it wasn't good on Lyn, right? And then Oriola with Athos, because of the music and the new animations, and I was like, this is so fucking cool.
yes. There's a lot of art that goes into FE. So like while it is simple as you described, there's a lot of things in it that I feel like in its simplicity is where it creates a sort of environment where the devs can really show a lot of the love and care of their game. And because it's like you expect it to be simple, but then you have stuff like unique crit animations, and unique crit animations is something that doesn't exist in modern FE anymore. Right, and then also you have the unique spell animations and unique weapon animations.
If I may be that guy for a sec, right?
Yeah.
I think unique animations still exist in newer FE games. They're not as flashy, right? Since they're made with 3D models, but like, they exist.
They exist in Engage, but not for Three Houses.
Oh no, they exist in Three Houses, just not impressive.
Okay, fair. I mean, like, it's
and same thing applies to Awakening Fates and SOV. Well, SOV not so much, because I think SOV's attack animations are incredible.
SOV's
right?
attack animations are incredible, yes.
But they're just not that impressive looking, because, big shocker, Insys wasn't that experienced with animating 3D models that look like people when they were doing like the earlier 3D games compared to now. You know what I mean? And also, again, right, they animated those 2D animations in 60 FPS and they look incredible, right? So they'll stick out a lot more than, say, like Three Houses is I hit you with my sword twice, sword massacre animation.
Or Claude's, instead of one arrow, I'll shoot 3 arrows at you.
I'll shoot a volley of, not even a volley, just I'll shoot 3 arrows in rapid succession.
Yeah, that's fair.
I have one more question actually, right?
I
figure it's probably better to not say this for FE6, right? Even if we talk about it or not.
Yep.
I remember you saying that you don't mind story that much in an FE game, right? But I am curious, how do you feel about FE7 story?
From what I remember about it, I just find it to be like unoffensive. It's not like it's not like a mind-opening like JRPG or something, right? Not even to say that like JRPGs are the gold standards for well-written stories either, because there's plenty of like poorly written JRPGs.
You want to play Dark Deity?
But I mean, I probably played Fire Emblem 7 when I was like 11 years old. So it's not like I was privy to mind-blowing stories to begin with.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't go into many Fire Emblem games expecting to have my mind blown. You know what I mean?
I don't think I've ever like there's a distinction to be made. Actually, I don't want to get into that. Actually, it's probably not even a good argument.
Fair enough.
I think I've just not expected to, like, I don't play Fire Emblem for the story. I've always played Fire Emblem for the gameplay. That's why I don't like read the synopsis into like what the story is or what the plot is. I'm just like, I'm curious to see how well it plays, because I feel like I spend more time. I mean, because you guys know how long it takes me to get through a Fire Emblem game, like at least 100, like at least 100 hours. What percentage of that time is me playing the game versus listening to a cutscene or, you know, getting immersed into a story?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm going to be like, I need the Fire Emblem game to be fun to play in order for me to get through a 100-hour game. If the game if it has like a phenomenal story, but the gameplay is shit, and I'm spending 80% of my time on that game on the gameplay, it's going to be frustrating if I have to get through a slog of the longest portion of the game to get to the interesting story bits sprinkled across it. And I feel like Fire Emblem was never designed to be a well-written story anyways. Maybe that is a hot take, but I feel like it's hard to tell a story on a chessboard versus like more flexible and free-form JRPG.
That makes sense. Now allow me to be a contrarian.
Go ahead.
I agree with you, actually. I do want to present this argument, though. Fire Emblem games dedicate a lot of time to their stories.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
That being said, though, right? For me, right? Hold on, I need to articulate this properly.
Go ahead.
Since I don't come into Fire Emblem expecting, like, the kind of shit that would, like, actually leave you upset for several days because of how well it was done. Like, I don't know, Nier Automata, right?
Mm-hmm.
I remember my friend playing that game straight up refused to play the game anymore after that one part. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I don't expect that from an FE game, right?
Mm-hmm.
But for me, I'm just interested in seeing how was it how the conflict develops and how the characters react to it, and I'm content with just that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have a simple, like, I guess, basic litmus test. If you can make me think of the character like a person for a split second, then I'm invested, and then I'm like, all right, you seem to be at least a decent story. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think
that's not universal though.
Universal to Fire Emblem games or universal to all games?
Like, in general, like, you can't just rate a piece of fiction based on whether or not you were invested, since if it doesn't appeal to you, you won't be invested regardless. You know what I mean?
Yeah, fair. Yeah.
So I do care about the story enough for it to significantly affect my opinion of the game, right?
Okay.
But at the same time, I agree with you. If the gameplay is agonizing, then I'm not gonna beat it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But at the same time, you expect me to read all this text. I'm gonna read it. I better be invested.
Yeah, and that's fair. I don't think any Fire Emblem game has such terrible story that I have to put it down. Like using your friend's example, right? Like, not that Nier Automata story was bad, but their reaction to, they seem to have had a negative reaction to it, such that they had to put it down, right?
Was it? He didn't think it was bad writing. It just, he was that devastated. You know what I mean?
That's fair. Yeah. I don't think I've played any Fire Emblem game where the story was like, wow, this is so stupid, I need to shut this thing off.
I'd be surprised if someone did.
I remember seeing plenty of those comments about Engage.
we're seeing plenty of those comments about Fates. Ultimately, I mean, we'll get to those games when we get to them, right?
Yes.
Because I do think, you know, when we get to Fates and Engage, I can finally talk about that book. It was that class I had and the book I read that made me go like, whoa, my mind has been expanded, right? But was it? Yeah, I don't think there's a single Fire Emblem game with gameplay so bad or a story so awful that I'm just sitting here like, this is awful. I'm not gonna play this again. Worst case scenario, right? With FE7, I just knew I needed to come back later.
Yes.
And with Shadow Dragon, I also knew I had to come back later because I just wasn't. Okay, so Shadow Dragon might be the games I like the least, but still. You know what I mean? I did beat it, and I did reinvest in it afterwards. It seems I just like my Fire Emblem games a little complex, I guess. All right then. So, tell me, how do you prefer your stones? Do you prefer them sacred?
No, I prefer them chewy.
I see. So tell me about Fire Emblem the Chewy Stones.
Okay. I don't want to. Sacred Stones was my second ever Fire Emblem game, which I think is, for someone in my age, I think this is just, and this ends up being chronological order for the most part. Obviously, immediately after this, that pattern changes, but I think there is an important context here for someone who has been around as long as the NA releases of Fire Emblem. It's not like I came into this in, the mid 2015s, discovered Awakening, and then went backwards. I've been playing Fire Emblem as they came out in release order for the most part. Seraph, welcome in.
Ooh, another raid.
Seraph, how was Dad Simulator? Space Dad Simulator. Mata is amazing. That's really cool. You're loving it. I'm glad to hear it.
Can it run on normal PCs?
Oh yeah, it is RE Engine, right? And it's not an open world. It's RE Engine and it's not open world. Does it run well on all PCs? I mean, you can run Wilds, right? So you must be able to run Pragmata.
It would be hilarious if Pragmata didn't run properly on a PC that could run Wilds.
Well, I'm glad you had a good time with it, Seraph. We are currently in the middle of an FE tier list. We've gone through one title that I've played so far. We only just moved on to the second one.
I'm not doing a good enough job manipulating Ave. I'm just affirming Ave's perspective.
And so far, like we've just to regroup, right? I pre-populated the FEs that I've never played before, which is primarily all the ones that only had JP releases, no official NA releases, and then I populated a couple that I've played a little bit, but not enough to have an opinion. And I talked about how I more or less played the Fire Emblem games in chronological order from release date because I've been around since they were released, as opposed to some people who might have come in during like when Awakening was released or when Three Houses was released and then worked their way backwards. You know what I mean? And so there's I have a very different connection to these games, different context to these games compared to people who came in later. In a way, my experience with Fire Emblem games in general is more of like an iterative experience, using that white bread example before, where Fire Emblem 7 was the white bread, but also it was white bread in a time where there was only white bread. There was no other kind of bread or baked good in existence when I played Fire Emblem 7. And then when Sacred Stones came out and I played Sacred Stones, it was like getting white bread with sesame seeds on it or something. As a tiny sprinkling of extra thing. FE8, Sacred Stone, is very much the same as FE7. The only memorable differences between FE7 and FE8 was like trainee units were pretty cool in the sense that you got them early, unlike Nina, who you get very late.
Or Est.
Or
Or was it or Est or Est in every game she's in, I think. I'm missing a bunch.
So like
I guess you get Mozu and Donald pretty early, but they suck way more.
So you could
They're
make
way worse.
you could make the argument that like training units were more viable. Technically trainees aren't S, they're growth units. In Sacred Stones more so than probably any other game.
That is true.
But like I don't, and then I also don't want to end up putting like every single one of these titles in the meant something to me bar or tier, because you know they're all nostalgic. I don't want nostalgia to be the only criteria for something that it meant to me.
So how about we put Three Houses in meant something to me, and then everything else in not for me, you know?
No. And so Sacred Stones, I think, is you know, it's definitely a game that I would replay, and if anyone ever asked me to play it again, I would totally replay it, just because like I'm just waiting for Three Houses to be placed in the meant something to me category. So anyways, moving on. I feel like Sacred Stones is somewhere between like flawed but enjoyable and great game to me. I think the story, I mean, it's hard for me to really say anything about the story in any Fire Emblem game unless it was like super recent for me. And so I don't know, maybe I'm totally wrong in saying that like I thought the Sacred Stone story is weaker than FE7, or maybe it was just like less relatable. I don't know. But as far as like gameplay goes, like the Tower of Valny is a nice addition just to have something for like it's a nice option to have in a Fire Emblem game, just to feel like, you know, everyone comes in with different skills and play styles, so having a way to just grind EXP to overcome obstacles just as an option rather than as a necessity, because a necessity is something we'll get into later, especially once we get closer to Three Houses, right? Where, you know, you can play the entirety of Sacred Stones without ever using the Tower of Valny, and that's totally fine. But if you're someone who needs it because you're just not as engaged in the mechanics of the game, you're not as familiar, or maybe you just love seeing big numbers and you know, what's the word, like bulldozing through every mission, right? It's available to you to use. And so I think it's good. I would like, and then going back, like I would probably rate it somewhere between great game and flawed but enjoyable. Or maybe you just want to funnel Amelia to Paladin ASAP, which is, you know, something that is arguably the better option for Amelia. But I think the beauty of Sacred Stones is that even if you were to turn Amelia into a general, she'd be a very fragile general, but she'd be the fastest general in the world. And it is so funny to see generals double people.
That is true.
And also all the general crit animations are peak.
I agree. The fact that they attach their weapons to chains goes so hard. I'm only mad that the chain doesn't appear for the ranged weapons.
Yes.
If I may, right?
Yes, go ahead.
I like Sacred Stones more than FE7, right?
Okay.
Granted, I guess I should be the first person to say that Abe, I'm so sorry. FE7 is my least favorite GBA FE.
That's fine.
Right?
That's totally fine.
I mean, we're comparing apples to oranges here, right?
Yes.
I do think if I called FE7 easy, even though I played only on Elliewood normal mode, I gotta say FE8 is way easier.
Yes.
I played that game on hard mode. Right?
Yes.
But difficulty is not quality. You know what I mean? I do think a good chunk of my enjoyment of FE8 came from the fact that I am a big fan of Ephraim and Leon's dynamic. I find Ephraim's route at least narratively, more interesting than with Erica. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I like the idea of because we got a lot of possession in Fire Emblem, that's for sure, right? And having a character get mostly manipulated instead of just straight up booted out of their body, right, is very interesting, especially because of how much it fucks up Efron, right? This isn't the apex of storytelling, but I do like that dynamic. I think out of all the characters that get possessed, Leon is my favorite. Also, I'm biased. I love dark mages.
Is that why you like Peleus?
Absolutely. I could. Hey, don't make me glaze Peleus. Don't make me do it.
Oh my god! You absolutely gaslit me on Peleus.
It's not my fault.
And
they
I don't
locked all of the cool shit about Peleus behind a second playthrough. I'm gonna glaze Peleus. I've decided.
Well, let's wait until we get there. But
I know.
My sneak peek into Radiant Dawn is I was totally gaslit on my impression of Peleus because of you, Donut.
Again, it's not my fault they did that.
Anyways, I don't
know. Besides that, everything about Sacred Stones I could say applies to FE7.
I think what I didn't like about Sacred Stones is, and I have this problem with Shadows of Valentia too. I don't like overworld skirmishes. Do you know what I mean?
Do you have to do skirmishes to progress through the game naturally?
It's no. But it's a situation where, like, just like in Shadows of Valentia, like, you move on the map by like the strings, and this is Awakening too, right? And like some of these nodes just have enemies on it.
Oh, so you have to fight them to pass through them.
I believe so. I don't think they're optional. Or maybe it's like you can't interact with the node if there's an enemy on it or something.
Yeah.
Awakening allows you to confirm the skirmishes, but does it block your access to the shops if there's a skirmish on top of that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's something I don't like in general.
Yeah, that makes sense.
At the
even
same
worse if you have both Anna and a skirmish there, because you have to save Anna in order to access.
Oh
that
yeah,
advantage
that's right.
But that's an Awakening thing.
Yeah,
not a Sacred Stones thing.
But yeah, it's a minor detail, but it's something that it comes up in other FE games, and it's something that I've never been a huge fan of.
All right, so tell me, Ave. How was do you believe the path was radiant?
Let me think. The path was, and this is my experience of Talius in general. I think the path was quite murky, not radiant. Or if it is radiant, it was blinding. In the sense that, and you and I have talked about this before, and anyone who's been part of the journey of my Talius series journey knows my crash outs, my constant frustrations with this game. In that it explains absolutely nothing to the player at all. It's just so disrespectful to the player and the player's time. Where you almost, in order to have a good experience with this game, you almost have to read a guide. Because the game itself explains very little to almost nothing at all about any of the mechanics. You just have to know it. And I think the people who do enjoy this game and rate it highly are people who have dedicated hundreds of hours into dissecting this game. I find it rare. I would be surprised to find someone who played Path of Radiance, played Radiant Dawn, went in blind and said, wow, this game was fantastic. I enjoyed every minute of it.
Ave, I hate to tell you this. I was one of those people. Granted, I did know about the Black Knight ahead of time. What did I know ahead of time? I knew about the Black Knight in chapter 11. I didn't know what triggered him. I got lucky there. Since I think what triggers the Black Knight is attacking the boss.
No, you just have to get close enough to the boss, I think. I don't know if it's necessarily attacking the boss.
Well, whatever happened, I did manage to save, because Zyhark was the only character close enough to him for that to be a problem. And Zyhark barely survived, and I do mean barely. He was a single turn from death. And then besides that, I also knew about the problem with bonus EXP only giving 3 stats, so I used it sparingly. I really don't like the fact that they did that to bonus EXP. They took a really interesting mechanic that I actually quite liked, right?
Yes.
And gave it an Achilles heel so big, it does actually hurt your units if you rely on it too much.
Yes. Which is
Even
not
for
explained at
environment
all.
Like lower growths. Yeah, which is not told to you.
It's not even told to you. So you get punished for doing a thing which you would imagine it was, a boon, a nice addition, only to have it screw you over if you used it as intended. Right?
Try to give your goat enough stats, and you're like, oh, what do you mean the maximum I can get is 3?
Either
right?
it's your goat or it's like catch-up experience,
Yeah.
Because I also feel like the average FE player is not hyper funneling their goat, which is what
That
you
is true.
should be doing in the Telia series. You should have 10 units that you use and only use those 10 units, not spread out all the experience around, because they take units from you every other chapter and you never really know who sticks around until the very end.
That would be Radiant Dawn instead of Path of Radiance. Though.
That is
Path
fair.
of Radiance is pretty consistent with its and by pretty consistent, I mean they don't take any units from you.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
I think. Well, I mean, my perspective on Tellius is much more positive than yours, right? I think Tellius and Radiant Dawn are just middle of the road gameplay wise.
Tellius and Radiant Dawn are middle
I
of
say
the
Tellius
road.
and Radiant Dawn, just both of them.
Yeah.
Just both Tellius games are middle
Maybe
of the
just
road.
me, but I've never seen FE as a use everyone sort of series.
I agree. I just think it's more pronounced in Radiant Dawn.
I think it's more pronounced in Radiant Dawn. Even games like Awakening deployment slots will still limit you.
I agree. Emmy is right.
Emmy is
Though
right.
I still double down on the whole it's more pronounced in Radiant Dawn thing, since you don't know who, if you don't play knowing ahead of time, you don't know who will be usable and when, and you do need to make sure that the characters you want to use are strong enough.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, even thinking back to my own experience playing Path of Radiance, one of the biggest mistakes I did was, we got Alencia in Path of Radiance, and she comes in at level 1, and I'm like, huh, wouldn't it be cool to level her up to the same level as everyone else if she's a forced deploy? What I think she was a forced deploy in Path of in some chapters. I don't remember if she was, but I remember wanting to use her, and then after funneling all of my available battle EXP that I saved up until that point, she was completely useless.
Yeah, Alencia is remarkably bad in Path of Radiance.
Yes.
Or, I mean, she has staff utility, so she can't be that bad, but, she has the Micaiah problem.
Mm-hmm. And I made I made that mistake even as an experienced Fire Emblem player. It's just me not knowing the intricacies of the Telia series because it's not explained to you.
Yeah.
Clearly. Especially the maximum 3 stat issue.
I wonder why they even put that in the first place.
Mm.
I'm
But,
guessing they thought that people funneling their characters through bonus EXP wouldn't incentivize actually using the units. But
Mhm.
even then, all right. You have any other thoughts on Radiant Dawn? Path of Radiance, I mean?
I think comparatively, I probably did enjoy Path of Radiance. Overall, I think I enjoyed Path of Radiance more than I did Radiant Dawn. I think, having a smaller cast, is that right? Path of Radiance had a smaller cast?
Path of Radiance had a smaller cast. Radiant Dawn took the everyone is here approach by the time you got to
Yeah,
part 4.
and I think it's that situation where it's a smaller cast and you spend more time with this cast, such that you're growing alongside the Grail mercenaries throughout the entirety of Path of Radiance. And I felt like Radiant Dawn just jumped around way too much, and it was unexpected when you would do the hops, because I almost felt okay, maybe it's based off of act 1 you do Dawn Brigade, act 2 you do Ike's mercenaries, but then after a point it just doesn't follow that pattern at all. And it's like you do one chapter, oh, it's Dawn Brigade. You do another chapter, oh, it's Ike's Mercenaries.
Yeah, part 3.
And so it's hard to
at least 3 times.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things about Fire Emblem is being able to predict and plan out like how you're going to play this game. And I felt like it was a very frustrating experience for me in Radiant Dawn because I couldn't do that. Mm-hmm. It'd be situations like, oh great, you know, this character has the hammer. I'm going to keep, you know, the hammer on this unit. Next chapter, oh, the unit's gone and a hammer is still on them and you have no access to it. And this entire map is full of knights. You know, yeah. like why didn't you give the hammer to Har, who happens to be present in both teams for some reason?
Yeah.
Like, how was I supposed to do that?
I understand how you feel.
Whereas, you know, Path of Radiance, and you know, other FEs prior to the Sacred Stones and FE7, like, because your team stays with you the entire time, it's like it's not punishing if you just so happen to have left your Horse Slayer on a character or your hammer on another character, because you can just rearrange it again in the battle prep screen before you start the next chapter. But like, you really can't play Radiant Dawn as you would other Fire Emblem games because it just completely skews your expectations. Again, unless you knew exactly what was going to happen.
Yeah. Do I even make the joke like, oh, do you think your Dawn was Radiant? Because we're already talking about Radiant Dawn.
Go ahead.
Okay. Do I want to start with the negative stuff or the positive stuff of Radiant Dawn?
I think I've already been talking about a lot of the stuff in Radiant Dawn already. I think, I mean, just to round things up at Path of Radiance, I think it was fine. I found it to be flawed but enjoyable, just because there was definitely a lot of frustrations with it. But I think nothing as egregious as my experience of Radiant Dawn, where like I felt like I was like, everything that I knew about Fire Emblem went completely out the window when I was playing Radiant Dawn.
I see. Let me think here.
Yeah.
Radiant Dawn is one of 2 special Fire Emblem games that I played. Mm-hmm. I feel like you're probably going to guess the other one if I say this, right? But this is the game I went into being told one thing. This game is awful. You know what I mean?
I've never been told Radiant Dawn was awful. I knew Radiant Dawn didn't sell well, in that, like, context-wise, Radiant Dawn did so poorly that Fire Emblem was probably close to never being a series ever again.
I think Radiant Dawn and Shadow Dragon, and I guess technically Mystery of the Emblem, New Mystery of the Emblem, but that game did come out in the US, or I guess in the NTSC regions, I should say, right? So like, yeah, Radiant Dawn not doing well probably did nuke Nintendo's faith in FE, since Radiant Dawn is, in my humble opinion, the most ambitious Fire Emblem game they ever made. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You can tell, not that makes the game like uniquely better than the rest, right? Because ambition is not a marker of quality.
Yes.
Now, let me get the positive things out of the way, because I think that'll help me explain my negative feelings about this game, right?
Yes.
This game has my favorite story. Or if it doesn't, it's definitely number 2.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair.
I straight up had nothing but fun learning about this game's lore. I was pretty good with Path of Radiance's story, but I straight up adore Radiant Dawn's. You know what I mean?
And was it the lore as in what was encompassed within the game itself, or a lore that you picked up outside of the game?
Both, like, the lore that I picked up inside of the game, the concepts it explored, and then the actual plot progression, since this game does something I prefer Fire Emblems do, which is have the characters go through the stuff in the game rather than have their backstories inform their actions. You know what I mean? Exceptions apply, of course, right? Of course, now I have to talk about the bad thing. There's a significant chunk of great shit in Radiant Dawn that you only get if you play the game a second time or have a save file for Path of Radiance.
Yes.
Why? Why would you do this?
I don't know. And that ties back
was
to
it?
like why I thought Peleus was a poorly written character, because he was just constantly flip-flopping between being like a completely useless idiot to okay, now he's starting to grow into his role as a leader and becoming more charismatic, only to fall back to being a completely useless idiot.
Was it?
And of course, never being able to use it. So like he never had his redemption arc, in my opinion.
You see, Peleus is an interesting character, right? He's definitely a very polarizing character, right?
Mhm.
I'm just learning that everything I like is polarizing for some reason, right? Okay, so how much do you know about the Radiant Dawn extended script? I wish I was joking.
No, not much at all. I played this game once and I had such a frustrating experience with it. I even told my wife that like I probably won't play Radiant Dawn ever. My wife loves Tellius. It is her favorite setting ever.
I agree. Or I guess we'll get to it.
Both in terms of story and gameplay.
I think I lean towards more perspective for Radiant Dawn's gameplay. I am strictly middle of the road. We can get to the gameplay momentarily, right? But
What's that?
Let me think
Okay.
here. Oh,
But as far as the whole package goes,
as far as the whole package goes, I like the game a lot. It
Yes,
was
yeah,
my
yeah.
favorite game in the series, right?
Mhm.
I wonder what game replaced it. But was it? But was it? You see, the extended script was the Japanese version of the game has a simple script for easy mode and an extended one for hard mode.
I think I
right?
remember you telling me about this, or someone told me this when I was playing Radiant Dawn. Yes.
You see, the extended script isn't necessarily strictly better, but it does take important things, especially plot points people don't like, and make them make a lot more sense. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because the extended script would have characters just say what's going on, right? And then, what was it? The extended script would have characters actually talk about their feelings, for example. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
As a basic example, I'm not doing this script justice. I don't understand Japanese. The English translation of the game is a combination of the two with a bias towards the simple script.
Yeah.
This matters, I think what I told you on stream,
Yep.
because of, what's his name, Ludwig? The dude you fought in part 2 who was evil, right?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Because
yep.
his motivations just don't get explained at all
I
in
remember.
the English version.
Mm-hmm.
And was it when I was simply ruminating about Radiant Dawn, my favorite game ever, it hit me like a truck, right? That Peleus is everything Ludwig thought Alencia was, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because, man, would you like to know the funny Peleus twist?
Go for it.
Peleus was never the king of Dane.
Uh-huh.
He's a puppet ruler, right?
Yes.
Peleus was installed in order to recreate what happened with Alencia in Crimea, right?
Yes.
Which is, and was it Ludwig was worried that Alencia wouldn't be qualified to become queen, right? Because he doesn't know that Alencia was raised in secret to know how the court works.
Yes.
Peleus is just some guy installed into the throne, right? By the worst guy in the game, right? So he is in no position to realize, oh shit, I'm being manipulated, right?
So is Peleus not Ashnard's son?
Not at all. He's just an orphan. He's just an orphan that Izuka found that could pass for Almeida's son.
So then Peleus is not Almeida's son either?
Nope.
Oh, then why was Almeida? Did Almeida know that? Was she in on it?
No. She thought it was her son.
What happened to? She did have a son then.
She did have a son. It's not Peleus. She just thought it was.
Then what happened to that son? Dead?
I'll explain that too. No, he's alive.
He's alive.
Was it?
Oh my
If you
god!
actually, this game, I'm telling you.
Oh
this
my
game-
god!
This game should not have hit this behind a second run.
What?
So, what happens, right? And why I like Peleus so much, right? Is in a second run of the game, right? You can choose to spare him. And if you do this, he becomes playable, right?
Yes.
And throughout the rest of part 3 and 4, it is this long, if you have Peleus fight the right characters, right?
Yes.
It is this long, drawn-out torture sequence for Peleus as he slowly finds out that he is just not the king, right? And it's upon, right? And I love it so much. I'm not doing it justice because I genuinely do like Peleus as a person, right? Because again, Peleus is being played pretty fucking hard, right?
Yes.
Let's not get that out of the way, right?
Yes,
But I don't
yes.
think a character getting played is the same thing as a character being poorly written. You know
Yes. Yes.
what I mean? And so I genuinely really like seeing Peleus's. I sound so evil with this. I really like seeing Peleus's already terrible self-esteem considering what happened with the Blood Pact.
Yep.
Get like utterly demolished by him learning that him learning how like was it the Begnion Senate completely orchestrated the events of the game, which need I remind you, in your first run got him killed for nothing, right?
Yes, because he killed himself, and or no, so who killed him? You could have you could
Micaiah or Torneo kill him.
yes,
in order to stop
Torneo,
the Blood
yes.
Pact.
Yes. And it did absolutely
was
nothing.
It didn't do anything. Yeah. Was it? And the way I described it to Senri is I told her, you play Radiant Dawn, and you're like, wow, Peleus died to nothing. So like, oh my god, Peleus died for nothing. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So was it? It's just really like, seeing like this entire whole character arc that is negative happen to a character, right? Granted, right? Obviously, since things have to return to the status quo, it's not like Peleus goes, oh, I'll try and be a better king, right? He just abdicates the throne to Micaiah.
Yes.
That's not necessarily a bad thing, right? But it is weird that Peleus still stayed in the royal court when his self-esteem has been thoroughly demolished. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's really sad seeing this disheartened Peleus tell Almeida he's not her son.
And then who is Almeida's son?
Are you ready for this one?
Go for it.
It's Soren.
No.
It's Soren. Yeah.
No. No way.
Do you want to know what actually makes that kind of crazy?
Why?
There are clues.
Uh-huh.
Well, there's a clue, right?
Is it the marking on
did
his
you ever
forehead?
notice- but yeah, that, because he has to be a branded, and I think that mark is for dragon branded, right?
Yes, yes.
On top of that, did you ever look at Anna's, what's his name again? Rajion?
Yes.
The dragon that Ashnard turned into his mount. Did you
Yeah.
ever take a sec to notice how similar he looks to Soren?
I guess. I
That's
mean, like
another,
the
right?
long hair sticks out, I guess.
It's the same color too.
Yeah.
And then I think Soren also has the same hair color as Almeida, and by extension, all of the dragon lagoos. that
Yes,
are
exactly.
bald,
Except
right?
Mr. Baldman, yes.
Except the Gintia, who's just bald. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But yeah, that's why I like Peleus so much, right? And
Okay.
why I remember when I was telling you how much I liked him, I was mad that I couldn't just tell you, yeah, you don't get to see why Peleus is awesome. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It doesn't help. Also, speaking of Peleus, let's talk about the gameplay issue I have with Radiant Dawn.
Okay.
Why does everyone suck so much?
Oh my god.
In a game where you're constantly switching units, right?
Yes.
It is optimal to bias like the good guy, like the good units, or the units the game explicitly designed to be good, which
Uh-huh.
are a very small set of characters.
It's like
right?
3 people.
Yeah,
and none of them are
nobody else.
and none of them are the non-brigade.
And none of them are the Dawn Brigade. It is really funny. I don't think the Dawn Brigade is as bad as people say they are. I do think some units are so bad that we don't give them enough shit. And I'm talking
Yes,
about
Fiona. Fiona was the early shitty cav. I don't think there was a single good cav unit for the entirety of Radiant Dawn.
Nope. They did a 3 houses. They tried to nerf the Shadow Horses. They also did the same thing in Thracia. They tried to nerf the Shadow Horses. Every game where you nerf horses, you just make the flyers better. So
Yeah, I think the only serviceable cav unit I had, and I tried so hard to make what's the Astrid, right? I tried so hard to make Astrid good because Astrid was phenomenal in Path of Radiance. Path of Radiance is like there's a lot of good units in there.
there are.
And it was
Yeah, none of
fun
them
to
are that
use
many.
those units. Like I enjoyed playing Path of Radiance despite all my frustrations about like what the fuck does affinity do? What is the biorhythm? Right? By and large, you can just ignore those things in Path of Radiance because it's less effective, I think, because everyone else is good enough to circumvent the effects of biorhythm and affinities and whatever. And also like the skills made more sense or at least they were more straightforward. And then like all the changes
yeah.
from then into Radiant Dawn is just so convoluted. I don't know what any of the skills do in fucking Radiant Dawn.
Oh yeah, you're so right. I forgot to mention that they nerfed the ever living shit out of everything in Radiant Dawn. You know what I mean?
Yes, exactly.
It's even more fortunate because the occult skills in Radiant Dawn are stronger, but they all homogenize at the end in the end game. They just all become crits.
Yes.
You know what I mean? The enemy dies, and that's the skill description.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
It's really unfortunate because that's the latest game in the series with an unnerfed Astra.
Yep.
Man. Sorry about that. You were saying?
No, I mean, you're right. With like every unit that just sucks. Yeah. So like, I think the only cav unit that ended up being like somewhat viable was surprisingly Titania. But that's probably because I got lucky with her gross, rather than like her being an exceptionally good cav. Because it was, again, like everything kind of just like circumvented my expectations because I had good calves in Path of Radiance. Like Oscar was okay, he was serviceable for what he needed for. I think what was his red friend called again? Kieran was so strong.
Kieran is quite good, yeah.
Right. and then of course Astrid, if you invest in her, she's also really, really good.
Yeah, Paragon goes hard.
But then you use those same characters thinking like, oh, I'm gonna have a similar experience. Like if I just, once we get access to Oscar, once we get access to Kieran and Astrid again, we'll have good calves. No, you get Makalov, who's garbage. You have
Makalov bad no matter what.
Yes, Makalov is bad no matter what, but he's like the first cav unit you get. Huh?
Oh, I didn't say anything. I just laughed.
Yeah, I remember. But like, it's just like, oh, you spent all this time, trying to get Oscar up and trying to get Kieran up, and then it's hard to because they just constantly swapping characters in and out and like changing like factions and forces. Is like you can't get them to work together. Like supports were miserable in Radiant Dawn for that same reason because they're never together when you need them to be.
Yeah.
Like I remember you were telling me like, oh, you should totally get Mia and Edward to support with one another. I couldn't. I tried. Yeah. It was impossible. I
think one of the biggest shames in Radiant Dawn is the lack of supports. I know this game is filled with dialogue. Like, oh my god. Listen, learning the entirety of Radiant Dawn's story is a project. It's an investment. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But I would have liked to see some supports. Radiant Dawn has all of the supports in Path of Radiance in it for some reason. If you transfer the data in. Have I mentioned how much I don't like that feature?
I don't like that feature either. I mean, I couldn't take advantage of it because I didn't have my save file for Path of Radiance when I went into Radiant Dawn.
And then Path of Radiance sold like buns.
Yep.
I know Radiant Dawn sold worse, maybe, but like, how many people are gonna have this data? Did you know that if you want to figure out Soren's real identity, you need Path of Radiance?
Yep. I remember.
Did I mention how much I hate this so much? Radiant Dawn might have my favorite story, but it is the biggest offender of my least favorite Fire Emblem story thing, which is needing shit outside of the game to understand what the hell is going on.
Yes, agreed. I agree. Yes, I agree. Didn't PR already release at the same time as another heavy hitter?
Mario Galaxy, yep.
Mario Galaxy.
It was Mario Galaxy, not the best decision. All right. So, Ave, tell me. Have you awakened?
Before we move on to that, how do we feel about where I placed the two of them? I definitely had a much better experience with Path of Radiance. I think Path of Radiance is more what you would expect out of a Fire Emblem experience. I think you're right in saying that Radiant Dawn is a very ambitious project, but it doesn't follow any Fire Emblem formula that I am aware of.
No, it doesn't. No Fire Emblem game has ever attempted to follow the story of 3 different armies at once ever again, right?
Yes.
Wait a minute. Fire Emblem 3 Houses is a Fire Emblem game released on the Nintendo Switch family system.
Gee, and that's another game that I didn't have great experiences with.
Okay, yeah, but I feel like
I do want to. So before we move on to Awaken, I do want to say that like, I think I would put Path of Radiance here under flawed but enjoyable. In Radiant Dawn, I think I have to put it in flawed but enjoyable. But if I could, I'd put a gigantic space in between. Personally,
I can say at the bottom, right? I'm saying this like this is our tier list. This is yours.
Yes.
I wouldn't put it there.
Like
right?
I would put a huge gap between these two. Like I wouldn't. One of the things I've said multiple times is like, if someone asked me which Fire Emblem game they should start with, it would never ever be the Telia series.
I agree. Somewhat. I think I'd be okay with telling a person start with Path of Radiance, but I would be like, this game is fucking long. I forgot to mention that these games are ridiculously long. I know Three Houses is really slow, but it's not long. Those two, oh my fucking god, those are projects.
Yes, because I think I spent about the same amount of time on Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn as I did in a typical playthrough of Three Houses, but there is no monastery in Path of Radiance. It's just mission after mission after mission.
It's base mission, right?
Yes.
Which I'm starting to miss. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, I missed that too. I mean, Engage was technically a variation of base mission too.
I think you're being a little too nice in that regard. That game,
I know.
That's all you had to go there. You need to go there for the final map and Engage. But I do think the Somnial is the least frustrating out of all of the what do I even call those? Hub worlds? Hub worlds.
I think Fates is actually less frustrating than
Oh, you're right.
than Engage was.
You're right, because you can move through there rather quickly.
Yes. There's no like arbitrary walls.
Yeah.
Because not 3D.
Except for the ones that you make when you place your buildings down.
Yes, fair enough. My castle is the best
It's a
one
shame
because
that,
it's fancy menu. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry for interrupting.
No.
I was gonna say it's a shame that base conversations only came back in FE12 and then never again. Because those were great. I loved those, right? Having characters talk to each other about current events without needing to advance supports is a fantastic way to evade the support problem.
Yes.
Which I'm definitely going to be talking about when we get to Fates and Three Houses.
Fair enough. So, okay, now we can move over to Awakening.
So tell me, Abe, did you awaken?
I think I really want to put Awakening close to meant something to me. But I think at the time it did. I remember only good things about Awakening from like the first, like when it was contemporary. I think as I got older and I played other Fire Emblem games, I start to realize what its flaws are. And I think it does. There's a good point to make about putting Awakening under meant something to me. But I don't know if it quite fits like the same the not like severity, but like the same worth value as the first Awakening was. It's tough.
Hey, Abe, can I be that guy for 2 seconds?
Go for it.
Emmy, have you ever considered that if you divide the franchise in half,
Yes.
modern FE starts at 8 or at 9, I should say. That's it. I just wanted to be that guy for 2 seconds.
I don't know what that means though.
Oh, it just means that like the second half of the franchise, right?
Yes.
Starts at FE9 onwards, instead of what most people say modern FE is, which is Awakening, right?
Okay.
That being said, though, right? Let me think here. I think Awakening might be my first game, but I don't think it's a special game for me.
And yeah, I think that's fair.
Everyone argues that modern FE starts at Awakening. I mean, I disagree with them, right? Because I feel like to say modern FE starts with Awakening is to be like, I mean, usually starts with people being like, I really don't like Awakening and Fates, so I'm gonna say this is modern FE. You know what I mean? But this only but this happened the most when those two were the newest games in the series. You know what I mean? But that's a different story. I need better evidence. You know what I mean? I'm trying to think of how I feel about Awakening besides just putting it in again, not my tier list. Besides me saying I like it a lot.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I mean, it is true that I like if I were to think back on my experience of Awakening, I only had positive experiences with it.
Mhm.
I don't know what it would be like if I were to play through it again.
I feel like this is not going to be very surprising. You wouldn't like Chapter 5.
Which one was Chapter 5?
The chapter where you first meet Gangrel and you have to save Rickon and Maribel. That map is very frustrating.
That is fair. It is not that frustrating on hard mode. Actually, it is still pretty tricky in hard mode. I'm sure it's like easy on normal. Hard mode is probably challenging and Lunatic is probably miserable.
I think I agree. I've heard that Lunatic isn't as hard as people say it is, right?
Mhm.
After all, right?
Mhm.
This being the game that got a whole giant and new audience to play the game,
Mhm.
right? Means that like people are gonna look at this super hard difficulty and be like, "Whoa, this shit hard." You know what I mean?
Mhm. Mhm.
That being said, though, I think the game is very easy on normal mode, a little
Yes.
easy with some challenging segments in hard mode,
Yes.
and then hard as hell in Lunatic.
Agreed.
I think Awakening being so easy is probably why some strategies are considered broken when they're all right. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I think you and I both know what I'm going to talk about.
Gale Force?
The ultimate, not Gale Force, the ultimate donut hot take. I don't think Nosferatu is that broken. I think it's easy to pull off
yes.
and and quite good. Just considering how easy it is to get.
Yes.
Right? Like Nosferatu's a D rank tome that's like super cheap, that makes any unit in hard mode has a pair up, right? Bulky enough to like do things, right?
Yes.
However, right, the reason why I don't think it's that broken is because it's just easy to do. Listen to me stutter. It's not explicitly strong or like explicitly super strong. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's the same reason why higher level strategies are just vague with Soul, right? Because vague will deal more damage, right? Regularly, enemy phase units without needing pair up support or without needing dual strikes in order to like kill someone and then use Soul to keep himself healthy. You know what I mean? Which you're gonna use a lot more on higher difficulties, or if you're not funneling Robin and then you make Robin a dark mage. You know what I mean? It's complicated. But this matters because Nosferatu has never been good ever since. Fair.
Agreed.
And I blame Awakening for that. That's not a flaw in Awakening's favor.
Yeah,
I think, oh, you're saying?
No, I agree. It's not a flaw about Awakening. It's just it was a decision not to make Nosferatu good ever again.
Yeah, I do think Awakening is a little too over centralizing with its strategy. It's too. What was it? Have two guys be really strong, pair them up, and put them in the middle of the enemy is straight up a good strategy, right? And I think it's too good. It does harm your ability to strategize in other FE games.
Agreed.
And it does harm your ability to strategize in the harder difficulty for Awakening. I had a rough time transitioning from normal to hard mode when I played Awakening.
I think for both Awakening and every Fates first playthrough, I always did hard classic.
I think I did Birthright in hard mode, and then I did Conquest and Lunatic mode and got my ass beat. I played Awakening a lot, so I did 2 normal runs, and then the rest have been hard with an attempt on Lunatic. That did not go well.
Yeah, I think I beat Lunatic on Awakening, but only with the EXP Outround Paralog.
Yeah, that makes sense. They made the skirmishes and I don't know why I guess they did it so that you would play the game without relying on them, but oh my god.
Yep.
Entering a skirmish and then seeing everything with capped stats, that is a trauma I'll never be able to get over. That is true fear.
I also did it. I don't think I ever did my Lunatic on classic either. I think I did it on casual. Did I? I can't remember. Mostly out of convenience, not because it's like, oh, someone died, I'll just finish the mission and they'll come back. I think if anyone died, I would still restart, but I think I did it for the EXP grind, because if someone dies in the paralogs, they still stay dead. And
That is true, they stay dead.
The EXP paralog in Awakening was like you'd fight the Risen who are like trying to run away from you, and some of them have like counter or some shit that'll like erase you off the map if you aren't careful or something about that. Is why I just did it out of convenience sake, right? Because this is before Divine Pulse and everything, or Mila's turn will even. But yeah, so like if I try to like shove aside the misty hazy nostalgia I had for Awakening, I mean, you make a lot of good points, and I think this is probably the first game where you are influencing my decision here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think I think my first impression would have put it at like great game, but I think it does belong in flawed but enjoyable for the purposes of like you don't really need strategy to beat Awakening.
That is true.
And like to some people that can be fun, right? If they just like want to build like the ultimate optimized child soldier, Awakening will let you do that, and that some people find that fun, you know. But I think from like a gameplay perspective, it's not necessarily interesting. Like you could do that once, and then it's like, well, you bulldoze through the game, and that's it. Are you happy with yourself?
Yeah. I realize I've technically made your opinion less positive. I didn't plan on doing that. Oh well, not a problem.
No, I think it's fair. I think it's fair. Because I think it's, you know, I think if you make your units interesting in order to solve a problem, and this kind of goes back to another discussion that UI and Retsu have had a few months ago or a couple weeks ago, about how like Fire Emblem is meant to be like a or I don't want to say it's meant to be, but the reason why we enjoy specific Fire Emblems over others is because it's essentially a math problem that we are trying to solve. It's a puzzle.
Yeah.
I don't think at any point Awakening was a puzzle.
That is true. I will say this though. I like the puzzle part, but I also really like player expression. You'll notice this will also influence my my favorite FEs, right? I love being like, this was the strategy I came up with to beat the thing, right?
Yes.
The only problem is that in Awakening, the biggest problem with Awakening is the fact that you can use any strategy.
I mean, you could use a hammer, right? Rather than like a tool, like instead of, you know, using a tool meant to or intended to solve your problem, you could just take a hammer to it, and it's just like, there goes the problem. Just smashed it to bits.
Pretty much. Awakening is like that one shape puzzle. I'm going to use this allegory later. That one shape puzzle, but you can absolutely put any shape in any hole. It's not.
Yes.
And you don't even need to adjust the position of the shape. You just right through.
Yep. Exactly.
I do like Awakening story. I think. Okay, my biggest problem with Awakening story happened at the end, right? I straight up love the first 9 chapters of Awakening. I love Prom dealing with Gangrel, right?
Yep.
If we rated the other games, I could have used this thing later, but the Fire Emblem trope of nothing happening for a bunch of chapters happens in like all sort like at like full tilt when you get to Vol. I'm so sorry to Exalt, because I know Exalt loves the Vol mark, right? But like, I cannot begin to emphasize, right? That besides Walhart being a threat to Plagia, you could skip Vol. You know what I mean? Like, again, I'm not trying to say that Walhart is a bad villain, right? Because his purpose is to parallel Crom's dad. Not that I think that's the most interesting thing in the world, right?
Yeah.
But like, you can in fact just pretend that part of the game didn't happen, right? And you wouldn't miss much of Awakening's story, with the exception of like, technically of Sacred Blood happens in the Volmark, and that's when you find out who Lucina is.
Yep.
Who knows? Maybe my opinion on the matter will change.
I I mean, where do you
Alright.
end up fighting Grima? Do you fight Grima in Elise or in Valm?
In Elise, you go to Valm and then you leave Valm and you never come back.
Yeah, and you don't even leave Valm in like a state of like stability. You create a power vacuum, and that was it.
Yeah. Bit of a shame, right? Because I know Awakening was designed to be this hodgepodge of literally everything everyone loved in the previous games, right?
Yes.
Like Prom was designed to be a bit like Ike. They brought back the kid system from Genealogy because Genealogy was the best-selling game in the series, I think, when it came out, right? That's the same reason why Prom and Lucina are there, you know, Gen 1, Gen 2. I think I'm really gonna upset Excel by saying this. I think it would have been much better if they copied Genealogy a little more and like had you play through a chunk of the future as Lucina instead of dealing with a Valm to set up the finale. I think that would have worked better.
But then they wouldn't be able to sell their DLC.
Okay, well the DLC didn't even happen. Like it is an alternate future where they didn't go back in time and where Naga is dead. More dead, I guess. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I think Awakening being flawed but enjoyable is a fitting tier for it. Regardless of what it meant for the series, regardless of how it, you know, what it stood for.
Yeah.
I do think I enjoyed, I think overall I enjoyed playing Awakening more than Path of Radiance. You know, just because you could take a hammer to it doesn't mean that you have to. And then I don't think I did that for my very first playthrough of Awakening. I think my very first playthrough Awakening, I played it as a Fire Emblem game. And then I was like, after beating it, I was like, wait a minute, if I mix these combinations of parents and skills, I could make this utterly broken, you know, Gale Force, what is it? Like Gale Force, Royalty, Ether, you know, broken ass Indigo or something, right?
Yeah.
And that was more like a second playthrough kind of thing where it's like, okay, I've experienced it. I kind of have a touch of everything, and it's like, what sort of broken combinations could I do with all this, and then smash the game, right?
And then the game just breaks in half.
Exactly, because like you literally just send the one unit with Ether or Soul or whatever, or Nosferatu, right, with a pair up, and then you eliminate the entire map from existence.
That's true. Oh, two things I didn't mention, right?
Mm-hmm.
This will mention because this is something you're gonna praise Space for later, so I'm gonna mention it now.
Yes.
Skills in Awakening take forever to get.
Skills
Like,
in
it takes
Awakening
forever.
take forever to get.
Like because of the fact that like if you only go through one class line, you're good. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But if you reclass, your level resets, and you need to hit the level benchmarks to get the skill, right?
Yes.
Meaning you have to, if let's say you want to get like, I don't know, Swordfair, right?
Mhm.
On like a Lucina that's somehow a sword master. I don't think she can get Swordfair without Robin, right? This means you go through another 15 levels of Swordmaster, right?
Mhm.
And that's a lot of EXP, and the game tracks how many levels you've gained outside of the
Yes.
class, so it
Yes.
slows down, and your stats go way up, right?
Mhm.
And it means that trying to get characters to have specific skills necessitates a shit ton of grinding,
Okay.
right?
Yes.
And I don't like that. It takes forever, right?
I agree with you. I think that's fair. I think personally I didn't have a frustrating experience with that. While I agree it is long, it's not difficult.
It's not difficult. It just takes a while, right?
It just takes a while. And I think when I was doing some like weird like dragon form and Morgan build with Vengeance and Life Taker and everything, like I basically made the tankiest dragons I possibly could that could live indefinitely because they just re-heal everything.
Yeah.
Like in situations like that, you know, you could do a skirmish and then just hit, you know, auto battle, and then the mission would be done and you get 80 experience or something. Because the minimum experience you can get per kill is 8 or something, and then it would be 10 units. So like while it is long, like it was easy to do. So at least based off of my own experience, right?
Yeah.
So like, yes, I agree. It was annoying. You had to re-level, and then it slowed down to a crawl once you got to like the game total to be like level 50. And I think it might depend on which difficulty you're playing on, but from my experience, like you couldn't get lower than 8 EXP, I think, per kill.
Really? I always thought it was 1.
I think on Lunatic it's 1, but I think on Hard it's probably no less than 8. But again, we're talking about what is over like 15-year-old knowledge or more.
Yeah, pretty much.
So I just remember like, oh hey, this type of grind is not that bad for me, but I've been through those grinds before. Like I played dozens of JRPGs with a similar grind as that.
That makes sense.
And I think where it was less reasonable to me, and it's very fresh in my mind, is trying to make those types of characters in Three Houses.
Oh, fair enough. Since it takes the whole game to do it, right?
It takes the entire game to do a single build, and you have to like you can't make a mistake anywhere, or else like you're totally screwed.
I somewhat agree. However, I will argue this because this is what I felt when I was doing it in Awakening. Whenever I was trying to make a unit have a build that I thought was fun, I would always think to myself, I'd have beaten this game if I just didn't do this already. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Three Houses doesn't have this problem because you're doing it as you progress through the game. We'll get to my problems with Three Houses when we get to it, right?
Yes.
Because by no means am I acting like Three Houses is peak fiction.
Yes. Yeah, and my one last point about Three Houses is like, by the time I finished the Claude build, or by the time I finished the Raphael build, there was like 4 chapters left in the game.
That is true. That is pretty annoying. But I dare say, right now, I might cook a little. I do think it is worse in Awakening because I could have, because when I'm doing it, I could have beaten the game 12 hours ago. You know what I mean?
Yes. But
However,
you could have enjoyed the
still like
entirety of the
more.
game with your broken build.
Yeah, but that's a long ass 12 hours. Something taking too long, we'll talk about when we get to. I'll talk about when we get to Echoes, because I think my biggest problem with Echoes is this takes too long. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And it's not about just Celica's route, right? I'll get to it because I can't wait to talk about my favorite Fire Emblem game. But that being said, Ave, tell me, how did you feel about your birthright?
Are we starting with Birthright? Or
it's in order. Right?
Let me think about
You're
it.
supposed to play it. Birthright, Conquest, Revelation, right?
Are you? So personally, I did Conquest, Birthright, Revelations.
Well, that is true.
Not
right?
Birthright, Conquest, Revelations.
But was it Birthright is technically supposed to be the first route, right? Granted, I do remember reading somewhere, right? I have no source for this. That Birthright was designed to appeal to fans of Awakening, right? Because the devs were aware of the divide that Awakening brought between the fandom, right?
Yes.
Conquest was meant for fans of games before it, right?
Yes.
And Birthright for fans of Awakening.
Yes. That sounds reasonable. I don't know if I ever heard that, but it sounds reasonable.
It sounds reasonable, but like, I don't know. I don't think they accomplished that. You know what I mean? I don't think either of these games were designed to appeal to either one of the two, besides the fact that it's so clearly connected to Awakening, which I don't like, admittedly.
I agree. I don't like that they brought like, Inigo, Wayne, Severa, and then like Cordelia and Tharja as like rebirth characters. I didn't really like that.
I hated that with a passion. I remember that.
I
very
think
hyperbolic, but still.
I think when I first played it, I was like, oh, okay, I guess that's kind of interesting. But then in retrospect, now it's like, oh, I don't really like that. At least what is it? Severa, Inigo, and Wayne came in through like an out realm, and they got stuck there. That's all.
Severa, was it? No, it's more ridiculous. Anankos, before he went crazy, sought them out at the military when I need help, and they went, yeah, sure. And he took them to the Fates setting.
They took them to Fateslandia?
Yeah, they were God just hit them up. I don't
to
know
do what?
And I'm not to stop himself.
Oh, before he went crazy.
Yeah. we can talk about that later when we get to Revelation, because all of this is all of the DLC assumes you played Revelation. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna start with Conquest because that's the first one I played. So my experience with Conquest is actually the reverse of Awakening, where my very first time playing Conquest, my most memorable part was spending like probably dozens of resets on Ninja Tunnel, the Ryoma map.
Oh yeah, that map. I thought you were talking about the one in the cave with the ninjas.
No, not the cave. It was literally the Ryoma map. Like me trying to play that map as intended, it was impossible for me. Utterly impossible. I think I just completely got gimped. Like I think like I just didn't have the build for it, because my mindset going to Conquest was that, you know, generals are not good, which I know is false. Now I know that is false. Right. In this day and age, I understand that every class has a purpose. You know, there is a tool to be used for each problem. Back then, when I first played Conquest, was after Awakening, where, you know, Awakening doesn't have strategy, as we explained. Yeah. I didn't have a tool for every problem, and so I got hard stuck on the real map for so long, to the point where what I ended up, the only way I managed to get past that map was to actually fight Ryoma with Korin, which is not how you were intended to do it. But the only way I made it possible to do it is that I lured Ryoma close enough to the doorway blocking Korin and the rest of the army. I could still heal Korin using a Festal.
I see. Interesting.
Like, you know, I used Elise and I used a Festal to heal over the locked door to heal Korin, and I slowly chipped away at Ryoma until I won.
Until he began his assault.
Yeah. And so I didn't even do the map as intended, because I could not figure out a way to get past the ninjas without, like, I sent in my tankiest unit, which was a Great Knight Silas at the time, and he would still get torn to shreds. And this was on hard mode classic.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so hold on. I need to articulate my thoughts, right? Because I know I'm the contrarian here. Right?
And so, but you know, despite that frustration, I do, and then coming back to it now, where I'm now more mature and more sort of just like I've kind of absorbed a wider perspective for Fire Emblem games in general. Like going back and doing the Conquest relay with, you know, Retsu and a couple of my other friends, and that's around the same time that you guys started to you know, become part of these streams and channels. That's when I began to gain a greater appreciation for Conquest as a whole, where I, you know, matured as a Fire Emblem fan in general, and I took it more seriously, where like you can't just bash, you know, your strongest, you can't just use your strongest unit to fix everything in Conquest. You just can't. Yeah. And so if once you understand that, and I'm trying to also eliminate bias as well, where like, you know, Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn is a better game if you know if you know everything about the game. Us doing the Conquest relay was like 10 years apart, so like I have forgotten a lot about Conquest at that point, so I wouldn't even say that like, oh, I totally know what the next chapter is all about. I'm going to set up, you know, my team 6 chapters in advance to tackle, you know, the Kitsune Forest, right? That's not right. Like that didn't happen, and it couldn't happen because we were in a relay anyways. So yeah. So it's not even like, oh, I'm smarter about Conquest now that it's a great game. It's I'm more mature about Fire Emblem as a whole, and I can appreciate what Conquest was. And so this is a situation where like normally like the reverse of Awakening, where I would put, I think if I was basing it off my first time playing Conquest, I'd put it under flawed but enjoyable. But coming back to it, I actually think Conquest is actually a pretty good Fire Emblem game.
All right, now it's time for me to be Jean Fun Police.
There you go.
All right, so of course, Conquest is the second newest game I've played so far, right? I don't remember why I didn't play the rest of Fates when I was trying to play the games in reverse, but also like I didn't play the games in reverse properly either way. Right?
Yeah, I was like, what do you mean you played it in reverse? You started
That
with
was the plan. It didn't pan out that way, did it?
you
You
went
see,
like
right?
2 games and you're like, no, I'm gonna go back to a newer one.
For what it's worth, was it? I don't know why I skipped Fates, because I didn't play Fates after I beat Echoes. I don't know why. I know why I went straight to Shadow Dragon. It was because New Mystery is a sequel, and I already played Awakening. But also, like, I didn't beat Shadow Dragon, I went to FE7 instead of FE8.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but whatever. I went into Conquest with a completely open mind, right? Conquest is, again, one of the games that when I was a more active lurker in the fandom, this game was receiving no end of, like, criticism. This game was getting shot repeatedly. You know what I mean? And it was really weird because it was specifically Conquest. No one was talking about Birthright. And everyone was like, Revelation is worse than Conquest, but no one talked about Revelation. It was always Conquest, right? I do remember also being told that this game was really good, right? And I understand how these people feel, right? I understand the quality. I've never been more angry playing a Fire Emblem game in my life. And I'm telling you, I have no problem with difficulty, right? But it feels like when I was going through this game, the fuck you guy would show up, be like, hey, did you know about this one thing? No? Guess you're gonna lose. On repeat, right?
Was your first time playing Conquest the lunatic run with death? Like,
it was a lunatic run.
So it was the Deathblow
choice I
meme,
made.
right?
It was a Deathblow meme. The
Okay.
Deathblow meme is not actually that upsetting, right? It was funny, right?
Yes.
I went in, I thought Deathblow was attack +6, it was crit +20, and Owain got one shot.
Okay. Fair enough.
But that's my fault. You're never gonna hear me be mad about information being clearly displayed that I straight up ignored. You know what I mean?
Yes. Carry on.
I also have no problems with Conquest's early game, right? Like,
Yes.
at all. I quite like Conquest's early game. It's surprising that a game that has kicked my ass so thoroughly has the easiest early game out of all of the lunatic runs, because the game doesn't want to just kick your ass immediately. It wants to kick your ass. Abe, can I be mean?
Go for it.
It wants to kick your ass with bullshit later.
Yes, exactly. 1000%, yes.
Was it? You see, your problem with Radiant Dawn's tutorialization is my problem with Conquest's map gimmicks. They
Yes.
don't explain shit to you,
Yes.
and I cannot emphasize this enough. They are heavily skewed against you.
Yes.
You know how I said that in Awakening, all of the square puzzle, you can just put anything in any shape, no matter what?
Yes.
In Conquest, if you find out that for some reason the circle will fit inside the triangle hole, and you do that, the game will push it out and then shoot you for having the audacity to strategize against the way the game wants you to. It is so frustrating. I don't know if I'm being hyperbolic, but I remember being like, I'm not having fun when I reached the Kitsune map. Because I remember agonizing over how to properly beat it because I didn't know about the flyer strategy, right?
For Kitsune Forest?
You're like, the Kitsune Forest, yeah.
Yeah,
Because I
yeah.
remember just being like, how was I supposed to know ahead of time that I need a bunch of flyers and using them for pair-ups in order to get out of that problem, right?
Yes.
That is something the game never told you. The Kitsune
Yes.
never show up. There aren't maps prior where you fight enemies like this that have abilities like this.
Yes.
Why do they have paths?
I want to reiterate for everyone else though, that is on Lunatic.
It is on Lunatic.
When we
yeah.
did this on hard mode for the relay, so there is a handicap there. We did it as intended.
Yeah.
And it
What
is
was it?
entirely possible. It is challenging. And honestly, there is a lot of problems with Kitsune Forest because it is one of those issues where even when I was rereading like the effects
don't know.
of Kitsune, like the effects of like the clones, it didn't make any sense to me. And I felt bad for the I felt so bad for the person who had to do Kitsune Forest in our relay, because even reading the tooltip for like the clones made zero sense. Because it was something along the lines of like every other turn they take damage or they don't take damage, but that just simply was not the case. You could attack them and they'd still take damage.
There's also I remember the thing that really set me up a wall about the Kitsune map was when the Kitsune make themselves intangible, right?
Yes.
They can attack you right afterwards.
Yes.
And again, in lunatic mode, they have pass.
Yes.
Right? And so it's so weird, right?
Yes.
'Cause
Yes.
I know
Yes.
I agree with everyone saying Conquest is very player face heavy, but that is ignoring the map. So the game really, really wants you to have the guy.
Yes.
Right? To
Yes.
take on all of the enemies, so you
Yes.
can slowly eliminate them using your units in the player face afterwards. Right?
Yes.
And I was just
Yes.
sitting here like, oh my god.
Our guy in the relay in hard mode was Benny. Benny
It was
was an
Benny, that's
immovable force. Nothing, absolutely nothing could harm Benny. It was
Yeah.
so funny. I was surprised like how effective Benny was in our relay.
Should have used Benny myself then. But I didn't know.
Yeah, and that's totally fine.
But that's a problem. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's the Fiona problem. It's the units that suck in the Dawn Brigade problem.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Where if you don't know who's good ahead of time, you will suffer for it.
Yes. Again, reiterating that this is because of Lunatic and
This is fair.
Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn and still has that issue on hard mode and presumably normal mode. I'm sure Fiona still sucks in normal
tell
mode.
you something. Did you play Radiant Dawn on hard mode?
I did.
Did you know that hard mode is supposed to be lunatic mode?
I thought that was the case for Path of
No,
Radiance.
that was Radiant Dawn.
Okay.
You went through exactly what I did.
Yes. Okay. that yes, I am aware of that. I did that knowingly because chat told me to. I remember the
So
very
you
first thing I
understand.
asked was like, guys, do I do normal mode or hard mode? And they're like, just do hard mode because it's secretly lunatic mode. It's like, I know that, or but then there's a difficulty above that too, right? Isn't that when they remove like the
No, that's
movement?
Path of Radiance. In Path of Radiance, they removed Maniac mode and then added Easy mode.
Yes.
In Radiant Dawn, it was
Yes.
Normal Hard Lunatic, and they renamed it to Easy Normal Hard.
Okay, then I played normal mode, not hard mode. Because
enough.
I thought hard mode in Radiant Dawn is when they remove the weapon triangle and they remove the not prediction,
Enemy
but like
ranges, which is
enemy
really
ranges,
stupid.
right? Okay, so I played normal. I did not play hard.
I promise, Abe, this isn't a skill issue though.
hmm
All right, so I'm gonna have to confess to an ultimate sin that I committed when I played through my Conquest Lunatic run.
Yes,
I did bring the difficulty down to hard mode
I mean whatever.
because, oh my god, Abe, I couldn't.
Yeah, that's
But,
fair.
But was it? But that's when I learned. I immediately regretted my decision because hard mode was not that much easier than lunatic mode at the end.
Correct. Yes.
It's like it's definitely harder, not by much. The game.
Yes.
The fuck you guy is still in full force. Like
Yes.
full force, right?
Yes. There's just slightly more wiggle room, right? Instead of just
Slightly more
outright,
wiggle room,
instead of like
yeah.
outright murdering you, they might leave you with like 2 HP.
I disagree. Instead of killing everybody, they'll kill 3 guys.
We only
But of
lost
course, I'm more
Leon.
negative.
We only lost Leon.
You got more experience than I am. That does matter.
See you later, Fang. Thank you.
Yeah, good night, Fang. So another thing I should point out, right? Because it's not just the map gimmicks, right? I feel like I should have mentioned Fuga's Wild Ride, but that's an easy target. You know what I mean?
Yes.
The obvious target about Fuga's Wild Ride, so I'll keep it short, is just the wind always affects you no matter what. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Meaning that you are always getting moved by the wind, and you have to prepare for the enemies that are way stronger than you being moved if you choose to move them, and also
Yes.
you get moved too, which is frustrating.
Fuga's Wild
right?
Ride was where we lost Leon, but mostly because Leon missed like an 85% hit chance.
Makes sense. Similarly, in Ryoma's map, in the in the map with Kotaro, right? You deal with the ninjas with Lunge and Inevitable End and Grizzly Wound, right?
Yes.
All at once that are like ferrying you over to the second coming of that Thracia 776 dungeon where you're just fucked. You know what I mean? And your unit gets dogpiled until they die. This is way worse in the Ryoma map if you try to beat it without killing Ryoma as Korin.
Yep.
But yeah, okay, obviously I just mauled it the whole way through my Conquest playthrough, right?
Yeah.
It is literally just the second half of the game. I quite thoroughly enjoyed the first half. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yes.
I also do think there is one additional problem. everything in that game is worse for you. Like the items, the skills.
Yes,
everything.
yeah,
Worse.
yes.
When you're a player.
It's
right?
not. It's not specific to Conquest though, right? That's the case for all of Fates.
That's the case for all of the games, but it is at its worst in Conquest because it's harder.
It matters. It impacts you a lot more in Conquest. I agree.
Yeah, if your knowledge of Conquest isn't sufficient, you will get blasted, and you will be stuck on maps forever, right?
Yes.
If I may defend Radiant Dawn in this regard, right? Contrary to Radiant Dawn, I've never needed to reset a map more than twice. I spent a week on the Kitsune map. Okay? And that was a lunatic, I'll confess, right?
Yes.
And I get why. Conquest did what Radiant Dawn did to Path of Radiance. It took all of the broken shit in the previous game and then nerfed the hell out of all of it, right? But this does also mean that it does also, positive thing, it does mean that you really do feel like you earned every advantage you get.
Yes.
I'll give you that.
Yes.
Right? Yes. But it's a tricky balancing rope, because sometimes it'll be like, ugh, finally I'm out. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But yeah, there you are. There's the extent of which I don't like playing Conquest, because I really don't like feeling like I'm chewing glass in order to not die. If you agree with me in any regard, anyway.
No, I know, I understand what you're saying. I sympathize with it. I think in some respects, like, I agree there's a lot of things that are convoluted with Fates in general. We talked about how damage calculations make zero sense in Conquest, especially with like the damage formula, because you have things like not, conventionally it's your strength plus the might of your weapon. That's how, minus the defense, right? That's how much damage you're dealing. But in Fates, it's like you have to take into account the strength of your unit, the might of the weapon, any debuffs the weapon has, any debuffs on the various skills across people. What is your weapon skill? Is it at B? Is it at A? Is it at S? Are you doing effective weapon triangle or not? Are you?
And then there are skills like Lily's Poise and Malefic Aura, depending on what you're using. It's a lot of math to make sure you just break through the thresholds for killing a specific unit.
It is incoherent math. I agree. I think what Conquest does better than Radiant Dawn, as far as like presented information, is the skill tooltips do make sense. They tell you this is +5 to your stat, as opposed to Radiant Dawn being like increases your character's ability to withstand attacks, and then that's it. It's like, by what measure? What stat? Is it only when they are hurt, or is it all the time? Is it a % proc chance, or is it like something convoluted like that? And then obviously with the fight with Asher at the end of Radiant Dawn, it's like, what do you mean she's immune to crit? Literally absolutely nothing in any of her menus says that she's immune to crit. She just happens to be immune to crits.
I'll give you that, A. But also, I counterbalance that with none of Ashera's spirits have skill combinations that are straight up impossible for you to get. Debuff your stats.
Yes.
Debuff your stats in a way you can't do to the enemy, and then also have weapons that are so uniquely strong compared to yours that every enemy is like, oh my god, this is a boss fight.
You mean Ashura or the units in general?
In general, the maps in general, right?
Because I know
spirits, of course,
because Ashura is fucking bullshit, because she just points at someone and then they die. That's what happened to my Enna.
Does the same thing.
What's that?
But Takumi does something similar. If you don't use the specifically engineered shields to not die, he'll wipe you, and you have to, if you die in that map, you do both the map with Garen and with Takumi again.
Which,
look,
okay, but the Path of Radiance also has that issue, because the fight with Black Knight is entirely RNG, and if you die in that fight, Path of
Radiance, not Radiant Dawn though.
That's what. Sorry, yeah, Path of Radiance. If you died to the Black Knight, you have to do the entire previous map all over again.
All right, fair enough.
Also,
But at least-
it also doesn't. It's also not super clear that you could just leave. You don't have to do a fight with the Black Knight. You can just run away.
This is true. They don't tell you properly that you can just leave.
Yeah. But going back to Conquest, one thing that it does do, if like one thing I recall is stuff like was like the Rainbow Sage map where you're going up the stairs, right? Like that tells you where you're gonna move. Like that is map knowledge. And it's nice that it gives you map knowledge.
That is
Like
nice.
even Three Houses doesn't do that. Because I remember the Ashen Wolves DLC with all the teleporters does not tell you where you're going.
Yeah,
Where you're
gotta
going. You're just gambling.
Yeah, gotta gamble.
And I think there's a lot of situations like that within Radiant Dawn as well, where like, what do you mean there's a pitfall here? What do you mean the entire freaking bridge is full of pitfalls? What do you mean you could just completely lock yourself out of it by accident, and you have to just like rescue people across the gaps on a fucking
That's fair.
bridge?
But also there's like the counter argument, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean Hinoka can activate the Dragon Vein that causes all non-flyers to have like no movement as many times as she wants? What do
But
mean
you see
I
that
can't
happen
activate
once.
The flyer version of that Dragon Vein.
But you see that happen once, and you're like, okay, she can do this plenty of times, right?
Joel's Dragon Veins can only be activated once.
Oh, I see.
Hinoka's can be activated as much as she pleases.
Oh,
this happens
okay.
in Birthright 2 with Camilla's map, which is the
Uh-huh.
hardest map in that game.
Uh-huh.
And it's not that hard, but it is annoying.
Mhm.
My Abe, I lay my argument as such. Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever you find frustrating about Radiant Dawn, I found frustrating about Conquest.
That's fair.
verbatim. However,
I
right,
think
Radiant
Conquest
Dawn
is a
has one
little bit
distinct
better.
advantage.
I think
Pardon?
Conquest is a little bit better. I think they present the information to you. While it may be convoluted, they at least attempt to present the information to you. And I felt like with Radiant Dawn, they don't even bother.
However, I also argue that Conquest requires far more precision and effective play from you, and does not give you enough information to do that.
In
Time
Lunatic.
for you to get
In
some
Lunatic.
shut-eye.
And the end of hard mode. Remember that too.
Thank you, Emmy. I drank some water. Okay. Okay. So, okay, I'm leaving Conquest in Great Games. Where would you put it?
I would put it in flawed but enjoyable beside Radiant Dawn.
You literally said it was not enjoyable. You said it was like chewing glass.
The end game is like chewing glass, but it's not like I enjoyed being able to beat the maps when I finally found the strategy that doesn't get me shot.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like let me get this out of the way right now. I'm expressing my frustrations with the game. However, I did still like it. Remember?
Okay. Just
I'm
wanted,
not trying
wanted to
argue
make
that
sure
Conquest is
everyone.
secretly awful.
I wanted to just make sure that everyone was on the same page with that. Okay.
Yeah. If I had your tier list, I would put it beside Radiant Dawn.
Yeah, fair. I think with Conquest, it just like clicked for me a little bit easier.
Probably.
With some very key exceptions, you know, being Realmus map. Like I could not figure out that puzzle. That was a puzzle. I like my playtime was like 100 hours on Conquest, my very first playthrough. It was not. It was more than that because of all the resets I had to do on that Realm map.
That Realm map. I don't think they want you to beat. I don't think
That
they
was a
want you to beat
filter.
That map.
That map was a filter.
Is
On
it
a-
really a filter if it's a
on-
wall?
Fair. I mean, presumably some people must have been able to get past it without having to cheese Ryoma himself.
Hey, some water can in fact get through drywall. Not everything.
Fair. I mean, yes, that's how you had so much water on your carpets from the rain. It went through the drywall. Okay.
This is such a funny impasse to be in. Alright, so do we address the elephants in the room?
With Birthright?
No, with Bates.
Oh, yeah. Or wait, with Conquest?
All three breaths with Bates, to be honest, right?
Sorry, I'm lost here. What are you trying to say?
So how about the story?
The story of Bates?
Each route does have its own story. So
Yes.
we should be writing these individually. It's just that I did spend that much time glazing Radiant Dawn's story. You know
Okay.
what I mean? So
I
I reserve
mean-
my rights to say a very surprising take about Conquests.
Yes. Go for it.
Yeah, I don't like Conquest's story. Big shocker, right?
Okay.
But
I
noticed
also I will say, you know, Radiant Dawn has a better story than Conquest. That's not a difficult argument to make. I
However,
think
right?
Conquest's
Oh, yeah?
story is not as bad as people think it is.
I was just about to get to that, right?
Yeah.
I get to finally talk about that class, right? What I
Yes.
learned, right?
Yes.
So we had to do a book about negotiations called Getting to Yes. Very
Yes.
good book. Would
Yes.
chill, right?
Mhm.
And the book presented this interesting idea about taking a position versus arguing in favor of your interests, right? And Fire Emblem discussion is filled with this issue in particular.
Yes.
Like to an annoying degree, right? Where people's interests will be something like, I don't like this story very much. And they will take the position, this story killed my sister. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I'm being hyperbolic, of course, right?
No, you're not even being that hyperbolic, because that's very prevalent to when Engage was released.
Yeah. I've noticed this problem with almost every game in the series since I became an FE fan, right?
Uh-huh.
I've noticed this with every game in the series that came out after I was an FE, before I was an FE fan. There isn't a single game that hasn't had this annoying problem.
Yes.
Right? And I think, despite the fact that I strongly dislike Fates' story in all three routes, Fates is a huge victim of this.
Yes.
People will absolutely take the consensus that Fates' story isn't that good and then be like, this is the worst story ever written in media ever. And I'm like, I'm gonna be so real. Throughout most of Fates, nothing happened. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, it's not egregious. Like, yes, the big plot points are annoying, but like, I played this game. The chapter goes, here is place. Wasn't that place interesting? Next chapter. You know what I mean? Am I being like extra by saying that?
It's just a world tour. That's all it is.
It's a tour setting, and it's like, yeah, that's not interesting, but that's not so egregious that I'm going to jump off a cliff. Like, Fates does have plot points I think are straight up awful, right? But like, that's not most of the game. And like, I think it's annoying whenever I try. Abe, I'm so sorry to Exalt, right? When I was talking to Exalt about the game's story, when I said I understand why people enjoy this game's like supports, because I think if it's in the game and it was written, it's part of the story, right?
Yes. Yes.
This will matter more when we talk about echoes, right? But like, if you listen, Exalt constantly was talking about how much he didn't like the game's story, but refused to explain why without using another opinion. You know what I mean? The story is bad because the characters are bad. Okay, why are the characters bad? And it's like, why would you ask me if the characters are bad? They're so clearly awful. How? Tell me. Explain. You can't just claim. Listen, you need to provide evidence. You need to explain it.
Someone told me convincingly that the characters are bad, and so now I believe that the story is also bad.
Like, you know what I mean? And it's like, it's not difficult to do this with Fates. But if you want me to believe that the game is like this, the game or the story is bad, you need to provide evidence. It's like, it makes me jump off of a cliff, right? Like, watch, I will literally do it right now, okay? I think Fates' supports suffer from the same problem as Three Houses. I think they rely too much on the quirky trait and then a backstory that is supposed to justify the trait. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I think it is a little frustrating. It's not the most awful thing on the planet. Every Fire Emblem game does this. But Fates has a lot of supports and a lot of characters, so you notice it more.
Yes. Agreed.
Like, that was
it's also a lot.
It?
It's also a lot easier to build up supports compared to other Fire Emblem games as well, because it's
see a lot of them.
Yeah, like the mechanic of gaining supports is especially. I mean, it's the same in Awakening. But I think there's a lot more people in Fates across all three games that the interesting part of each character gets diluted across the entire cast. Yeah. Especially if you have to have people who are like, oh, this one character has to have 17 different supports, so that's 17 different conversations we have to somehow make interesting, and that's just not possible.
Yeah, and even like, it becomes even more difficult when you have to try and justify each character's reason for marrying each other. Because I don't know why this game needs to have a second generation. This is the one game where the marriage part, right? I just go, why? You know what I mean?
Yes.
Or I guess not the marriage part, the kids part. Like,
the kids part. It's because Awakening had it. That's why.
It's because Awakening had it, right? And it's just like, you didn't need this. It doesn't help that they just add characters.
And then even the reason for them being is just shoehorned in. It's like, oh yeah, you know, it's dangerous to have kids in a war, so we stuffed you in another portal, and coincidentally that portal moves faster than in our realm, and so it takes 7 maps of being paired up and involved to get from 0 to S supports.
Oh, it's so frustrating, but it is not the worst thing in the world when it comes to writing.
Yeah.
Right. Like if I wanted to play a terrible story, I would play Sonic Forces. Random Sonic string.
All Fate's parents are canonically deadbeats. All of them.
It is
Every
so
one of
funny
them.
how they did that by accident. You know what I mean?
All of these kids have trauma because their parents abandoned them in a portal for like
the magic baby dimension.
for at least 18 years.
In
unless
theory.
in theory. Unless you're Kana, in which case like they're still probably like 10 years old.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Thinking about father behavior. No, I'm kidding.
The most concise, genuine criticism of Fate's story you'll ever hear that isn't someone just being like, someone else told me. You know what I mean?
Yep.
All right, so like, tell me, how did you feel about your birthright?
I
didn't even get to say how did you feel about your conquests. Oh well.
Oh my god. So like I this is tricky because I don't remember Birthright and Revelation as a whole all that well. I remember bits and pieces. I've only ever played Birthright once, and similar to Awakening, right? My first experience was Conquest, and I played it as if it was a Fire Emblem game. My second playthrough was, my second playthrough of Fates was my first playthrough of Birthright, and I treated it like my let's make a broken character run.
I see.
Right? So I didn't play Birthright as intended. Instead, I made a Corrin pair up with Hana into a person with, a bajillion avoid, and
Yeah.
only sent those two into every single map.
And you just won.
And then I won. So I don't remember Birthright the intricacies of the Birthright story. I do remember specifically I found the Corrin and Birthright to be less compelling than the Conquest one.
I see where you're coming from, right?
Mhm.
I think, well, I mean, to be fair, right? It's not like we're actually going to talk about the FE lords in general, but a lot of them are just, they're like the same guy. It's really mean to say, but they are very similar as characters, right? I don't like Corrin that much, right?
Yes.
Unfortunately, this does make it difficult for me to be like Corrin whenever I see Corrin. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But what was it? I can't act like Corrin's character is like worse in any like uniquely the problem with Fates. It's always just been the plot. The world tour.
Yes.
Hero's place.
Yes.
Cool place, right? Let's have a fight. And then they're gone. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Birthright does have one really, really comically awful plot point that I do want to talk about later. Like, it is surprising how Birthright has managed to dodge the strays that Conquest story got, right?
Yes.
But we'll get to that when we get to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I may, about the gameplay, right?
Yes.
I think if you took every criticism I talked about Sacred Stones and Awakening and then multiplied them by thousands, you get Birthright. Birthright is the least strategy-friendly game in the series because it is so uniquely easy.
Yeah.
You don't need to engage with this game's tactics at all to win.
Yes.
You take one guy, you give him a pair up. You take Ryoma, you give him a pair up, and you end turn.
I didn't even need to use
beat
Ryoma. I didn't even need to use Ryoma.
Exactly. And it sucks, right? Because I actually think Conquest had a similar problem where a bunch of the units are kind of bad, right?
Yes.
Compared to the big boys, it's worse in Birthright. It's way worse in Birthright.
It's way worse in Birthright. Yeah.
In Birthright, everyone is it is literally the early shepherds joining and being like noticeably weaker than everyone else.
Yes.
And needing effort to make them like good, but they don't suck ass completely. In Birthright, everyone is so much worse than the royal units that you just don't use them unless you like them.
I remember being extremely disappointed in Rinka. I'm like, why is my Rinka hitting like a wet noodle? Not realizing that Rinka's technically a guard, a knight.
Yeah.
Not a fighter. Rinka's not a fighter. She's technically a knight, an armored knight.
I wouldn't have known that because I didn't use Rinka because I just had Corrin and then Ryoma showed up and then I won.
Rinka is a tank that does jack. Yeah, exactly.
Everyone in Birthright has this problem in spades. That's why I didn't mention this with Conquest, because it's way worse in Birthright, despite the fact that Birthright is so easy. So it's ironically easier to notice. Because in Conquest, you need every quarter you can get, right?
Yes,
so it doesn't matter how ass the weapons or the characters are, you'll use them anyway. In Birthright, it's like, why bother? I'll just use Ryoma and turn.
Send Ryoma and turn. You're done. That's all you need to do.
beat the game doing this, Abe. I'm not joking.
I know you're not joking. I put Birthright for not for me.
Yeah, I agree. I do think Birthright is my least favorite between it and Conquest, because even if I was mad playing through Conquest, I engaged with the game. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It was friction between the game's difficulty, me not knowing the game to the fullest extent. You know what I mean?
Yes. With Birthright,
the same problem you had with Radiant Dawn. With Birthright, I didn't play the game.
With Birthright, like, I could have just as easily not played the game and come out exactly the same, because I basically didn't play a Fire Emblem game. I played a skip battle simulator.
Skip battle simulator. You played a cutscene. Like, if there was a Fire Emblem game, you could actually just experience the full extent of through YouTube, ignoring the supports, right?
Yeah.
Ignoring the supports, right? It's Birthright.
And Emmy brings up a good point, which I was kind of alluding to about why I didn't find Birthright Corrin that compelling. He just wasn't that interesting. I mean, they're both not interesting, but I found Conquest Corrin to be more interesting than Birthright Corrin, because Birthright Corrin just seemed like, I have no problems killing all these Norians. Whereas
that is fair.
Conquest Corrin at least had a little bit of nuance where, like, she tried her best to keep people alive where possible, but in the end she was just a naive princess, similar to Peleus in a way. Not nearly to the same extent as Peleus, but there was layers there.
Peleus' defense, right?
Yes.
Peleus is very definitively making mistakes. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, the game doesn't go, Peleus is actually a great ruler. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Which is a thing I can agree with, right? Said wrong, right? Position versus interest again, right? Where everyone, I don't like this argument. I don't like when people do this, right? Where someone says the character is stupid, right? When it's like, no, the problem is that when Corrin makes a mistake, the game makes it sound like it wasn't. You know what I mean? Or every decision Corrin makes is made to look like it was the optimal choice, which is annoying. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's not like Corrin is an idiot. That being said, though, right? I agree with you. Granted, I am also of the opinion that I thought Birthright was the obviously good decision to make, right? Because of the fact that, like, Garen did try to get you killed multiple times. You only survived because Mikoto killed herself to save you.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
And then, why would you go back? Right? But I do like the fact that the game does attempt to explain this with Corrin being like, I was raised by these people. I don't want to abandon them.
Yes.
And also, you're not related to the Inorian, the Hoshiden royals.
Yes.
That does significantly sour the reason to choose Birthright over Conquest. Oh, do you want to rant about Kaze's death? Okay, so what do I remember about Kaze's death?
You had to be a certain support in order to save
prevent him
Kaze.
from dying.
Yes.
Yeah. And he just, like, dies from, like...
He, like, falls down a
just,
crevice. Right?
Yeah, and you have to save him if you like him enough.
If you like him enough.
That is really funny when you think about it.
Oh my god. Was that a Birthright thing?
That was a Birthright thing.
Okay.
I think Birthright has, like, if I may, the worst, like, key moments. Even if I'll have to reassess my feelings of Conquest story, actually, right? Because most of my problems with Conquest story has to do with everyone just being like, yeah, we can't stop Garen. We'll just keep doing what he says. You know what I mean? While Birthright has things in story writing that I just straight up despise, right? Was it? I think, I want to talk about this. So do you remember the Takumi plot point in Birthright?
No, I don't.
So I don't. So Takumi's getting messed up by Anankos, right?
Okay.
And then you save him. But later, Takumi gets, like, Iago does something to him. I think it's possession or brainwashing, right? Fire Emblem special, right? And in it, right, Takumi's like, oh, I'm evil now, right? I'm completely unable to resist Iago. And then Iago proceeds to stand in front of the entire cast and just explain Takumi's character verbatim to everybody. I'm just sitting here like, wow, way to kill a character. Like, Takumi wasn't that interesting a character, right? Like, they didn't make his feeling of inferiority that interesting, even in his supports, right?
Yep.
But, like, you just like, why would you do that? Like, what makes talking to me interesting if you're just gonna tell me everything about him verbatim?
Yep.
That's how you write a character.
Hmm.
And so it's, to me, the most comically like bad part of Fates' story, assuming Revelation doesn't top it somehow, because it's been too long since I played Revelation. I know nothing about it besides
Yeah, I'm on a similar boat. I think, I mean, Birthright left a negative impression on me, whereas Revelations, and this is not exclusive to Revelations because we're getting into another Fire Emblem game where I definitely beat this, but I remember absolutely fuck I remember absolutely fuck all about it. I almost want to put Revelations like just above Birthright because I feel like Revelations has a very similar experience as Birthright, just more people to work with. But also, like, I don't see Revelations is just more Birthright. I think it's not more Conquest, and it's not a mix of Conquest and Birthright. It's just more Birthright.
I agree, actually.
Okay.
Since Revelation was designed to just be like the both of them, right? It needed to have all of Birthright's quirks too, right?
Yes, exactly.
I think the idea of Corrin, the story warping in order to make sure Corrin's decisions are always like optimal,
Yes.
right? Happens in Revelation far more than it ever does in Conquest and Birthright, right?
Yes.
Multiple scenes where the game is like, Corrin didn't kill a single person, just to be like, look at how kind Corrin is. And that's like, you don't need to have Corrin spare literally everybody for me to believe that they're capable of kindness, you know? You know what I mean?
Yes.
But besides like those story beats and the one time Corrin turned into a detective, I have nothing negative to say about this game. Besides, like, I don't know, maybe apparently the maps are horrible, but I can't say that if I haven't played it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just don't remember enough about it, but it's just kind of jarring that it's like didn't leave a single impression on me. Like I vaguely remember like I vaguely remember the Inankos map, and that's probably it. And like the very beginning where like you're like, I don't want to side with either of you, and then both your family wants to kill you.
Yeah, they're both like, fuck you.
Like the Branch of Fate for Revelations was just so jarring. It's like, guys, I need a second to think about this, and both of them like, well, now we're gonna kill you.
Right? It's so weird because with all the roles there, it's surprising Corrin doesn't go, hey, wait a minute, something's clearly not right here. Hey, you guys don't like Garen either, right? You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be like, why didn't they do the decision I would make since I have the power of hindsight?
Right.
Because I get to criticize the shit out of that later. Right?
Yes.
But like, you have every reason to be like, hey, maybe Garen might not be the greatest dude to the royalty of the country you're trying to like not betray. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Oh well.
All right. Reminder that no matter how evil Garen is, Xander will defend him.
That is the biggest issue with Conquest's story, right?
Yes.
But then again, you don't spend that much time with Xander. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
In Conquest, story-wise. Most of the, or was Xander and Garen together, story-wise, I should say, right?
Yes.
It is still just like the Nor World Tour.
It's insane how bad Xander's character is in the main plot.
Fair enough. A lot of people have soured on Xander because of it, but a lot of people like Xander too.
Yeah, I mean he does defend Corrin. Like he doesn't ever like betray Corrin at any point where it's, you know, what is that profile picture? Which one? Mine? The Twitch one? Or Donuts?
I made this
Thing is, support Xander is top 3 Fates character. Welcome in, Slicer.
I've heard that opinion before. Emmy, what YouTuber gave that opinion to you, huh?
I don't know. I'm oblivious to that.
I just want to say that at least once.
So, based off of the available information that I have, I don't think Revelations or Birthright is for me.
I'd imagine not. I do think very Very unsurprising take.
Mhm.
Yeah, Conquest is the best route, at least for me.
Yeah.
All right then. So tell me, how much of a fan of Shin Megami Tensei are you?
I have never beaten a Shin Megami Tensei game. I don't count Persona. I've beaten Persona games. I've never beaten a Shin Megami Tensei game.
Fair enough. I do count Persona as SMT since the games do and carry the same tropes. And one more is just press turn, but with less steps. You know what I mean? But I understand how you feel, right? That being said, though, I know nothing about TMS. Just that it's a crossover game. It's got idols.
Yeah, so is there anyone in chat who is not familiar with the premise of TMS Fire Emblem? Like, can I spare you guys the summary of it? Thanks for that, Pat Scrim. I think most people are at least vaguely aware of TMS. I just want to hear your version. What is Fire Emblem? Thanks, Slicer. As Donut said, TMS Fire Emblem is a... Oh, Donut. What?
Donut tipped $50. Love
Donut, that's a
Donut's
lot of
commentaries.
money. You said yourself that you weren't made of money. What are you doing?
You don't have to worry about it. I didn't get a paycheck or anything.
Oh my god. I'm not familiar with it. I've avoided learning anything about it. Oh, so do you not want to hear anything about it then, Catbot? Donut, thank you for the $50 donation. Please let me know what raffles you would like to enter.
Oh, just split them evenly again.
Okay, fair enough. That's easy.
It's good to know I'm helping out though.
Yeah.
So,
TMS or Tokyo Mirage Sessions is not a Persona and Fire Emblem crossover, but an SMT and Fire Emblem crossover. As I informed Donut today, TMS is just the reverse of SMT.
apparently my SMT fan status has been compromised by the fact that I never noticed this.
I actually know some SMT purists who really don't like to consider Persona as SMT. Yes, I'm aware of that
weird.
too.
It's the same in reverse. There are a lot of people who only like Persona and hate SMT, so they consider Persona separate from SMT, right?
Yes, you're gonna have those fanboys and elitists be like,
Right.
no, my flavor of SMT is better than your flavor of SMT because of these reasons. It's no different than Fire Emblem.
If you're looking at Shin Megami Tensei as the numbered franchises and none of the spin-offs, yeah, the two seem pretty different. But if you look at the entirety of the franchise as a whole, right,
Yes.
including the spin-offs, right, stuff like
Yes.
Devil Survivor, Digital Devil Saga,
Yes.
Soul Hackers, right?
Yes.
Yeah, no, Persona's pretty SMT. You know what I mean? Just,
Yes.
You know, in different flavors.
Yeah, they're all yeah, flavors is the accurate term.
So like, I don't know.
yeah.
I think they're similar, especially because they took the Shin Megami Tensei title off of other spin-offs. Like Soul Hackers 2 is just Soul Hackers 2.
Yep.
Oh well, that's enough about Omega 10. We're here to talk about Fire Emblem. I mean, Tokyo Mirage Sessions Fire Emblem.
Yeah.
The Shin Megami Tensei Fire Emblem game.
So this was originally released on the Wii U. It was re-released on the Switch, and I personally played the Switch version. I managed to get the French version, which had English localization on it. So I didn't even get my hands on the NA version of Tokyo Mirage Sessions. I managed to get the European one somehow. How I know that is because if you flip it over to the back, it's entirely in French or something. That said, so Tokyo Mirage Sessions is, in terms of setting, it's very similar to Persona in that it's like a modern day, Japan / Tokyo. You have your usual cast of high school age students, and they all want to be in some way or another involved in the sort of entertainment business. And so it's not exclusively a cast full of idols. A good number of the cast are idols or are in the music industry, but some are actors, some are play actors, and many of the characters are actually very endearing in their own way, and that's something that I found personally to one of the strong points of Tokumura sessions were how much I like really cared for each and every one of the characters, which is kind of wild because when I played Persona 4 and I played Persona 5, there were some characters I just did not care about at all. And those are supposed to be like the gold standard for, you know, SMT and Persona games. Like people love to have their scrungos in Persona games. There were characters that like I don't care about at all, like anything that happens to them. Like Anne is one of them, and Anne is one of the biggest, like one of the most popular characters in Persona 5. I don't care anything about Anne.
To be fair, in Persona 5, everyone's the most popular character in Persona 5.
Yeah, fair. That's true. That's fair enough. Fair enough. Everyone has their scrungos in it. I feel like in Tokumura sessions, it was surprising because of the type of game it is and the quality of the game. Like, how did you land a French session? I bought it off. It was on sale on Walmart, and I just ordered it, and I received a French copy.
Somehow it was French.
Yeah, somehow it was French. It, like, you know, it has the PEGI rating on it instead of the like the rated E or whatever, or rated T one.
Every time you accidentally watch a European trailer, you hear PEGI 12.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, and so like all the characters in Tokumura sessions are actually like pretty unique. It's a small enough cast for you to, at least from what I remember, you kind of get to know everyone, like a pretty decent amount as well. And it's not like you, from what I remember, you don't really get what's her name? Okamura is her last name? What's her first name again? Like the last character you recruit in Persona 5.
Haru,
yeah, like where she joins so late that you don't really know anything about her.
well, part of that is because they in the third semester they did not want to address the elephant in the room.
Yeah.
I used to never like that.
But that's the last time I'll try to compare it to Persona, because it's not really relevant, right?
Yeah.
As far as the story goes, it's very similar to like Soul Hackers, especially like the way the dungeons work. It's not like we're trying. I have to go back to Persona again. It's not like Persona 4 or like the Mementos. It's not as sort of colorfully illustrated as the Persona 5 dungeons either, or rather the palaces. I think it is more reminiscent of Soul Hackers design, where it's kind of just like very open and abstract like platforms.
That makes
if
sense.
that makes any sense.
They're not as I'm guessing they're not as labyrinthine as like Shin Megami Tensei Strange Journeys dungeons.
Yes, exactly. It's not like, and then it's not like Strange Journey at all, which, you know, Donut, you've been watching me play Wizardry, and that's very much like Strange Journey. Right?
Yeah. I'm very
or
bad at
Etrian Odyssey or whatever.
Yeah.
And so side note, you know, Strange Journey was inspired by Wizardry. Same with Etrian Odyssey and all that stuff. Anyways, I mean, like a lot of things I liked about Tokumura sessions, I think the story as a whole is pretty average, but that's pretty typical of Fire Emblem. I didn't really have huge standards for it. It is not a Fire Emblem game. It's barely even an SMT game with Fire Emblem characters in it. So you have your Awakening cast and you have your Shadow Dragon cast. You have Chrom, Virion, Tharja from Awakening, and then you have your Sheeta, Navarre, Drog, and Kane from your Shadow Dragon side. I feel like there's one more, and I cannot remember who. Also, Tiki's in it.
I just vaguely remember Marth being in that game.
I don't know if Marth is in the game.
Oh well, problem for later.
Yeah, for whatever. Right. Right. So, I don't want to get too much into the synopsis of the game, but it is, you know, the battles and gameplay is more similar to an SMT game where it's turn-based. You do have the one mores. It does borrow, it does borrow the weapon triangle from Fire Emblem, but they also have elemental weaknesses from your standard SMT. I think most of the spells and abilities are more similarly named to the SMT style, so like your Augie, your Miragi, or all that
Makes
stuff.
sense. I don't imagine they had like physical skills named after FE skills. Like I don't imagine there's just Astra, right?
They didn't. They might have had stuff like Horse Slayer, and stuff like
weapons.
maybe. I vaguely remember stuff like that, but for the most part, it's probably just like your standard attacks, and then similar to SMT where you have like Smash, which like does slightly more damage but slightly higher HP cost.
Good old Smash.
Let's see. Okay, I'm starting to understand just one issue. What is an SMT? SMT as in Shin Megami Tensei. It's a game. It's the game series. Battle mechanic is 90% SMT Persona.
Yeah, pretty much.
And then it's so if you played a Persona game or you've played an SMT game before, it's similar enough in that gameplay style that you would be able to pick up on what Tokyo Mirage Sessions is trying to sell you. So I think by and large it's like honestly a well packaged game. I had a ton of fun playing it. I think my only frustration and also a recommendation is don't play it on hard mode, because it's one of those games where like hard mode isn't more fun or more challenging, it's just stupid and annoying.
Is it just like longer?
It's just like things are tankier, like things are more of a damage sponge, and it's not like you're being challenged. It's just like the battles are much longer because every enemy has much more HP and they deal more damage to you.
Makes sense.
And then like when you're dungeon crawling, like you'll encounter your regular enemies that you like can run into and do like your preemptive strikes and whatever. And those battles I think are fine on hard mode. They're kind of annoying and like tedious because of the HP pools, but it's like whatever, you can get past it. What I struggled with the most is the sort of like hyper extra strong mobs. Usually they're like highlighted in red, and this is not an exclusive thing to TMS either. Like you'll have these types of enemies that are like slightly more buffed than others, whether it's in Persona or SMT games, and fighting those was almost impossible to do on a hard mode run. To the point where like I never did it. I purposely avoided it every single time. Like if you complete it, you get extra rewards and stuff, and so there's incentive to do it, but I think it's not worth it in hard mode. Probably better in normal. And I felt like there's that whole section of the game where I just decided to skip because it was just tedious and overly difficult. And it was like you could start the match and then it would just instantly wipe you because their stats were just so high. It's like getting jumped. It's like, what the heck just happened? Why did I just get a game over all of a sudden?
It sounds like the SMT4 even though I love SMT4, it reminds me of getting jumped by an SMT4 enemy. The enemy gets a weakness on you, they get smirked, you just die.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I love that game, but that's the worst part of the game.
No, you're exactly right. Yeah. And so
so tell me.
Yeah.
How were the Tokyo Mirage Sessions? Where would you put it? I don't know where to put it. I haven't played the game.
No, that's fair. This is, I think, because it's not a Fire Emblem game, I think I'm allowed to put it under meant something to me. And I already spoiled the story to Donut, where like it fits in this category not because I think it's like an amazing game that is the perfect Fire Emblem game, because it's not a Fire Emblem game. It's a crossover game that's barely anything of the either crossover game, right? It's barely an SMT game, it's barely a Fire Emblem game. It just has SMT elements and it has characters from Fire Emblem who don't even interact with one another as far as I can remember. It's not like Crom and Barian would be like, hey, remember that time in Awake? Like they're not kicking back beers reminiscing about what happened in it. Like they all have amnesia. Every one of them, they have amnesia. And so But why it meant something to me is just like it was, it was at least a very unique experience for something that has Fire Emblem in the title. I guess you could say the same thing about Fire Emblem Shadows, but we're gonna pretend that game doesn't exist. And the anecdote that I was telling Donut before we started the stream was like Tokimura Sessions, when I first played it on the Switch and I was streaming it. This was like 4 or 5 years ago at this point. It was when I was like, one day you'll play it.
I mean,
TMS
I played Shadows on release for like 2 hours tops.
And right, so I was streaming the game, and one day I got raided by Shadows. Okay, I'm never gonna play Shadows. It's not worth the space of my phone. I remember getting raided by someone when I was streaming it, and they were playing the game too, and they were like, I was just looking at the game title like page, and like there was only one other person who was streaming, and it was me, so that's why they raided into me. And then from there, the person who raided into me, we became friends. We always made the joke that like the two of us were like 2 out of like the 5 people in the entire world who are fans of TMS, of Tokimura Sessions, right? Donut was saying like, you think there's 5? I'm surprised there's 5. I'm surprised there's 5 of them. But we ended up having a really good friendship, the two of us, and it was also funny because like at some point when I was watching their stream, they started talking about their like how annoying their public transit system was, because then they showed a map of it. It was like, I recognize that transit system. I live there. And we found out that like we lived in the same town. Like, one of the coincidences that the only 2 people in the entire world who were streaming Tokimura Sessions who raided into each other also lived in the same town as each other. So I have a lot of fond memories of Tokimura Sessions. It's not a perfect game, but it's a very fun game. I adored the characters in it. I had a good time playing it. Would have had a much easier time playing it if I played it on normal rather than hard. And if anyone does pick it up, I recommend playing on normal. Don't play it on hard. And take your time with the game, because it's not a Fire Emblem game, it's an RPG. And if you can take your time with the RPG elements of the game, you'll be more immersed in it, and you'll find the characters be a lot more endearing. That's all I have to say.
All right. I can't come up with a joke for this. All right. I'll try.
Sorry, it's too wholesome.
It is too wholesome. I'm very happy that happened. But Abe, now we have to talk.
Okay.
Do you think the true Fire Emblem warriors were the friends you made along the way? If they're specifically from Fates?
Brother, I don't even know who the friends are. I meant friends. They were characters in Warriors. This Warriors is okay. So preface is, I love Musou games. I grew up playing Musou games. Dynasty Warriors was my jam. I loved the Three Kingdoms. I loved playing Warriors games. I loved everything about it. I played so many of them growing up. I thought I would love Fire Emblem Warriors. I pre-ordered the special edition. I still own the special edition of Fire Emblem Warriors. Fire Emblem Warriors suffers the same like weird amnesia effect that I have with Revelations, in that I definitely beat it. I don't remember a single thing about it at all. I don't remember anything about it, which is concerning, because if that means it didn't leave a lasting impact on me, neither as a Warriors game or as a Fire Emblem game.
That's
so
unfortunate.
it is extremely unfortunate. I think there was one thing I can say about it that I did like that they introduced in Warriors that never existed in any other Dynasty Warriors game to this day. They released Dynasty Warriors Origins, and it still doesn't have this mechanic of sending units to a location of your choice. Because one of the critical flaws of Dynasty Warriors games and most Warriors games is that you are essentially the one-man army. You have to solve every single issue everywhere.
Oh, that's unfortunate. That
Where
sounds
like
that sounds a
imagine
good feature
imagine
for
a
all those games.
gigantic battlefield, right? And there's like, you know, flanks are falling, there's weakness points, there's ambushes, you know, your supply lines being attacked, like anything that could come up in a over the course of a battlefield. You were the sole person responsible for fixing everything across the entire fucking map. It is so frustrating. Even in the most recent Dynasty Warriors game, Dynasty Warriors Origins, it is still a problem where you are the one sole person who can solve anything. And if you are late by even a fraction of a second, it snowballs into, oh my god, everything's over, we're dead, game over. And only because you were like, your horse was just barely too slow, or you were just too slow in defeating the last issue and you're now running across the entire fucking map. In Fire Emblem Warriors, you can direct your other characters to locations to address it. And while the AI might not be good enough to address it on their own, you have the ability to swap control to that character without having to travel by yourself to that place.
Wait, character swapping is not in the other games?
Character swapping is not in the Dynasty Warriors game, no.
That is unfortunate.
Yeah.
But I can see why you would appreciate that feature. It reminds me how I thought when Xenoblade 3 came out and they were like, you can switch characters. So like, I don't have to like redesign my team to work on AI characters. I can just swap characters. I loved that feature to death. I see why you feel the same.
Let's see. Yeah, he says, in my opinion, both warriors suck. I want to like them, but I can't. But Emmy does like that mechanic of, like, there's definitely a lot more strategic elements in FE Warriors, which I guess makes sense. But it's kind of crazy how like such a beloved mechanic is not available in their mainstay.
If I may, even though I have not played this game, right? This will matter when we talk about Engage, but oh man, the fan service in this game is terrible.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
If you're not a fan of Fates or Awakening, right?
Yes.
You got shafted so hard. It is unfortunate because, again, this game looks really nice, right? And I bet it's pretty fun, right? But I remember accidentally stumbling across this ancient video made by someone years before Warriors came out, or like a year before Warriors came out, and they're like my character wish list, and I saw Levin from FE4, and I was like, oh boy, oh you poor bastard. Yeah. You got nothing. Yeah. It's also surprising because like characters that were in Smash weren't in this game. Mm-hmm. Like Ike is not in this game, and it's Ike. You know?
Yes. Yes.
I wonder why, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't matter because when I talk about Engage's fan service, I feel like I should always mention Warriors first.
Yes.
All right, Ave, tell me, how were the echoes Shadows of Valentia?
Oh my god.
Did you find the echoes in the Shadows of Valentia?
I found the shadows. I only found shadows. I found endless shadows. No, you can't kill Donut. We need Donut to live for now.
For now.
I maybe I'll put this here under flawed but enjoyable. I think I probably, and maybe it's recency bias too, but I think maybe I enjoyed Path of Radiance more than I enjoyed Echoes. Mm-hmm. I do know I beat Echoes. I don't think, honestly, I don't think I had anything as traumatic an experience with Echoes as I did with Conquest. I remember maps being like annoying in general, but I don't remember anything being like, I cannot get past this. Like I'm completely hard stuck. Like I don't know what to do. Like I'm suffering here. In general, I think Echoes is, I mean, and I think the reason for that as well, that Echoes does let you grind, just like in Sacred Stones. Mm-hmm. So I do remember like spending quite a few hours just like fighting skeletons in like the caves, just getting EXP that way.
just straight boning it.
just straight up boning it, yeah. And this is obviously this is before like I knew about the optimal play of just give everyone Hunter's Volley, right?
Yeah.
I didn't do that. I didn't know I was supposed to do that to make the game easier, you know? I just, you know, send scale. All the normal
I
stuff.
remember I used that skill like once. I went, like,
Exactly. Like,
I went like, my health, I don't want to use this ever again.
so, but I think overall, like, I think I had an okay time with Echoes. I think my most memorable frustrations is really just like witches are really stupid. I don't want to say they're broken because you can get past them. They're just not fun to fight because you get it within enemy range and then they just all, you know, teleport to you, attack one unit until it's dead or dying.
I think, you know, I do have an inconsistent memory with that. Keep in mind it's a memory, right?
Yep.
I vaguely remember witches not attacking the same unit multiple times. I do remember witches attacking a unit and then another unit finishing them off. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
But I could be mistaken, right? Because this matters more in Almsdrop because you have like 4 barons and like witches, 2 witch attacks will kill them no matter what, right? And I don't remember that ever happening. You know what I mean? So
Or did you
like,
purposely avoid it in order to prevent it from happening?
I didn't know how the witches worked at all.
I mean, you turn on enemy ranges and you're like, why is this map wide?
It's not, isn't it?
It's
I
like
think they show you the witches'
like
ranges.
I'm pretty sure they do. I thought it was like 10 spaces.
I could be wrong. That could
Yes,
be
witches have
right?
weird AI. They don't tend to solo target a unit. Okay. Maybe I just
But trust me, I'm not a fan of witches either.
yes. It's very disruptive because it ends up making me just like approach every map internally.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, so we gotta address the elements of the room. This is my favorite Fire Emblem game.
Okay.
Right.
Yes.
Trust me, I have met no end of harsh criticism for liking this game. But let me get the gameplay out of the way first, right?
Okay.
Because I'm not gonna surprise you with what I'm about to say, right?
Yes. Yes.
So I think this game is middle of the road when it comes to gameplay. Right?
Okay. Yes.
There are parts of the gameplay I quite like and parts of the gameplay I don't, right? It makes sense that this game was made and finished by the time Wild Three Houses was in development because combat arts are pretty important in this game, right?
Yes.
I guess we'll get this one out of the way right now. You're not gonna have a good time with the map design. I agree, right?
Yes. Yeah.
With most of the maps being copied straight from Gaiden, right?
Yes.
Which for a game that changes so much from Gaiden, why keep that? You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like,
I don't know. I don't know what I have no idea what audience it was appealing to.
Not fans of Gaiden, that's for sure. People
Yeah,
who liked Gaiden
they're
didn't like this
probably
game.
dead.
They're probably dead is crazy. Were they 40 when the first MP came out? Okay. That was too sorry, game. That caught me so off guard.
Okay, move on.
So, was it? Let me start with the simple thing. I think my biggest problem with this game, right, is that everything takes too long, right? I said I was gonna bring this up again, right? But in Echoes, everything takes longer than it should. Some like a bunch of maps take longer, right?
Yes.
Unlocking combat arts takes forever,
Yes.
right? Some characters level up and like some classes level up and develop too slow. It is my least favorite part of this game. Everything takes too long.
Yes.
Right?
Everything takes too long.
Celica's route's biggest issue is that everything takes too long.
Yes.
I'm gonna give you the craziest take ever. I don't mind swamps and deserts necessarily, right?
Okay.
Like, if I'm in a desert map in a Fire Emblem game, I don't go, oh god, a desert map, right? I just go, okay, we're in a desert. All right, how do I deal with this problem? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know how deserts work. I know how to circumvent them.
I know what you mean. I usually refer to it as more so as a meme than like when I have to do a beach map in Three Houses, like, oh fucking god, not more sand. It's more out of a meme, not because like I know what I'm supposed to do. I bring flyers, I bring mages, right? Like I've done this for decades now. I know how to handle a desert map. I just don't enjoy doing it. I know how to deal with it. I just don't enjoy it.
That's supposed to just be like, oh, deserts, right? Like, I know what they're supposed to do. It's supposed to vary the gameplay. Now you have to think up strategy on movement.
Yes.
The problem, right,
Yes.
is that I think for some reason sand affects Celica too, despite the fact that she's like a mage. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I don't know why they did that. And then secondly, right, the maps are huge. They take too long. I think what's it? The craziest thing I could say is that the skirmish maps in the dungeons I think are fun. I genuinely like the fact that you have a bunch of enemies super close to you.
Yes.
So you have to immediately figure out how to defend yourself. You know what I mean?
Yes.
That's fun. I love those maps, right?
Yes, I agree.
The normal maps, they vary in quality, right? Sometimes you get the biggest map in the planet with like 4 guys in it, right?
Yeah.
So it takes too long.
Yes.
Right? Or you get... We need to stop talking about Selakra. We need to start talking about Nui Baba's Abode. I hate that map. What was it? Forget least favorite map in Shadows of Valentia. That's one of my least favorite maps in the franchise. I hate Nui Baba's Abode so much. Like, if you want to make my least favorite Fire Emblem game, right? Take Conquest's second half, right? Add Nui Baba's Abode to it. Take the tiles in Echoes, right? Because for some reason, everything gives everybody a void, which I don't like, right?
Yes, I agree.
And
Like,
then,
a dirt patch will give you a void.
You're right.
Grass gives you a void, yeah.
I'm trying to think of a Fire Emblem game whose early game I hated, right?
Yep.
I don't know. Lunatic Awakening?
Yes.
Right? And then
Frederick Simulator.
make everything take forever, right?
Yep.
And you got your perfect Kryptonite game for me. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But, okay, ignoring all of my problems with the game's gameplay, right? I mentioned it earlier. I love the skirmish maps. I also like, ignoring which is, the enemy design. I like the fact that enemies have strengths and weaknesses that you can exploit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, you can't. What was it? It's not like this enemy's just straight up immune to magic, right? It's usually this enemy takes a lot less damage from magic, so you want to use physical damage, right?
Yep.
Oh, this enemy takes less damage from bows, so you want to use like normal close range attacks, right? In those skirmish maps, right? Those enemies are just fun to deal with. I like improvising. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Again, right? The biggest problem is in normal gameplay, right? Outside of the dungeons, other than the fact that skirmishes happen too frequently, right?
Yep.
Like the skirmishes where they just send guys at you repeatedly. It's like, I just wanted to go to another shop. Why are there 5 guys?
Yeah.
And then like if you accidentally start a skirmish in a map that sucks, right? Well, congratulations. That's gonna take much longer than it had any right to, right? In TLDR, right? I'm fine with Echo's gameplay. I just think everything takes too long. If you just shortened the time it took to develop combat arts, to promote, made some units not suck. Looking at you, Valbar, right?
Yep.
This game would be fine. Very different. I know a lot of people wouldn't still dislike Celica's maps, right? That's fine, right? Maybe make the swamps deal more damage and have not take away movement, because the swamps are supposed to be toxic. Why did they slow you down? You know what I mean?
Yep.
The game would be pretty all right gameplay wise, right? For the elephants in the room, right? I like this game's story a lot.
Yep.
I love this game's story, in fact, right? I don't want to spend all my time just glazing the game's story, right? But for a person who, again, played these games in reverse order and was more active in the fandom beforehand, right? Being told 2 things about this game on repeat had me think this game was gonna like make me want to jump off a cliff, right? 1, this game's story was uniquely terrible, right? It's like the best this game ever got was it's not Fates, right? And then 2, this game's gameplay was awful. I just remember being like, no, this is great, right? Granted, I can tell you right now, I've met no end of resistance for liking this game's writing, right?
Yes.
Ignoring November, right? This has always been a problem, right?
Yep.
I remember when Echoes was new, right? Abe, you had no idea. Abe, you were familiar with how much people hated Micaiah in Radiant Dawn?
No. Not until I played it.
Yeah, people hate Celica. Like, a lot. You know what I mean? And I understand how they feel. The problem is that they're blaming the flawed writing of another character on Celica. Right? Like, I've told Venom this, right? But like, all right, how much can I mold about this?
Keep it under 5 minutes.
Under 5 minutes? Okay. TLDR, remember I said that everyone doesn't like the fact that everyone claims that Corrin is an idiot?
Yes.
Everyone thinks Celica is a really big idiot, right? And the reason why, and I've noticed this, is because they didn't pay attention to the big twist that they're upset about, being that Celica offers herself to Duma, right?
Yep.
The problem, right, is that everyone thinks Jeddah, like, completely bamboozled Celica, right? And they're almost right. Jeddah does act like he tricked her. The problem, right, is that when Celica makes this choice, Jeddah makes it abundantly clear that at that point in the story, they could not beat Duma, period. Right? Because not Duma. Jeddah explains that the falchion is sealed, and you have to use the falchion to beat Duma, right?
Yes.
And Milla sealed it, so you can't get rid of it. Like, you can't take it out of her head, right?
Yep.
When Jeddah explains this, his trick stops being a trick. It becomes blackmail. It's, you can fight Duma and lose, and everyone dies, or you can do what I say, and I might spare your friends. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's always driven me up a wall. People just don't pay attention to this, right? And there's other things about Celica's character that I found frustrating, right? Even on people who like Celica, because they do a really bad job explaining, like, for example, her willingly choosing to go into that landslide. You know what I mean? Because it's not she ignored the warning, it's that she thought her mission was so important that she had to take the risk anyway. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Crap like that. I used to want to staunchly defend SOP's story and writing, right? But I've just kind of decided it's not worth the effort anymore. I am content simply loving this game in silence if I have to. But that is me molding about Echo's story and having to defend it all the time. Or not defending it, because I only think I defended Echo's story once, right? But whatever.
That said, I put it under flawed but enjoyable, but where would you put this?
I mean, this would very squarely go and meant something to me. It's my favorite game.
Fair enough. Yep. Sounds good.
All right.
Yeah.
You've been waiting for this moment. Okay?
Oh my god.
How did you even let me finish?
Say it.
Tell me, how were the 3 houses?
It's not for
What
me.
else to say?
I mean, it's. I mean, I think at this point. Oh my god, we're getting raided
We
again.
got another raid.
Pharaoh, Yins, Snake, welcome in. He joined just in time for me to. The best part, we literally just got to raiding Fire Emblem 3 houses. I think the interesting about the interesting about this journey is, like, I'm sharing my opinions all throughout this entire tier list, and so I think if for anyone who's been listening along the way, at this point you kind of just infer the reasons why I don't like 3 houses, and like, you don't even have to sit in on my Golden Deer route run for like the past 3 months, right?
Yeah.
At this point, we reviewed 12 title. This is the 12th one, I think. Yeah. Like, so I've already shared my opinion on 11 other Fire Emblems, and they're pretty consistent overall. So, like, it's no surprise that I don't think that 3 houses is for me, you know, because I've talked about, like, what I find to be fun about Fire Emblem, what I find to be particularly engaging, you know, things like how certain parts of Fire Emblem is like being long isn't always an issue. It's just like, what is that time being filled with? And with Path of Radiance, it's a long game, but that longness is filled with actual gameplay and actual decision making. 3 Houses is long because it's full of fluff that doesn't really matter, because we, you know, the last 4 chapters of Golden Deer's route, we just only did monastery. We did no skirmishes, and it wasn't any more difficult for it.
Yeah.
So really, it's just all a waste of time. That's what it is. Fire Emblem 3 Houses is just a waste of time for me.
Let me think here. Honestly, you know what? I guess I just feel the same way as you, just to less extreme, right?
Yes.
I do think this game, if there was any game that would have benefited from having no hub world, it's 3 Houses.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
I don't want, like, in my maddening mode run, I hate how much time I spend running from point A to point B. I know I'm the early game, I haven't locked everything, but I'm sitting here like, I don't want to spend this much time running.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
This would have been much easier if I had the layout of the monastery memorized in my head perfectly, right?
Even then, you still have to walk around.
Yeah, or use
And the
waypoints.
monastery is not
Waypoints aren't any
small.
good spots.
What's that?
It's not. It's huge.
Mhm.
Oh my gosh. Right?
And even the waypoints aren't perfect because like you can take a waypoint, but you still have to walk to the person or the destination who's like in between, or maybe there's a giant wall in the way and you have to go around anyways.
Yeah.
Like it's even the like having waypoints be like cutouts of the monastery isn't as effective when the monastery is so big and the units that you're looking for are so scattered. It makes more sense if you could just teleport straight to the person that you wanted to talk to. And it's
shout out to me completely missing out on Edelgard's route in my first run because I had no idea you had to talk to her at all. Okay.
exactly.
This is like of all the filtered by lack of knowledge experiences I've ever had, a whole route? That's crazy.
Oh my god.
That being said though, you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to end my opinion by saying it's a waste of time to play Three Houses. I mean, I think it is a blunt way of saying it. I think, for what it's worth, I enjoyed playing Three Houses essentially with you guys. I don't think I would ever play Three Houses by myself ever again, because I did that already for Black Eagles. I did it, and it was like, sure, whatever. But to your point about like Three Houses is a game that would have severely benefited in not having a monastery, because I think from a story standpoint, the story is interesting enough such that I can imagine if you finished one of the runs, you would be so curious about like the what if moments. If you made a different decision, if you were involved like with a different faction, like how would this have played out? And finding out that sort of difference, like what if I could have changed Edelgard's mind, or what if I sided with Claude instead? How could he have changed all this? The act of finding out would have extremely benefited from not having a monastery take up 60 hours of your game.
This is true. I can agree with that.
Like if because that's what ended up happening, where like I finished Black Eagles going through all the monastery, and it's like, whatever, that's part of the game. And I'm like, wow, that was Black Eagles. I want to see what the other routes are like now. And so I started Golden Deer because at least in terms of interest, it's like Claude seems sensible, right? Dimitri sounds like a mad person. I want to see what Claude's side of the story is, and then ultimately make my way around just to get everyone's perspective. But getting everyone's perspective can only get me so far if I know that I have to sit through 60 hours of monastery and skirmishes in order to get the whole story.
Yeah.
And that's ultimately why I just gave up halfway through Golden Deers.
Now you see, right? Also, funny story. Have you ever noticed that all of the games I played first are not special to me?
Yes.
That's funny. But I played Three Houses 6 times. I'm on my 7th run, right? And I'll tell you right now, I know I optimized the hell out of my latter runs because, oh my god, everything. You know, I said that my biggest problem with Echoes is that it takes too long.
Yes.
I also remember saying that like I don't have a problem with things taking too long. Oh my god, everything takes way too long in Three Houses. That problem with Echoes gets magnified 1,000-fold, right?
Yes.
Which sucks, because I like some of the gameplay changes they made to combat arts, right?
Yep.
I like that you don't have to rely on a single weapon for combat arts, right? Ignoring the fact that their distribution is terrible, right? Dorothea, oh my god, they hate you, right? But like, I like the fact they brought back durability, right? I never mentioned this before, right? But I prefer weapons with durability because they can make the weapons good because you have to manage them as a resource, right?
You've said that before. I mean, you've said that to me before.
Yeah, I've said that to you before, not in general, right?
Yeah,
That is a thing against Echoes and for Three Houses, gameplay-wise for me, right? You know, except for the part where Three Houses still made their weapons, their legendary weapons built like paper, so they're just not worth using almost ever, right?
Yep.
But, oh my god. If there's anything I can say about Three Houses is, man, I do like the fact that this game, right, out of all the other games in the series, lets you make the pieces that fit inside the puzzle. You know what I mean? Even if it takes forever. Oh, we got another raid.
Yeah, we got raided by Susie now. Zuzu, welcome
Has
in.
universal appeal.
Ryder, welcome in.
I can't believe they're gonna hear us talk
Glad
about
you
Fire
didn't
Emblem.
block me this time. I would never. I don't know what you're talking about. Hep, welcome in. Saya, welcome in.
I can't wait for me to be fed to two
Ryder,
eyebrows.
welcome in. I hope you guys aren't affected by the ads. I haven't run ads in like 2 hours at this point.
We should probably run ads soon.
No, it's
Right?
too late. What's done is done. They'll sit through the ads.
They'll be forced to suffer. But yeah, I like the sandboxy nature of Three Houses. I think if there's any game that does unit building the second best, it's Three Houses. I think Fates does it the best, right? But
before you continue, some context to all the readers coming in. Again, thank you for the raid, Suzu. I hope you had a good time with the Unmasked Truths demo. I think pretty much everyone who rated it knows who I am. I hope. If you don't, I am Ave. I'm a lizard. I have pink hair. I like pink just like a fellow Follies member, Eliza. Right now we are doing a Fire Emblem tier list. We actually are on our second tier list. The first tier list we did was I can switch that real quick. It was a Fire Emblem tier list where we rated the Fire Emblem within each Fire Emblem game. Between very important to completely useless and has no need to exist in this Fire Emblem game. So it was more of a meme. And then we moved over to an actual okay, now let's talk about the games. And you guys joined at probably an opportune moment because we were in the middle of discussing Fire Emblem Three Houses, which was the game that I completed most recently, but not for the first time.
Disclaimer: this is not my tier list. This is just Abe's. I'm just here.
This is my tier list. This is not Donut's tier list. And if you have any questions about any of the ratings here, we're not going off of a A through D tier. We're kind of adding a little bit nuance to each of these things. And then we'll complete again in the near future. Donut has two things on his tier list: Arkfeld.
Oh my god, not Arkfeld.
Oh.
You have to go through. I need to redeem myself by winning against two Arkfelds at the same time, I guess.
Yeah. So yeah, and in addition to that, I'm also hosting a month-long charity event throughout the rest of April. Around my birthday, I like to celebrate it by raising some money for various different charitable organizations. So this year we are raising money for the Trans Lifeboat Project. This is a project held by an organization that is providing assistance and support and what's the word? They're support cases for people who are for trans individuals who are trying to relocate to safer places to live, right? People who currently live in very hostile environments, whether it's because of home or government or whatever, and their lives are at risk in staying where they are. This project aids those who are trying to relocate to places that better suit their environment, provide them an environment where they can actually live in peace and whatnot. So that's what we're raising money for this month. We wanted to raise $500 in total. We are currently at $345. We're really close to our goal. As an added incentive, we do have some raffle prizes, which I coincidentally threw the command out just as you guys rated, but here it is again. Every $5 donation gets you one raffle entry, and if you click on that blue sky link, you can see all of our prizes available. They're all artist commissions of various different styles. They're all people that I've worked with very closely. Some of them you guys are already familiar with. They're all very friendly. All the artists who are contributing very friendly. very thoughtful, very considerate for supporting this event. So, if you can afford to contribute, please do. If you can't, that's totally fine as well. Feel free to just support the event, support the channel by hanging out and sharing the stream, sharing any of the posts on my social media accounts. But overall, we're just trying to have a good time this month. All right, that's my spiel. Donut, go back to your hot take on Three Houses.
I was just about to say, speaking of great time, let's have a horrible one. I don't know what. I guess I could talk about the game's story. I guess, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, it's all right.
I think it's
fine.
I think it's all right.
But
yeah, I think it's all right. Again, if you scraped out all the monastery stuff, like, I mean, I haven't made this analogy before, but it's like it's the pacing of Three Houses is definitely a detriment. I think the content of the story is fine. I don't think it's particularly remarkable that makes it stand like, sky high against the next best Fire Emblem game. It really doesn't, as much as people like to glaze it. I think the story can be experienced better, and I'm going to be returning to this issue often, if it wasn't, something you got a taste of once a month. If you didn't have the monastery, I think Fire Emblem Three Houses would be a much better game. And I can't stress that enough.
Take the whole building.
Just completely remove it.
Interestingly enough, right?
Yes.
Wow, my train of thought actually just went straight into the abyss. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Let me make one more point then. So that I like the analogy I was gonna make is like Three Houses story is like watching anime weekly, but if you had to do all the work of getting the anime out every week. Like, watching anime weekly is fine because you don't have to commit any effort to watching it. You just have to wait, and that's fine. You can do other stuff while that's happening. But with Three Houses, in order for you to get the whole story, you have to do all this menial, really repetitive, almost completely worthless stuff just to get the next snippet of storyline.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from.
And it's even worse when, in order to get the next routes, right? Doing Golden Deer, doing Blue Lions, doing that route, the first 40 hours of the game is the same first half of the season of the anime you just watched.
Just watching a bunch of what if scenarios.
Oh my god.
Where you have to watch the build up every time.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like I'm so over this. I've already seen it once. Now you get to see it again, and then you get to see it again, and then you see it one more time because there's 4 routes.
So you've played these games before?
All the filler episodes. Oh my god.
Every time you open up Three Houses, you're just like, I've played this game. I do remember what I was gonna say.
Okay, good.
There is a common Fire Emblem trope that I really don't like, right?
Okay.
Because they do it in every game, and I find it a little frustrating, right?
Yep.
It is the character that is unambiguously, unironically the problem. The bad person, right? And
Yes.
it's fine to have these villains, right?
Yes.
But in the Fire Emblem games where they want to be morally complex, right? They just have to have these characters anyway. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Fates has them, Echoes has them. Echoes has him, it's Jeddah. I hate Jeddah.
Yeah. Fates is Igor and the other guy, right? The bald guy.
Technically Zola.
Yeah.
Hans. I don't know why I mentioned Zola. Hans, Garen,
Yep.
right?
Yep. Yeah. I was thinking Hans and Iago. Yes. Yes. Exactly.
Was it? You've got the Garthans in Three Houses, right?
Yep. Yep.
You have the Begnion Senate in Radiant Dawn too, right?
Yes. The Senate. Yeah.
And it's just like, for some of these games, okay, it doesn't bother me very much, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And then you have, and I love Echoes, so I know it bothers me a lot. Yep, Jeddah.
Yes.
Like, I could mull for hours about Jeddah. Not for hours. I could probably mull about him in 10 minutes, right? Jeddah, the Garthans, right? Because the Garthans are interesting, but they're just evil. Right?
Yes. Yes. Exactly.
And it's like, I get it. You don't want the characters to be unironically the problem, right?
Mhm.
But like, it didn't matter anyway because every Three Houses discourse is rooted around what character did you happen to like first, right? Rather
Yes.
than like which character's objectively the worst choice, right? You know what I
Yes.
mean?
Yes. Yes.
It
Yes.
is the pillar of nuanced discussion,
Mhm.
right? Besides, you know, everyone not being able to go like, maybe this game was written to be tragic because everyone is not supposed to be the objectively correct choice. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Doesn't help that they, again, the obviously evil person does not help in that regard.
Yep.
Honestly, I feel like if I may manipulate you just a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Three Houses should go above Revelation. At least I'm playing a video game when I'm playing Three Houses.
Fair. Yeah. I'll let you have that. I'll let you have that. Like, yes, it is when we are able to get to the maps, the Fire Emblem part of Three Houses, like it does have complex problem solves, right? Which cannot be necessarily solved by putting all the shapes in the same hole, which is your analogy, or my analogy was smashing it with a hammer, right?
Yeah.
And that was evident of that when I was playing Golden Deer, right there. I mean, at some point, I got to be the point where I could send Claude in and Claude kills everyone, right?
Yeah.
But it took time to get there, and then before I had that, I did treat it like a Fire Emblem game, so that's fine.
When it's not, what was it? I forgot to use this analogy with Echoes, right? Where if you do something wrong or suboptimal, you can put any shape in any hole you want, but it slowly goes through, right?
Yes.
In Three Houses, it just happens anyway. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Where the shape slowly goes in, even if it's the right shape. But hey, in Three Houses' case, it can be any shape, which is both a good and a bad thing.
Yeah.
It's not the same thing as Awakening, where it's a giant pit where anything could go in there, right?
Mm-hmm. On that note, how do you feel about the weapon triangle?
In Fire Emblem,
Yes.
I can have it. Take it or leave it.
Take it or leave it. Okay. Does
I
it
like it when
take
it's there.
does it take away from the strategy component if it doesn't have the weapon triangle?
Depends on the game.
That is true. That is true.
I think I'm like, usually it's kind of like that one Donut, the media guy. It's kind of like that one quote from Futurama, where every time, if you do everything right, people won't be sure you've done anything at all. You know what I mean?
Yes.
You'll only notice it when it hurts a lot, right?
Yes. Yes.
In Conquest, I mean, what?
Yes.
But like, even when it's really, really strong and engaged, I don't mind at all, right? It's just like, yeah, okay, I have to worry about the swords. When it's not there at all, like in Three Houses or in Echoes, I don't mind at all, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the weapons themselves still are restricted by class. They still have different stats, right? In the case of Echoes, they have different combat arts. So I'm not particularly upset when it's not there. Also, if the weapon triangle was in Echoes, I would be upset. There are no axes.
There are
You know
no
what I mean?
axes.
So it makes sense that it isn't in Echoes, and I don't
Yes.
mind that it's not in Three Houses. I think weapon triangle is completely optional.
Uh-huh.
Heck, in GBA FE, especially FE6, I'm sorry, Emmy, you can just straight up ignore the triangle if your
Yes.
character is just good enough.
Yes,
you
that's
don't care about the triangle if you're strong enough.
exactly. Yes, that and when you said which FE, that's what I meant by it. That's a good point, because there are Fire Emblem games with the weapon triangle, and it just doesn't even matter. How about Tokyo Mirage Sessions? Weapon triangle is important in Tokyo Mirage Sessions because that's how you get the one mores.
Oh, dude, does the weapon triangle function like weaknesses and Persona SMT?
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep.
All right, Ave, it's finally time.
Mhm.
Tell me, did you engage with Fire Emblem?
I did engage with Fire Emblem. I'm conflicted here. I don't think as much as I want to put it under meant something to me, I don't think I have quite the same like heartfelt and thoughtful anecdotes to bring to engage. I just think it's a great game.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Forgive me, Ave. I must
Yes.
say he who's contrarian.
Okay.
I think at worst it goes in flawed but enjoyable. Obviously,
Yeah.
I'm biased, right?
I mean, that's perfectly reasonable.
Because I think, ironically, I think Scott Delois said it the best. I
Yeah.
don't know why I'm quoting multiple YouTubers, right? The
Yeah.
tactics in Engage are vastly superior to the ones in Three Houses, right? This game, if you're playing it, right, and you
Yes.
don't care about its story and presentation, this is a good experience. This is a fantastic experience. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yes.
It doesn't suffer from having the fuck you guy in it, right?
Yes.
While still requiring you to play at least pretty decently if you play in the higher difficulties, right?
Yes. Yes.
Abe, I'm sorry, I don't like the game story.
That's okay.
Right.
I don't. I mean,
It's
I don't.
the opposite of Echoes, I think, for me.
Uh huh.
This is not the worst thing ever, right? The story, right?
Yes.
But man, right?
Yes.
I could play something else and I'd have more fun, right?
Yes.
But man, I do really like the gameplay.
Yes.
Barring some issues. You know what I mean?
Yes, barring some issues. I mean, I've alluded it to other Fire Emblem games, you know, that we've prior to getting here, where like Fire Emblem is a game that as a series, is a game that I enjoy a lot, and I have certain expectations for it, not necessarily in any one particular area, just as a whole. And things that I thoroughly enjoy when playing Fire Emblem is, what is my second playthrough going to look like? Like as I am going through my first playthrough, I'm always thinking about my second playthrough, what I would do different, you know, what choices I would make, how I would change up the customization if it's available, what different units I want to use if I can or can't. You know, with Engage, it was like I went through hard mode with random growths, and next was maddening with fixed growths. And so in my head, it's like I know I'm going to want to play this again as soon as I'm done with hard mode. But now the problems are now tweaked, right? I can't play maddening the same way I played hard mode. How can I address these newer issues with fixed growths and maddening stats and all the other caveats with going to maddening mode? Engage was a game that I completed once, went right back into it, and beat it again. And I enjoyed every single fucking second of it.
Oh, that's great. That's very wholesome.
Right? Which I cannot say for any other Fire Emblem game. With maybe the exception for P7 and Sacred Stones. I would say those are the two exceptions. Yeah.
I replayed Echoes almost immediately afterwards.
That's
I like
fair.
the story that much.
I did. I think Echoes was one that I wouldn't mind redoing if I knew it wasn't so long.
This is true.
Emmanuel, thank you so much for the follow. Love Neednart. You're not rushing to do blue lines. What do you think, Famous? I'm literally thinking, like, what if I just played another SRPG in its entirety in a challenge run before I moved on the Blue Lions? And that's why I wanted to do UO again. Just because UO is really fresh for a lot of you guys, and it's been long enough that I am interested in getting re-engaged with the world of UO, as well as changing it up a bit with this new challenge. So I think there's multiple fun reasons why I would want to do a UO run before I move on to Blue Lions. Because I feel like if I do Blue Lions, like even from like a streaming perspective, right? Let alone like it's I know it's going to be fucking boring. From a streaming perspective, you guys are going to be watching the same time skip sequence so soon after we finish Golden Deer. Like I'm going to be bored to shit, but you guys are also going to be bored to shit.
You know, it's not a good look, because I agree. And Blue Lions is the most different pre-time skip between all of them.
I didn't know that.
It's the most different.
Yeah, I had no
not
idea.
By much. But
Yes.
It's the most different.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I thought we were. For a second, I thought we were talking about Three Houses. We're talking about Engage.
We are talking about Engage. Supposed to be
Alright.
talking about Engage, but Famous brought back Three Houses.
We're not doing a good job bringing back the 5 years of Three Houses discourse. We need to do better.
Yep.
All right, how do I feel about Engage? Do I even need to talk about the gameplay? I love it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Besides my biggest criticisms of the game are just the classic Fire Emblem balancing problems of they didn't realize this would be too good and this would be too awful, right?
Yes, yes.
I will say this. I know you and I had different experiences with the fandom's reaction to this game, right?
The
where you
whose
spent more time,
reaction? Who?
The fandom, just in general, right?
Oh, okay. Yes, 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 yes.
Where you spent more time seeing people hate the game because it's not Three Houses, right?
Yes.
I was very squarely in the middle. I saw just as many people hate Three Houses, who hate Three Houses, praise Engage for no reason, who as many people who just hate Engage because it's not Three Houses, right? So I'm not as motivated to defend the game because of my lesser opinion of Three Houses. You know what I mean?
Yes, yes, yes.
I guess we'll start with the easy one, right? Yes, I am in fact not the biggest fan of this game's fan service, right? I engaged with this game immediately under the assumption it was the anniversary game, right?
I was not aware that it was an anniversary game.
That's what the leaks implied anyway.
I actually, and this is actually how I treated most games in general, but when Engage was announced, like I heard of Engage's announcement, like I think it probably was from like a Twitter post, but no part of me was like, I want to go watch the trailer right this second. I actually managed to completely isolate myself from any Engage PR or advertisement or like YouTube videos or like, here's what I think Engage is going to be about, like everything. Like I had completely zero knowledge of what I was going to get out of Engage before I actually purchased the game myself and booted it up. So
great idea, actually, right?
Yeah.
Because I've said it before, this game's marketing was awful, right?
I had no idea, like whether it was good or bad. I had zero context.
I think Abby could back me up on this one, right? If you were a fan of the older games and you were jaded towards any game after Awakening, this game's marketing would have made you think this game was awful. You know what I mean? Because they spend more time talking about the Somnial and like buddying with the Emblem rings, right? And the supports, and they did talk about the actual tactics behind the game, right? Which is very unfortunate, right? That being said, though, right? This is typical fanfare for most Fire Emblem games, right? Their marketing, or at least the newer ones, right, where they focus more on all the characters and the story than on the gameplay, right?
Yep.
That being said, though, right? I guess where do I start? I guess we'll start simple. Let's talk about the funny, right? Ragnarok Omega. Right? What was it? If you aren't a fan of a very specific set of FEs, you got noticeably worse sauce than everyone else.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, of course, I'm an Echoes fan, so I feel it more, right?
Yes,
because
yes,
Echoes
yes.
is one of the games where characters have unique attacks and stuff, where they didn't have to make shit up, right?
Yes.
The fact that they were willing to reference Celica being a witch and not her strongest attack makes me age 70,000 years, right? Celica has a sword proficiency, but her ability to use swords gone completely, right? Alm is a bond ring, even though he's also the protagonist of his game, and his bond ring skill is wind sweep, not double lion or sense skill.
Yes.
Why? You know what I mean?
Yes.
Stuff like that, right? And gameplay wise, this doesn't matter at all. This doesn't affect my this doesn't affect how I feel about the gameplay, but man, do I feel it when I'm trying to be like, oh my gosh, they did the thing, oh my god, I know that, right? When you want to point and pog at the screen, right?
Yep.
It's unfortunate, especially because when you factor in the DLC, right? They could have, you know what I mean?
Yes.
They had the Three Houses lords all share one ring, no problem, right?
Yes.
Rip every Ephraim fan in existence, by the way. They feel so bad for them.
Which again is you.
Is me. But that implies I don't like Erica. I do like Erica.
Yes,
but I am an Ephraim fan.
Yes, exactly.
They did the same thing with the FE7 lords, where they only had Lyn and then Hector as DLC, right?
Yes.
And while I like Eliwood the least out of the three characters in FE7, that doesn't mean I don't want him to be there at all, right? Same thing with having only Sigurd, even though he's one half of FE4, right?
Yes. Yep.
But they had Leaf, which makes sense. He was the protagonist of the next game, but man, I feel so bad for Seliph. Heck, all of Sigurd's stuff only reference genealogy Gen 1, not Gen 2. So, you know, you're going through it, right? The fan service is so picky with what it wants to like be like, yeah, this is awesome. You guys remember this, right? And it sucks, right?
Yes.
But it's not the worst thing ever.
Yep.
And then obviously I'm not the biggest fan of the story, right?
Mhm.
I don't, again, right? Was it interests versus positions, right?
Yep.
A problem that plagues every fandom, including this one, right? People don't want to actually elaborate on what makes the story like not like bother them, right? It's always just the story isn't Three Houses, therefore it must be worse, right?
Yes, exactly.
Engage does in fact, except for the middle of the game, that was cool, right? Suffer from the this is a place. Let's go
Yep.
to the place,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
And then you're done with the place, right?
Yep.
Featuring emblem rings.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
You're doing the world tour. Except this tour is a donut.
Yo. Wait, it's me? When the story does begin to pick up, right?
Yep.
It kind of hinges on whether or not you like Vale, right?
Yes.
Can I slander Vale?
Go for it.
Okay, so in simple terms, Vale is two characters. She's not one, right?
Yes. Yes.
Jeddah has the same problem, but instead of Jeddah being two characters, is they don't know whether or not they want to make Jeddah sympathetic or just an asshole, right?
Yes.
In Vale's case, they have a completely separate Vale who is evil, who you're supposed to hate, right?
Yep.
But the story treats the good Vale like she's the evil Vale, right? And I just seeing Vale be so focused on redemption when she is not responsible for any of the actions her evil version does is frustrating. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I think it utterly I think it completely curb stomps Vale's tragic story because it's like you didn't do any of this. Sucks because I did actually like the scene of Lyra being straight up upset with Vale for what she did to Lumera, right?
Yes.
Besides that, right? It's typical Effie fanfare, right? You're not missing out on much. It is just the Fire Emblem classic of the let's go to place. This is place. We fight here.
we pick up more allies. Go to the next place. You know, fight at this place. Pick up ring. Go to this place. Pick up more allies. Pick up ring. Go to this place. Fight here. Yes.
You know, I'm not mentioning Morian, right? Because Morian suffers from the same problem, a similar problem to Vale, right?
Yes, agreed.
But what was it? The whole bit with Sombron taking the emblem rings works as an interesting way to put you in a disadvantage gameplay wise, one that doesn't make me want to jump off a cliff. West, I mean, what? You're gonna stop doing that. But narratively, it's not that interesting. You know what I mean? Somehow Vale got the draconic time crystal from you, and it's like, with this, I can just take the rings, right?
Yes.
Even though that's not how the crystal works. And then you lose them. And it's like, okay, it's cool that you lost them and you have to now adapt to a new set of them. But
Yes.
every ring you lose from that point onward is way worse because you can't use them again until like way later, which does hurt them compared to the rings you get earlier. Abby just said, narrative-wise, can we talk about how the rewind mechanics ruining logic? Fair enough, right? I think between the 3 games so far that have rewinding time as a plot point,
Yes.
I do think Engage does it the worst, but at the same time, in Three Houses has God do it, right?
Yes.
And in Echoes, it'll work when you need it to, so it doesn't matter. You know what I mean?
Yes. I think they're both they are both pretty bad, but I think yes, like as far as like suspension of belief, Engage does it worse.
At the same time, we should just not do it. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't bother me as much in Echoes because I like Echoes first and foremost, right?
Yes.
And also because they just didn't explain it, right? And I can just suspend disbelief. I don't really care about whether or not it works because it's not being used in story, right?
Yes,
How
exactly.
you get it.
Yep.
It is a little more bothersome in Three Houses because some scenes are worsened by the fact that they don't double down on the full extent of which you can use this ability. Gerald's death scene, right?
Yep.
Or an Engage. How the hell did nobody notice Vale going back in time? It's not like Vale disappeared. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yes.
But it's fine, right? It's not like I'm gonna wake up in the morning and be like, ugh, I don't like that plot point. Like, it's never going to be that deep, right?
Yep.
So, you know what? I think I've convinced myself that I would put Engage in great games, right? Or at the very top of flawed but enjoyable, right?
Yes.
Since I do consider both story and gameplay as a combined experience. You spend hours doing both, so I want to enjoy both.
Yes. Yeah, I think as far as like I mean, I've already talked about how like the gameplay aspect of Engage is phenomenal. It's one of the best packaged gameplay wise out of any Fire Emblem game I've ever played. As far as the story, I think it is similar to Conquest, not nearly as bad as everyone thinks it is. It does suffer from good highs, but really, really bad lows.
I can follow that.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? I'm curious. What are your favorite scenes in Engage?
I mean, I think I liked Alear especially, both in like the voice direction. So like the voice actress for Alear is really, really good. I liked how she delivered every single line she's ever given. And so like I liked Alear as a character, as like a stark contrast to Byleth, because Byleth was a wet noodle. Alear had personality, more so than Corrin, in fact, or at least in my opinion, rather, not in fact. Like one of the I don't mind like really the campiness of the game if it like develops. Yeah, exactly. Byleth had a personality. Like Byleth felt sad when sad things happened, so I guess there is some sympathy deep in their heart, or lack or lack thereof,
in some place where no person could reach.
Yeah. But like there were times where I'm like, you know what, Alear, that makes total sense. Like when not the Risen, what are they called again?
The Corrupted.
The Corrupted. Like when they first appeared, and like Alear's like, I don't know who these people are. They look dangerous, and I just woke up. We should probably run. Like, yeah, that makes total sense.
You know what? I agree, but for a different reason. Right?
Okay, yeah.
I think that people like that scene because it's funny, right?
It is funny. It is funny.
I do think it works narratively, but
yes,
for the different reason in question. Because I kind of like Pastelier, even though they barely show up, right? And I kind of wish they expanded upon Pastelier more, because I'm gonna, of all the things to get me in the feels ever, right? I wanted to be a good dragon when Alear was dying. Actually, almost got me.
Yes, I agree.
I felt terrible for Alear in that one scene.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And so it kind of sucks we don't get to see Pastelier more, right? Because even though I really did not feel much for the twist that, oh my god, Pastelier wasn't actually evil. Yeah, what a shock, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I do wish we saw more of them.
Yes, I agree with that. I had an opinion with like when Alear, spoiler, when Alear dies and gets revived as a corrupted, and so now it's like the red Alear, right?
Yeah.
I almost wish the remainder of the game was Alear, at least visually, kept the solid red hair.
I agree.
Because the way, at least the the way I would have liked the story more, or at least get is like a part of the story that I wish they dug more into is Alear's acceptance of who their past was, and in tying it together with, again, that past Alear wasn't actually evil per se. I mean, they killed people, that's bad, but in the end they wanted to be a good dragon, right? And so like it would kind of tied the story together, where it's like Alear accepted their past selves and their current selves as being this, as the two sides of themselves that can mesh well to one another. So it's like, rather than just being the good dragon, it's a good dragon with flaws, but how do we work past this, right? And so I think if Alear was able to stay, at least thematically, solid red hair for the remainder of the game, and sort of accepting themselves for who they were, I think that would have played way better into the overarching story, as opposed to I'm the 13th emblem.
I'm the Fire Emblem.
I'm the Fire Emblem.
I agree. Granted, I would prefer if they did this to Veil, right? I prefer they did it to both, but if I had to choose, to Veil, since Veil being so committed to redeeming herself would have been more interesting if she actually did the things that were so terrible, right?
Yes.
Like, as far as like, this is also very similar to my biggest pet peeve with FE7. We don't care about spoilers, do we?
No.
With Elliewood killing Ninian.
Yep.
I told Kage about this, right? Where it's like, you want to have the cake of killing Ninian, right? And having it be Elliewood's fault, but you wrote it so that it's not. So I don't feel bad for Elliewood. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Listen, you inadvertently completely diminish the inherent tragic nature of accidentally being the thing that caused the tragedy, because that's not what happened. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It sucks, but it's not like FE7 became the worst game in the universe because of this one problem, right?
Exactly.
I
yeah.
feel the same for Engage, right?
Mm-hmm. For sure. I mean, the low points, in my opinion, were definitely like Lumera's death, Lumera's first death. I'm like, oh my god, move on. For similar reason, the Great Hound's final death. I think all the Great Hound's deaths.
Don't remind me of that scene. That scene was hilarious.
So that scene, but also the one before it with what's her name, the younger one.
Oh my god!
Like,
I completely forgot to blast Marnie.
Marnie, like, what the fuck?
What kind of? I'm not gonna try and talk like I have a thinking cap on, but Marnie makes me angry, right? Marnie makes me angry because of Vale, right?
I know.
To have Marnie treat Vale like shit for the entire game, and then to suddenly find out, guys, Vale isn't having the greatest time, and for instantly go against everything she was doing beforehand, right? And rebel against Zephyr, whose praise she is emotionally dependent on, right?
Mm-hmm.
For Vale's sake. It's like, what? And then Bobby's like, oh my god, you killed Marnie? It's like, you hated her! What are we talking about? I guess he didn't hate her, but like, she sucked.
Yeah, because Mavier was like, I hate that I have to witness, the mistreatment of Vale. Right. Even from a person like Marty, and then Marty dies, and he's like, "How could you kill Marty?
How could you kill Marty?
That was Vale's best friend."
She like, brother, she was. I didn't think so. What was it? Freaking! This is a fantastic example of Fire Emblem trying really hard to make you like characters that like. No, I don't. Right? With freaking Zephyr and Gris, right? How long was that scene? It was like 5 minutes of them yapping about how much their lives sucked. I don't care.
Like, why now?
It's like, you're already dead.
Why do I have to feel bad for you now?
If I may, I want to compare this to Jeddah, right?
Yes.
It's the same thing as when they had Jeddah be like, do you really believe that mankind could move on from the gods? And it's like, I'm sorry, you did this because you don't have faith in humanity? I thought you were just a dick. Why would I care now? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I mean, surprisingly enough, I feel like the game that did this better was, at least what comes to mind, right, is like FE7 with the what were they called again? The hand? The
Black Fang?
The Black Fang. Like, none of them are outright criminals per se. They're just being manipulated. And like, many of them were just like, I'd rather not do this evil shit, but the boss is telling me I have to. But they tell you that, like, huh?
I have to disagree with that.
Okay.
Right? Because I think this applies to Nino. I don't think this applies to the rest of the Black Fang, right?
Okay.
Granted, I think, what was it? Because I know that Ursula was straight up obsessed with Sonya. She just wanted to follow Sonya's orders, period, right?
Okay.
And she's utterly putting Nino on blast because all the manipulation is coming from Sonya, right?
Yes.
Brandon was just loyal to her to the point where she just jumps him, right?
Yeah.
And was never questioning her. The only two characters that were like, I'm not a big fan of this, were Linus and Lloyd, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Linus and Lloyd were convinced that Elliewood and his gang, I can't believe I just said that, right? The lords that were loyal to, that were buddies with Elliewood were evil. And then they died in the process when they found out there was foul play. And then the remaining brother was like, you killed my brother, fuck you. You know what I mean?
Fair, okay.
I don't think the Black Fang was presented as particularly moral besides the game telling it to you to your face.
Then would Sacred Stones be a better example? The original 4 generals versus the new ones?
Much better, yeah.
Okay. Maybe
But
that's what I had in
again,
mind.
right, I'm not acting like it's peak fiction.
Oh yeah,
right?
obviously not. I'm not saying it is peak fiction, but I think this is like, so like they've written in the past, they have written an like a better example that was more well thought of compared to what we got in Engage and what we
Yeah.
got in Shadows of Valentia, where like clearly these guys are our enemy, but like they present the complexities well ahead of time and not on their deathbed.
If I may interject, right?
Yes.
I was blasting Jeddah, but Berkut. My God, they did a good job with Berkut.
Exactly. Yes, they did a phenomenal job with Berkut.
It's unfortunate, but what are you gonna do, right?
Yes.
Um.
I was actually surprised you didn't bring up Berkut in a while.
Well, I mean, I didn't want to yap about how much I like SOV because this isn't my tier list, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like everyone hate. The closest thing to anyone saying something about Berkut is, "Oh, he's not as good. His voice acting is why he's good." I disagree because no amount of good voice acting can fix a bad script,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
But ultimately, being a contrarian about Berkut is not something I need to be like, I think this is incorrect. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah.
So, Abe, can I be honest?
Yes.
I'd much rather we dunk on the other lords instead of talk about heroes.
Oh, you may move on to our next tier list.
Yeah, the fun one.
Okay.
The funny one.
I guess closing remarks about Engage. While I do praise the gameplay mechanics of it, right? What I didn't like about the gameplay is the really low movement.
Yeah.
Why is it like 4? Why are promoted
don't-
units stuck at 4? I think it's
so weird
less.
that the maps are getting bigger and the movement is getting lower.
I actually, yeah. So I think I think Three Houses has a similar but different issue where like certain units have the movement range you expect, like the paladins and the flyers.
Yeah.
It makes 0 sense for the mages to be stuck at 4 move, considering how
You know
large
what?
the fucking maps are. In
Yeah.
Engage, I think it's a little bit more consistent where like the flyers and the cav units have more move, but it's not like so much higher compared to the footlocked units that it's like,
Yeah.
oh my god, I'll never use a footlock unit again. It's also in comparison to the map size. I think this is purely based off of feeling and not fact. I think the Engage maps are smaller than Three Houses in general.
They are, right?
And
They're smaller than
so-
Echo's maps.
Yeah,
Actually.
and so yes, the movement is lower in Engage, but the maps are smaller to make up for it, so it doesn't feel like you're spending 8 turns just to get to where you need to go and then attack, right?
I know Emmy's trying to get me, right?
Yeah.
But I agree with Emmy saying blame Echoes. I don't think it's Echoes' fault that it happened in the other games. That's unfair, right? But
Yeah.
in Echoes, it is the worst defender of low move, huge map, right?
Yes, yeah.
Like I said, the small maps are quite fun, right?
Yeah.
But the second you deal with those, you know what map that reminds me of? Guess what? It's Knowing Baubles of Bone. I hate that map. Just the maps don't need to be as big if the units are gonna have such low movement.
And that is something
You
they
know what I
could
mean?
have, and so that is something they could have remedied, but they made the design decision to copy the exact same map as FE3 or FE2.
FE2.
Yes.
If they copied Gaiden less, this game would be phenomenal. I will
Yes.
stand by that. In a game
Yes,
where
yes.
they changed a lot about the original. Honestly, you should have said "fuck it, we ball" and changed everything, including the gameplay.
Yes.
Oh well, hindsight is 2020. It's fine.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? I will give Heroes this half slander, half praise. Right?
Okay.
For the characters that got little to no writing,
Mhm.
those characters were made better. Right?
Yes.
Um,
Agreed.
I think this applies to characters from like Thracia genealogy who don't get much time to do anything, right?
Mhm.
Unless they're the main character, right? Those characters got improved by Heroes, right?
Yep.
I think there are some characters that got made worse. I think people are being a little hyperbolic though, right? Because I remember everyone's like, Lynn is so much worse in Heroes, and I've done enough Lynn research to go, I think she's mostly the same.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
I can understand why people wouldn't be a fan of Lynn in swimsuit, right? but also at the same time, I don't expect Lynn in swimsuit to talk about how her parents are dead. You know what I mean? That's
Why not?
why would you expect that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Granted, Heroes' main story writing apparently got better. Apparently, Alphonse is great, but it's not good. But even then, like, it's got some good scenes in it. It's not that great. And then obviously, the game was fine on release. The power creep made it so frustrating. You know what I mean? Why am I talking about Heroes?
No, I think that's all entirely fair. I think I mean I wanted to put it in not for me, but I think technically it's not played enough to have an opinion.
Yeah.
I mean I have an opinion, and it's that, like, oh, Heroes doesn't interest me because instead of spending time playing a mobile gacha version of a micro-sized Fire Emblem game, I could be playing a Fire Emblem game.
I agree, right? I'm here for the PNGs of my Scrongos, and then I'm done.
Right. And so it's somewhere between, like, it's not for me because I know it's not for me, but also I haven't played enough of it. I haven't played it long enough to be like, you know, here are the reasons why I don't like the story, or here are the reasons why I don't like the characters, or here are the reasons.
Which characters?
I'm just saying it as
There's
an
1,000 of
example.
them.
I'm just saying as an example, right? Like the trying to adhere to your what was it, the out of not out of interest argument, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Raybon, it's interest versus positions.
Exactly.
You want to argue your interest, not a position. That's
exactly.
what it was.
Yes.
All
So
right.
for me
Should we
to
take a quick
be,
break?
yeah, we can take a quick break. I need to refill my water, but also
I'll get more tea.
yeah. So we'll take a quick break, and then for our next one, we'll just do very quickly. I don't want to spend too much time on it. It's already pretty late.
It is pretty late.
So we'll do it fast, lightning rounds, entirely full of memes, and then we'll call it a night. So
Yeah.
we'll be right back. right, guys, we're back.
Hello.
Hey, so this one took quite a bit.
It did.
But I think
Oh my gosh,
I think we had a
nuance is
lot of
difficult.
I mean, I think in the end we had a lot of thoughtful conversations about it, and we never like, but outside of like memeing, we never really got to any portion. I mean, maybe I got a little bit spicy about it in about Three Houses, but
I think we were at our most spicy when you and I were going at and defending Radiant Dawn and Fire Emblem Fates Conquest.
yes, that I think that's fair, but I there wasn't any, at least there was no like there was like no name calling or like, don't, your opinion is trash, I can't believe you should quit Fire Emblem sort of deal.
Look, if I may break character, right?
Mhm.
I would never call you names unless.
Exactly. But outside of that, I think that went well. I think it went particularly well.
So too.
And I think, you know, more conversation should
Jeez.
just catching
Trying to put me on
strays.
blast. I can't do this anymore.
I think more conversation should follow, like similar to this. In a way, I kind of wanted to put heroes into not for me, just so I have this like staircase, but I gotta be fair.
I mean, you've probably played a good chunk of it, right?
I don't know, honestly.
It is a live service game, no?
I mean, it is a live service game, but I think I only played like a couple weeks at most. Like, I think the most recent characters while I was playing was like Takumi and Ryoma. I think they were the starting characters. I just remembered it was like, if you didn't have Ryoma, you were not winning arena battles.
Oh, the war crimes you didn't experience.
Yes, exactly. Like I was out. So at the same time, right? Like Heroes came out at the same time that I was playing Fire Emblem Cypher. So I was already in a deep money sink. I was putting money into Japanese card games to import all of my cards and having like a handful of people to actually play with. I did not have time or money to invest myself in Fire Emblem Heroes.
Good choice.
And I just thoroughly enjoyed Fire Emblem Cypher more than I did Heroes.
You know what just hit me like a truck?
What?
Was it? When I was talking about Fire Emblem Heroes having their characters be portrayed wrong, I completely forgot about the big elephant for me personally, right?
Yes.
If you want to see character assassination, you go see Fallen Berkut. I've never seen a game get another game in its own franchise straight up wrong.
Oh yeah.
Like, how much of Berkut's crash out do you remember?
He's like Alm's cousin or something.
He is, yeah.
Yeah, and I think he was supposed to be the next in line, but then Alm, like, he was jealous of Alm and he could never defeat Alm, and you know, all that sort of like so it was like a, what's the word, like a inferiority complex, right? Like a really bad case of inferiority complex, right?
Close, right?
Okay, close.
Very close. I might as well just say yes. TLDR, right?
Yes.
So Berkut has already lost to Alm twice. Everyone thinks he's a complete joke, right?
Right.
Or he thinks everyone thinks he's a joke, right?
Yes.
When Renea tries to cheer him up, she accidentally implies she already knew Berkut was never going to become the emperor, right?
Oh my god.
Because part of the problem was that Alm was like, Rudolph had planned for Alm to take his place, right? And Messena knew, right?
Yeah.
So Berkut is at his wit's end because at this point he thought he couldn't trust Renea too. So he sacrifices Renea to Duma for the power to kill Alm, right?
Yes, I remember that
What's
part.
important to point out is that Berkut might be on fire, but he is completely sane, right?
Yes.
I also like to say, this is an interpretation, not proven by evidence, not objective, right? But I also like to imply that Berkut likely already regretted his actions by the time you fought Alm, right?
Yep.
In Faye, he's just crazy. I was so mad about this. By the way, Emmy, she says she never wanted to be empress, right? That's why Berkut thought she already knew. But like, yeah, Fire Emblem Heroes will do that sometimes.
Character assassination.
And it was what Rising Up a Wall, right? As the certified FE lurkers, I've seen people just straight up assume that Berkut is crazy when he does this, right?
Yep.
And it's like, no, he's not. It's still a shitty thing to do. The game is not mincing words there, right?
Yes,
But
yes.
like, he's completely mentally sound, except for the part where he's crashing out.
Yes, exactly.
If recruit were on this list, the list we're about to talk about, he'd be at the top. Let's not get that mistaken.
All right, that's a good segue. So our final tier list for the night is our Fire Emblem protagonist tier list. But we're not ranking Fire Emblem protagonists as their role as a protagonist, but Donut, if you want to.
We're ranking them based on how fatherless they are. How much fatherless behavior do these characters engage in? This has nothing to do with the quality of the writing.
Because what all Fire Emblem games have in common is that everyone ends up being a fucking orphan one way or another.
We did name the tiers properly, but I would love to make S tier negative daddy. If I may argue.
Negative daddy?
Or negative fathers. Just like they have so little fathers that they reduce the fathers of other people. What can I say? This is the best Fire Emblem lore tier list. There's no discourse here, only the truth. I think we should rename the tiers as we go along.
Okay.
Right?
So,
or I guess we should put D like has dad or something.
like, dad's still alive?
I mean, we're talking about fatherless behavior, but yeah, has dad, has father. I'm gonna be laughing so much. All right.
Actually, no. I feel like we were saying like died in game, died off screen, was already dead, like before the game started, stuff like that.
That's true. That's a factor, right? But this is for the memes. We're talking about fatherless behavior, not just how dead their dad is. So it's both.
Whisper, welcome in. Let me give you a shout out.
Hi, Whisper.
We're back to our meme tier list. We just finished our serious Fire Emblem game tier list, and you can take a quick peek at it now if you want. But we are in our lightning round back to memes, and now we are judging the Fire Emblem protagonists by their fatherless behavior. Because it is a common trope across all Fire Emblem games that the main character has to be an orphan for some reason.
Yep. And some of these characters are not well adjusted.
No. To learning about their father's passing. Yes. Okay. Let's start with Marth.
Okay, so first things first, let's establish this right now. Marth's dad dies off screen before the game starts.
Yes.
Heck, even in Shadow Dragon, where there is a prologue, right? It takes place right after his dad is dead.
Yes.
His dad is hella dead.
Yes.
The problem? Marth doesn't seem to be the most fatherless lord. You know what I mean?
You mean like he had loving parents, right? He grew up with
Sita's dad, right?
Oh.
The king of Palace gave him security, right?
Uh-huh.
He's pretty well adjusted as a person. He's pretty nice. You know what I mean?
Yes.
He has no trauma that motivates him, right? To do bad or good things. You know what I mean?
Yes.
He's just got a dead dad, and his dad is dead real fast.
Yep.
And by fast, I mean instantly.
It kind of sounds like he needs his own like we have to make a new tier for him then. Like he's so like you're saying his father died, but then he didn't like necessarily overreact or underreact to his dad's passing.
What about let's put him in C tier because he's pretty well adjusted, all things considered, and like as dad, you know.
Yeah, that's factually not true.
Yeah. So like fatherless practically, I guess. Right? He has no dad only. Only literally. He made it out all right. The great Effie trial of having no dad. Chris's story varies, and I forgot if their dad is dead. I'm gonna be so real. You renaming the tears is so funny. I guess we can put Chris in has dad for now, right?
Yeah, for now.
Okay.
All right.
I know Emmy just said he doesn't like the twist with Alm being the Prince of Rigel. I
Mhm.
love it for the same reason I like Peleus, right?
Mhm.
My god, do I love it when a character is made to suffer. Right? Alm goes through it when his dad died.
Yeah.
It is one of the best scenes in the game to me, right? Also, Truth is a fantastic song. Go listen to it if you want to feel depressed.
Emmy says he didn't hate it. It's that it undermines one of Echo's messages.
I also disagree, right? But I said this in chat with someone else earlier, right? That's something else for an entirely different bag of beans. I think Alm belongs in He's Dead Jim, right? Because this compromises his relationship with Mycin too. He's upset with Mycin and his support, right? Because of this truth. So Alm is pretty fatherless.
Crash out.
Crash out. That is He's Dead Jim, just like consistent behavior.
I think I might just remove the He's Dead Jim.
All right. I think I want to argue that Celica is a negative father. Now, I like Celica, right? But motivation, a part of her motivation is the fact that she straight up hates her dad. I need to make that clear. She feels, she does not like him. The nicest thing she says to him is at the end of the game, where she's like, I think my dad is a very sad person. Now, I don't know how fatherless it is to hate your dad, but I argue that's on the higher end.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense from a fatherless behavior. Like, if you have a well-adjusted and present father, then in general you tend to have a positive outcome as a result.
Yeah.
Whatever circumstances are involved in you wanting to murder your father, commit patricide, I think that is in general like not resulting from a present and positive interaction with your father, right?
Oh, Celica doesn't want to kill her dad, but like she doesn't like him.
Okay,
right?
fair.
Celica just wants to overcompensate for her dad's failure. All right. So, for reference, Sigurd's dad is a pretty great dude, right? And Sigurd is pretty well adjusted without his dad, but he does die in chapter 5.
The dad does, or Sigurd dies?
Both.
They both die?
Chapter 5 is genealogy chapters are really long, right?
Okay.
And plot happens in between each castle you capture, right?
Yes.
And at the beginning of the chapter, you need to race to Sigurd's dad with Sigurd to get Tyrfing from him before he dies. Otherwise, you just don't get it.
Yep.
I don't like that part of the game. But Sigurd is a pretty well-adjusted dude, all things considered, right? Pretty morally upstanding. I think he is in no more dad, but all right. Granted, he's pretty upset when his dad is dead.
But is he like... So does Sigurd also die in chapter 5?
Yeah.
Okay, so he doesn't...
Yep.
So what was his reaction to his father dying?
He seemed pretty sad about it.
Okay.
His crash out about Deirdre was... the crash out about Deirdre was in a cutscene after you beat the chapter compared to Byron, which is in the middle of the map, so the message is shorter. But I imagine he was pretty upset about it. Because when you fight Lombard, whatever the dude is, who framed Sigurd and Byron, he's pissed off. He's mad.
Okay. I mean, how does that compare to Marth's reaction to his father dying?
I mean, to be fair, you don't really get to see it.
Oh, so I guess Marth's father dies, right? What does Marth do about it, like thereafter?
He's like, I swear to retake Altea.
Okay, but less about like, you killed my father, prepare to die sort of reaction. Okay.
I do not remember who killed Marth's dad though. I know you fight him at some point.
Okay, so maybe we bump Sigurd up a little bit because he does seem to be pretty like.
So just fatherless.
Sure.
Now, you see, Salif is pretty well adjusted, except for one key fact. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
When you fight Arvis as Salif, he is not happy. He is mad. If you do the optional scene where you see Salif speak to Sigurd and Deirdre's ghosts, he is overtly happy and trying to celebrate killing Arvis, right?
Oh my
I know at
god.
the end of the game, he says, I no longer really hate Arvis because I'm aware of how he was used to bring about Loptus's return. But that doesn't change the fact that that still took the entire end game to happen. And that's a pretty bad crash out if you ask me. Right?
Okay.
For someone to just be that mad.
Yeah, so would it be closer to Fatherless or closer to Alm's crash out?
I would argue Seliph is more fatherless than Sigurd at least. But below Alm, because Alm was not having a good time.
Okay.
After Rudolph's Rudolph was revealed to be his dad.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Either one of these would have been appropriate. Leaf.
Leaf deserves to go above Seliph. Leaf has a quote that goes hard in FE4, right? It's in Engage. It's I looked forward to this day, which guess what, Ave?
Oh, sorry, Seliph, you said.
Yeah. He deserves to go above Seliph. Right?
Like,
because the reason why Leaf says I look forward to this day is because he's excited to kill Trevant, who killed his dad.
Uh-huh.
So I argue he doesn't get to talk much about Trevant after that point. But like besides that, I don't remember Leaf talking that much about his dad, but I haven't played Thracia, right?
Okay.
So I argue he's in league with Seliph, above Seliph, because he's far more excited to kill Trevant than Seliph is.
Okay. Fair enough. There seems to be like a bit of a wide gap from how you're describing that between Alm and
Alm's crash out is pretty strong. Right?
Okay.
But it's not the same thing as my father motivated my actions, right? In a negative light. Roy has dad.
Roy has dad.
Roy has dad.
Elowood's not dead yet.
Oh, he's not. He's just sick.
Yeah.
If this was Lilina, we'd put her in no dad but all right or fatherless, whichever.
Yes.
Two.
Yep.
But she's not the main lord. It's Roy.
No.
And Roy has dad.
Roy has dad. Lid.
I don't know where to put Lynn.
I think so. We don't actually get to know too much about Lynn's reaction to her father dying. Like, she's definitely hurt by it. Because she remembers it was bandits who killed both her mom and her mom and father, right?
And also the rest of her tribe, right?
And most of her tribe. But it's not like she went on a killing spree of all the bandits in the plains. She just learned to live alone. Yes.
She does hate pirates. She was very upset about
them, working
with Fergus, right?
Yeah, that's true.
But that's also the most we hear about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you see, the thing is that Lynn is pretty alright, all things considered. But like, also, she hates pirates because of the fact that her dad is gone. How fatherless is that?
I guess you could say it leans into fatherless because it's one of those things where like one category of person wronged you, and now you're assuming all people of that category are the bane of humanity.
That's pretty fatherless. I agree.
Yeah, I think that's yeah.
Okay, so I think besides Elliewood, right? This is and Roy's dad not being dead at all. This is the first Lord whose dad we see die on screen.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
No, Sigurd does not count. Right? And so we get to see Elliewood deal with his dad's death, and oh man,
you'll have to take it. Yeah, you'll have to remind me the exact context. I remember when it happens. Right.
Ninian has to cheer Elliewood up in the map.
Yep.
That's like Fog of War, and Elliewood is just like not okay throughout the entire chapter. He's pretty forlorn, right? I don't remember how long that lasts, right? Because I think he's more upset about Ninian's death than his dad's.
Right.
Admittedly.
Yeah.
But I think he deserves to be in either Crash Out at the bottom or just fatherless. Since I think his Crash Out was more intense than Sigurd's.
Yeah. I think fatherless makes sense because I'm getting the feeling from like Self and Leaf is like they wanted like revenge and they were satisfied with having that revenge. I don't know if Eliwood was satisfied with the revenge for his father.
He wasn't that upset. He seemed to kill Nurgle because it was the right thing to do. You know what I mean?
Exactly, not because
you killed my dad, and then also you almost tricked me into killing Ninian.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm thinking.
I guess we're going right back into the average Fire Emblem protagonist because Hector's dad dies off screen and we don't see it. But we do see his brother die. And
Yes.
he threatened to someone because he suspected someone was hiding. Oswin was hiding the fact that his brother was dead, right?
Yes.
So the question is, how fatherless is it to threaten to kill someone for hiding something from you?
Do we have
trust, mind you?
Do we have more context into Hector's father?
We know that
much.
Uther died of the same illness that took his parents, right? And so, besides that, not really.
Okay, so then let's go off of Hector's personality, right? He's like, his father dies, his brother becomes the new leader, and he's kind of like the what is typical of the second sons in general, where it's like, well, I don't really have much responsibility, I'm gonna go,
I'm gonna be brash.
Be brash, be foolish, my life's not that important because everyone cares about my brother instead of me anyway. I think that's pretty fatherless behavior, for like a different reason.
Yeah,
like I wouldn't say that Hector's a well-adjusted person. I wouldn't put him in the same league as Marth.
I don't think you threatened to kill the person who's wanting to protect you over hiding information from you because they're worried about your well-being. But I don't think Hector is jealous of Uther, right? I think Hector's really attached to him, no?
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, surrogate father at that point, which he does lose.
Yep.
And then threatens to kill Austin over. Pretty fatherless.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, because I guess if we're going more abstract, since his brother, if we're saying that his brother is his new father figure instead of his actual father, then yeah, I would put him closer to Crash Out because of his reaction to wanting. Well, you said he wanted to kill Oswin for hiding it from him.
He threatened to kill Oswin for not telling him that his brother is dead.
Then then if that's the case, then we can make the argument that he belongs in Crash Out.
Fair enough. Okay, so Erica and Ephraim, right? Back into the special Fire Emblem characters that get to have their parents die on screen. Right?
For like before the prologue. Right?
Literally in the opening cutscene.
Yeah.
And I don't even think Ephraim sees his dad die. It's only Erica.
It's only Erica because Ephraim was already gone. So I don't remember
Erica
how.
leaves before he dies. They just know he's dead.
Yes, but Ephraim wasn't there when the castle was taken either.
Yeah.
He was, I think, right? He was already off.
Already off being a frat boy.
Yes.
Okay, so I can argue that Ephraim's frat boy behavior makes him pretty fatherless. You know what I mean?
But he had that. Oh, I mean, yeah. Yes.
Like, yes, Ephraim learns to get his shit together. That's his character arc. But like, also he was fatherless before then. So.
Yes.
Erica's pretty well adjusted, even if she has no dad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think there are a lot of parallels between Marth and Erica, I think.
Yeah. So.
Other than the fact that they're literally the same character, like mechanically.
Much. So, Abe, let's talk about the Ike in the room. Because I did find that cutscene and engage, and I'm gonna be so real.
Do we count engage?
I mean, I kind of want to, though. He's the only guy who refused to do the miracle. He didn't say that Alira needs to cope with Lumira's death. He's like, oh, we need to account the future, right? What future? Okay, so ignoring engage, right? Ike is already engaging some pretty fantastically fatherless behavior, right?
Yes.
Because again, Ike's motivation for a good chunk of half the Radiance is killing the Black Knights. If you fight the Black Knight as Ike in Chapter 11, Ike immediately loses all sense of reason and starts like roaring at the Black Knight, like being like, "Oh, die now!" and tries to fight him. Right?
Yes.
In Radiant Dawn, remember that Ike silently notices the Black Knight and immediately approaches him when he sees him. Hey, this isn't a crash out. This is 3 years in the making. This is a part of Ike's character.
Yes.
Ike's dad's death is an important part of his motivation.
Yes. Agreed. There we go.
If it weren't for the fact that Celica straight up hates her dad, she would be at the top. Oh, do you think he's at the top?
3 years in the making. Like, this is Celica's entire life, right?
Not all of it, but a good chunk, right?
Probably more than 3 years.
Probably more than 3 years. Celica's dad dies pretty early.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Okay.
that's fair.
I didn't expect to put. You know what? I have an idea for who goes at the top. But yeah, Celica's pretty up there. Micaiah. Okay, so here's the problem. We don't know who Micaiah's dad is. Like, at all. We don't know who Micaiah's parents are. Just her grandmother.
Who's her grandmother?
Misha.
Who's
was
Misha?
it? Misha's the apostle that got killed by the Senate and then got blamed on the
Oh,
Herons.
that's right.
We know
Okay.
nothing about Micaiah's parents.
Okay.
And so we don't even know how like, we have to go off the way she acts as a person. Is she fatherless?
If you consider like self-sacrificing to an extreme fatherless, like, or it's more reckless, right? But recklessness
It
can
is.
be a symptom of fatherless behavior. I don't want to say that she's all right. I think she's probably
Low end of fatherless?
low end of fatherless. Yes.
I like the implication that we're prescribing these people fatherless. And then we're like, symptoms of fatherless. Reckless behavior.
I mean, there's not much self-preservation involved here, right?
That is fair. Micaiah
Literally,
is-
her special ability is sacrifice.
Yeah, but that's because she's a heron. I mean, that's because she's a heron branded, not because she's like unique,
Mhm.
uniquely fatherless in that regard. That being said, though, right?
Hmm.
She did borderline adopt, so right, so pretty fatherless if you ask me. Especially because she's in no position to take care of him well.
Yes.
But hey, it worked out for the both of them. She
Mhm.
also did abandon Soph.
Hmm.
Abe, I'm starting to think she might go to negative father because she did abandon Soph. I don't know about you, but being the father is pretty fatherless. Do you agree?
Why not? Why not?
You know what? The people who like hate Micaiah and Salik are gonna have a field day. Also, hey, wait, I see you moving, Robin. You gotta make your point first. Why do you think Robin is a negative father?
Robin kills their own father. How else do you make a negative father more than just killing your
Fair
own?
Fair enough. But Robin doesn't even remember their dad for like half of the plot. Was it hating Robin's dad does not consume them enough compared to Ike and Micaiah. Or well, Ike's dad dying motivates him. Hating Celica's father motivates her partially. So there's you know what? Fine. Fine. She gets to be a negative father.
All right.
Okay, so what about Crom?
Crom, does Crom crash out from Emeren's death? I think Crom in general has fatherless
Pretty
behavior
hard.
for the same reason that Ephraim has fatherless behavior, right? Like
Fair enough,
he's
right.
kind of skirting his responsibilities to become a shepherd.
Yeah, and Crom feels pretty guilty about his father's actions, especially their effect on Emeren.
Mhm.
So, I guess we have to ask the question: how much father do we give to M, and how much father do we give to his actual dad?
Mhm.
Because the more we give to M, the higher he goes.
True. Did he dislike the Pelagians before this whole incident with Gangrel and Emeren?
No, he felt bad for them.
Okay. Because of his dad's subjugation of them.
Yeah, because of what his dad did to them.
Okay. I think we have to.
Gangrel's aggression that made him not like them.
Okay, I think we have to input at least a little bit of his reaction to Emeren's death and
Yeah,
his
that is fair.
Emmy is saying that he wanted to straight up murder Gangrel for it.
Yup, he was, and he also dedicated his life to being like Emmerin, right?
Yes.
Honestly, I think Crom deserves to be the gatekeeper from Negative Father, if we're going to factor in M. What do you think?
More so than
Robin?
sorry, more so than Alm?
More so than Alm, okay. Because for Alm, right, the full extent, right, of Alm's fatherless behavior is that crash out. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, it was, again, one of my favorite Fire Emblem crash outs ever, right?
Mhm.
This dude goes through it in that scene. It's why I love it to death, right?
Yes.
And then again, right, it also damages his relationship with his adoptive father, Mycin, right?
Yes. Yes.
Like, he straight up doesn't want to talk to him in their sea support.
Hmm.
So I think they get, worst case scenario, they get to be tied.
Okay.
Assuming we're talking about M and not his actual dad.
I think it's a mix
Yeah.
of his actual dad and him.
All right, so may I present to you a take that may be hot?
Okay.
I think so far Lucina is the apex of fatherless behavior. If it weren't for the bad future, I mean like negative father.
Oh, sorry.
Because if it weren't for the future, it would be Crom. Convince me otherwise. Keep in mind, right? Lucina is straight up willing to kill Crom's best friend, even though she knows it's not Robin's fault, because they're a threat to him.
Mm-hmm,
Listen, remember that Lucina straight up does not like female Robin if she's not married to Crom. Listen, like Lucina, but she has certified fatherless behavior. Or what remember the scene where she reveals her identity to Crom?
Yes.
I don't know, that seems pretty fatherless to me.
Okay. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with
It sounds like you don't
Lucina
agree.
being the poster child, our current poster child for fatherless behavior.
All right. So this one's gonna be interesting.
Yeah. Corin has 3 fathers.
Corin has 3 dads, and they can all die. How
And
fatherless-
Corin is involved in the death of all 3 of them.
Corin is involved in the death of all 3. How fatherless is it to be partially the reason why all of your dads die? And then on top of that, right? How much do each of the dads motivate Corin? Because let's get this one out of the way. Sumeragi doesn't motivate Corin at all.
Fair.
So,
Yes.
it's Garen and
Sumeragi,
Anankos.
Sumeragi could have not existed and that'd be fine.
Yeah, it could have been anyone.
As far as I remember, so I remember there being supports about how Garen used to be like somewhat of a loving father. But that,
Yeah,
was,
but that was
before
Corin joined.
Corin joined. Okay, so as far as Corin's perspective goes, Garen was always controlled by Nick.
Yeah, and always a dick.
And always a dick. So I think probably out of quantity, Corin is negative father, but out of like, but I still agree, like quality wise, Lucina's probably our poster child.
Yeah. You know, I just realized that mathematically speaking, Corin will always come out of this with a negative dad,
Yes.
right? Even if Corin had 2 dads, they're down 3. Oh my god. This is the apex of fatherless. Well, besides Lucina. All right, Ave. I'm kind of at an impasse with Byleth. Because, like, the whole Byleth's character development, if you may call it that, is hinged on Gerald's death, right?
Yes.
Because this is Fire Emblem, right?
Mhm.
And again, Gerald also has the fantastic record of lasting just under half the game without dying, right?
Mhm.
Which means he is up there alongside Ahom for one of the latest dad deaths. Which is very funny because, again, just under half compared to the whole game.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Besides its final act.
Mhm. I think I would put Byleth under fatherless, because I'm remembering when, so like obviously Gerald died, right?
Yeah.
And you have sad mode, sad songs, frowny face Byleth for like
Yeah.
2.5 months. And then I remember there was that like, oh, we found, you know, they're hiding out in the woods. We found them. And was it someone had said to Byleth, like, maybe you should stick back, or like it would be foolish of you to charge in like without and so I think that's along the same line. Like, so Byleth is clearly motivated by Gerald's death and wants revenge.
Oh, actually, I just remembered something.
That's how I'm interpreting it.
My friend and then Venom mentioned this, right? Apparently, if you kill Gerald in Three Hopes, Byleth willingly lets Sothis possess them in order to get Shez. That's pretty fatherless.
Yes.
You know, just giving yourself up to God to get one person.
Yes.
I think Byleth definitely deserves to go above Elliewood, since Elliewood had a much shorter crash out in either game, I think.
I feel like I didn't factor in Three Hopes. I feel like we put in Three Hopes. That's pretty high up on the crash out to negative father.
Fair enough.
But if it's only three houses, then I
Alm.
think it's probably just crash out.
Yeah. If it's Three Hopes, it goes above Alm. Otherwise, I think it should go below. Alm was our crash out measurement tool. How upset were you when your dad died?
Maybe we'll put it beneath. So it's also like, obviously Byleth doesn't have any emotions, so it's not like it's not like they crashed out, like punched a hole in the wall.
Yeah, but this is also one of the few times they expressed actual emotions ever.
Exactly. So it's
Right?
kind of
And
it's
it was
hard
Charles.
to it's hard to kind of measure this thing.
Fair enough. All right. So Edelgard's dad is alive for most of her her route.
She kills him though, right?
No, he just succeeds him.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if he dies in the time skip. The thing is, though, is I think Edelgard is engaging in fatherless behavior. Because keep in mind that what happened to her siblings motivates all of her decisions, right? I don't know about you, right? But I think that's just as fatherless as Rhea's actions being motivated by the Red Canyon disaster.
Exactly.
If I may.
Yep.
I don't know how fatherless, but I think even if her dad is alive, it's fatherless.
More so than Ike.
I can believe that, right?
I don't know where she places in terms of Celica though.
Edelgard does attempt to take over all of Vodlin.
Exactly.
I think I put her above Celica.
Okay, all right. Fair enough.
All right. Claude's motivations have nothing to do with his dad, and his dad's alive. I think Claude has a dad.
Oh, right, he's still alive. It's his uncle that passes away, right?
It's his grandpa.
Oh, his grandpa. Okay. Fair enough.
Right. Dimitri is one of the few lucky few whose dad gets to die before the game starts. And while it is the entire tragedy of Dusker that motivates him, you've seen time skip Dimitri, right?
Not in Blue Lions, only.
Doesn't matter. You've seen him.
Yes.
The top of the list.
You telling me Lucina's been dethroned?
Abe! You saw what happened in Golden Deer! He died on screen to get Edelgard! That is peak, that is not peak, it is apex fatherless behavior. The only route where he's not like this is Crimson Flower. That's the most well-adjusted he gets, and Edelgard is still like, you're obsessed with me. This is disgusting. There cannot be a more fatherless lord than Dimitri.
Oh my god.
Stand on this.
All right. Oh my gosh.
All right, Ave. This one I'm on a fence about because it depends on how much we give to Lumera
And how
to
much we
Sombra. And
give to
even then-
Sombra. Even then, I feel
and
like
even then, it's like, oh my god, Alir's pretty fatherless.
mm,
Alir's one of the few lords that somehow manages to have their have their parent be on screen and still die really fast.
glad to come back from dinner only to hear how fatherless Dimitri is. Famous, did you at least have the context of what this tier list is? Like, were you here from the start, or did you miss everything up until now?
There's no harm in reiterating.
I can't remember.
You think Alir is just normal fatherless, by the way?
So it's tough. I missed everything about this list until now. Okay, so basically we introduced this list as the Fire Emblem protagonist tier list, but not a measure of like how well the protagonist is written, but measuring how fatherless their behavior is.
Yeah.
How well
I think
how well or to what extent they demonstrate fatherless behavior.
you know, listen, how much the lack of father affects them is very important. We are also partially factoring in how fast their dad is killed. Or their parent, right?
Yes, or the parent figure. And Alir is a complex one because you have different facets of Alir. You have past Alir, which I think is very
Fatherless,
fatherless.
Yeah.
You have awoken Alir, who doesn't remember anything about their father, and so their only measure is Lumera, who they
Lumera.
only know for less than a day.
But they did shit on Bale pretty hard because of Lumera. You know what I mean?
Yes.
That's pretty, well, I guess that's motherless, but it still counts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then, but if you factor in Awakened Alir to Sombron, it's like, I don't know, man. They could not give less of a fuck about Sombron as their dad.
Yes,
The only
exactly.
part that bothers them is the fact that they're not a divine dragon by blood.
Hmm.
Also, Sombron takes the cake for the longest time for a father to die in all of Fire Emblem, which is very funny because Lumera takes the cake for some of the shortest deaths in the series for the parents. Somehow, Alir is a case of two extremes.
Yeah, I would. If you don't consider, if you don't consider Sombron to be Alir's father, which is a very hard argument to make, then it's like if we are talking solely Alir's reaction to Lumera's death, I think that puts them around Hector.
That is true.
But if you factor in, okay, Sombron is Alir's father, and Alir does kill Sombron the same way that Corrin kills Anankos,
That's true. They kill him on purpose.
then we would need to step up Alir to be probably not next to Corrin, but closer to like Robin. I would say like
I
put
can see
Alir
that.
beside Robin.
Was it since Alir's motivations are not because like Alir doesn't hate Sombron because of their dad, because he's their dad and he sucks. They hate Sombron because Sombron sucks. Also, they're their dad. Also,
Yes,
he's their
exactly,
dad.
exactly, yes.
Was it? And unlike Corrin, they're not involved in the death of 3 dads. So it's like a Valadar situation.
Yeah, like Corrin has a kill streak going on. That's why Corrin's rated so high.
Corrin is absolutely spiking the patricide rates in Fire Emblem. Oh my god, this tier list is amazing.
Yeah. So there is a fairly heavily weighted factor in negative father in that did this character contribute to, you know, killing their own father?
Yeah. I like how the only exceptions, right, to this is Edelgard to Micaiah. Those 4 didn't kill their dad, but the problem is that they are, in Edelgard's case, right, less so. Or actually, no, I guess she did do that because she really wanted to alleviate her dad's suffering at the time, right? But ignoring that, right, that their dads are significant piece. Whoever we decided their father was is a significant piece of the character's motivation, both for their good and bad decisions. And then there's Dimitri.
Patricide would be a very strong indicator of fatherless behavior.
Exactly, it's negative father. It's a net negative.
Yes.
Alir would kill your dad too if they didn't like you. You know, actually, how many dads has Alir killed? How many dads have these characters killed, actually?
I think collectively they've all killed a lot because most enemy units in Fire Emblem games are male characters. Presumably, some of them had to have been parents.
Yeah, but like how many confirmed fathers have been killed?
Oh,
right? Because Corrin's got 3. That's one. That's one thing. Right?
Yes.
I don't think any.
Eliwood kills.
Celica can kill Jeddah, and Jeddah is a parent.
Mm-hmm. Eliwood
But, like,
kills that one guy's dad, and then Roy has to face the son, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or no, Edifel kills that guy. That guy's dad.
Who?
Whoever that guy is.
Yeah.
Eliwood kills Nurgle, who's a dad.
Yes.
Both Lombard and Reptor are dads, so Sigurd kills at least 2 dads, right? Assuming we're going to attribute character deaths to the Lord, right?
Sure.
Definitely kills his own dad. That, you know what? I'm starting to think something. It's pretty negative, father. I'm not gonna lie.
What?
Like, kills his own dad. Like, think about that for a second, right?
Mm-hmm.
None of the characters in Crash Out killed their own father, except for Alm.
Oh my god, we gotta move Alma.
You gotta move Alm. And like, I know Alm didn't know it was his dad. He seems pretty gung-ho about it. Even when Rudolph refuses to attack him, he still does it. He doesn't even go, hey, why are you attacking me? Getting Rudolph was his mission, and I'll say that he fulfills it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah! Ave.
What?
Corrin is partially responsible for Makoto's death. Corrin has 4 parents under their belt.
Okay. What about Azura's mom? You do kill her too, right?
Oh yeah, you do kill Azura too. That's 5. Abe, that's 5. Corrin has to go to the top.
Okay, I think Makoto's death is a bit of a stretch.
Corrin did. Okay, if Alm can kill his dad under false pretenses, right?
Yes.
I argue Corrin brought Ganglari with the sword
okay,
that almost got him
yes.
killed.
Fair, I forgot that part.
to
I forgot about Ganglari. Okay, fair.
and
I'll let you
keep
take
it
that.
with them until it kills Makoto.
That is fair.
I think that certifies as 5 kills.
Yes. We have 5 confirmed kills. Corrin.
Corrin is an absolute monster. What
Oh
the
my
hell?
god.
Marth can kill Michaelis, but that's Minerva's brother, not a dad.
Mhm.
I don't think anyone in Binding Blade is a parent. Seliph can kill Ishtar's brother, and then Ishtar. So actually, it just hit me. Arvis is a parent. Arvis is Julia, and Julius is dad. He kills them. Well, he kills. It just hit me like a truck that Seliph is the reason why the remainder of Julia's family is dead. Seliph kills her brother and her dad. I don't know, hey, that's fatherless too. What do you think? You think we should move Seliph up?
No, let's we were considering the kill count more out of just memes, not
That's fair.
like Seliph killing other people's parents is not necessarily fatherless behavior. It's the focus is more on your own parental figures, not other people's parental figures.
That's fair. I hate the fact that this means Corrin's count does not go down.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I mean,
Or
you
actually,
could.
Arate, so
I
is it
mean,
name Arate? I don't care.
sorry.
Is it Arate or Arate? I don't know.
Oh yeah, Art. I mean, like that's Corrin's aunt, so at least there's a relation
That's
there.
true. That is Corrin's aunt.
That is Corrin's aunt. Yeah.
So it counts. Corrin's kill count doesn't go down.
Yeah. You could argue that it does, but it's more relation than like Seliph killing Julia's father.
Well, Julia is his half sister.
Oh
you
my
know,
god.
like, and Julius is his half brother, and he kills him.
Mm-hmm.
I know that means he's not related to Arvis at all, but that still counts. Like, you did still kill your sibling's dad.
Your half sibling's dead.
Like, I guess either way, Lucina still stays pretty high up because she's willing to kill Robin no matter what.
Yes.
Even if Robin is, her mom. I know she really doesn't want to and can't bring herself to do it, but she did consider it. She did pull out the sword and everything, right? So she's at least, the attempted matricide counts. I'm starting to question if Celica should be so high up since she doesn't kill her dad, like, at all. She doesn't kill anyone related to her.
Yeah, so remind me again, like, what is Celica's relationship with her dad? She just doesn't like him?
So Celica's dad is a shithead.
Yes.
Like, mathematically proven, right?
Uh-huh.
So when Desai had a coup d'etat on her dad, right?
Mm-hmm.
She had to go into hiding because they were going to kill everyone related to her, right?
Okay.
Including her.
Yes.
Conrad escaped, but Celica didn't know. Celica was taken to Ram Village, and everyone else dead.
Yes.
Celica is acutely aware of how terrible of a ruler her father was, and is a part of the reason why she is so, like, reckless with her decisions, because she is absolutely trying to compensate for the terrible things her father did, right?
Okay.
So she's willing to fulfill her duty no matter what. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Just like Alm.
Yes. Guess I would slide her down here then. If she's not responsible for her father's death, like the other members of the cast are.
That's true.
Didn't react like. She reacted extremely, but probably not to the same extent that like Edelgard and Lucina have. Right?
Yeah, it's a key motivational part of her character, but she didn't do it herself. She didn't kill her dad.
So I think I guess it's fair if she hangs out around Alm. Alm didn't know he was going to be killing his father.
Yeah, but he still did it.
But he still did, yes.
And he was pretty upset about it afterwards. Probably shouldn't have killed him in the first place for it.
Probably not.
All right. You know what? Does killing your best friend's dad count as fatherless behavior to you?
Who did it?
Ephraim. Ephraim does kill Leon's dad's corpse.
No.
Does it count?
No.
Okay.
Otherwise, we'd include Alir killing Lumera as part of his kill count.
Why aren't we? That's Alir's mom. She was
Alir's,
brought back.
Alir's already up there. Alir's already up there. I don't think it's gonna budge.
All right, this is my last suggestion that I can think of off the top of my head.
Okay.
Does killing your lover's dad count? Your potential lover's dad count?
No. Who? But I don't think so.
If you marry Ninian, you do kill her dad.
Who's her dad? The fire dragon?
It's Nurgle.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's Nurgle.
Oh, I had no idea.
I mean, to be fair, that's locked behind a bunch of paralogs you probably haven't done before.
Oh, interesting.
That's supposed to be what makes Nurgle, like, tragic. I don't like it, but it's true. Nurgle is Ninian's dad.
Okay.
I didn't write it.
So what do you mean by... Oh, okay, potential. Okay. Not enough to move him, I don't think.
Enough to move him, fair enough.
Yeah.
I like how, did any character shoot up because of this?
Shoot
All went
up.
up.
All went up. You need to grind Nils to level 7 in Lin mode to unlock that paralog, by the way.
Explains a lot.
Yes.
All right. So I guess the last thing I want to look at is, like, Corin or Lucina, does the kill count or the motivation decide how fatherless you are?
I think it's motivation.
Was it Lucina did in fact attempt to kill her mom, and she was pretty motivated.
Yeah.
I like how Dimitri stays at the top, apex of fatherless behavior.
Oh yeah.
All right, I have nothing more to add.
I think so too. I mean, the only thing is that we didn't really fine tune is just like Marth, Erica. I think they're pretty much tied anyways. And then like we never really confirmed if Chris has a dad or not. And then do we want to rearrange? I guess we don't really need to rearrange like Roy and Ryan
Roy
Claude.
is Roy is the nicer guy than Claude.
Yeah.
And then if Chris has no dad, they just get moved up one, so it doesn't matter much, does it?
I guess so. No more dead, but all right.
I pray for Kai's father because I don't think that guy is going to survive very long.
Mm-hmm.
His dad is not long for this world. Abe, could we save these images?
Of course.
Especially the populous one. That one's the funniest.
Yes, I can definitely do that. I'll post in the Discord server after we're done streaming. All right, how about it? I think we've been up long enough.
Yeah, I agree.
I think it's time to wrap things up. Donut, thank you so much for doing this. Thank you for presenting the idea. I had a lot of fun with this.
Thank you for having me.
I'm glad that we found time to do this. I'm glad thank you for your hard work making 2 of these tier lists, because Donut made 2 of them.
Oh, it's no biggie. Look, I wanted to make sure when we were doing this, it was going to be fun.
Yes, it was definitely fun. It was. I like that we did like the hee hee ha funny, followed by the serious in depth one, and then wrapped it up with another hee hee ha funny one.
Yeah. I'll throw my own tier list later, right? Alongside your serious one, if you share it on the Discord.
Yes, I'll send all 3 to the Discord.
All right. That being said, though.
Yep.
If you ever silly like this again, please have me. I would be honored.
For sure. Let's see. I think we're gonna go ahead and raid into Villain. Villain is also doing a charity stream. They're doing theirs for 24 hours. So we're gonna go ahead and send them some. Yeah, they're 10 hours in already. So they're gonna still be doing this when I fucking wake up. It's crazy.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, we're on the same time zone too. Oh my god.
I've done 24-hour streams. I've done a 48-hour stream that was broken up with naps in between. That was back when I was like, can I beat Final Fantasy 14 in over the weekend? I didn't, but no, I didn't. I didn't get to it. But endurance streams like that, I don't think I'll ever do again. I think it's better and healthier overall to do these more just like extended, like week long or like month long ones where it's just everything's spread out. And it gives kind of more opportunity to get different people up and around. It's too taxing to do endurance streams. So yeah, I generally don't recommend it, even if you are, younger and healthier than I am.
I might be younger, but I'm not healthier.
I think you're probably, but
I mean,
let's.
Yeah, probably.
Let's go. Raid Villain. Excellent. Okay. Thank you, and everyone. Thank you for all the raids. Thank you for all the support. Donut, thanks for hanging out, and again, thank you for the very generous donation.
Donut love bombs always come in twos, and yeah, anytime.
Really appreciate it. Okay. Everyone else, have a good night. I don't think I'll be streaming tomorrow, but oh my god, I'm back to work on Monday, so we'll do our regular Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday streams again starting next week. So all right. Oh, one last typo. Have a good night, everyone. Bye bye.
Right, good night.